And good morning. Happy Monday. Salute to you, my friends. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. Audio guy was not too bad today. I say he has redeemed himself. So you guys be nice to the audio guy. All right? Be nice to the audio guy. Good to see you guys in here, Robert, my man. Thank you, Rush, babe, and my man, for the emails that you have been sending me. I've been reading those quotes. I appreciate it. I've been watching those videos. I've been getting up to date with those links. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for doing that. You guys are awesome. This channel wouldn't be what it is today, honestly. And this is not a line. It wouldn't be what it is today if it wasn't for you guys. So you guys have built this channel to be what it is today. And I hope that it continues to grow. I hope that it continues to grow with patriots, Americans who actually care or who actually give a damn about what happens to this country. So I appreciate you guys being here with me. Robert, good morning. Good morning, Magic Man. Yes, sir. Good afternoon to some of you, maybe some of the people that come in later. But, yep, good afternoon to you guys. Man, we have, oh, boy. Yeah, that's right, Rush. That's right. I was around there, but not that time. I want to tell you something. I went to Seattle. This is going to be like a little bit controversial, right? Right? A little controversial. ATM in the house. Get that cash, baby. Get that cash. I was going to make a goal. I don't know how you guys feel about it. I was going to make a goal to say I'm going to put $500 short this month. I was going to put a goal in there to hit $500 by the end of the month. Sort of like a GoFundMe type of thing, I guess. But then I thought, it's just going to fuel the lip starts, and they're going to say, oh, look at this guy over here begging for money. Well, I didn't go into this sort of entertainment business just for the hell of it. You do want to make a living out of it. You know what I'm saying? At some point, it is about money. You know what I'm saying? Only difference is that money doesn't actually make me who I am. You know what I'm saying? I make money. Man, that was good. That's a good line. I think I got to go with that. I got to make a shirt. Money doesn't make me. I make money. Copyright, just in case. Just in case somebody is getting wise in there and trying to make their own gear. All right? Don't be taking advantage of the Dennis Herrera show to make your own gear. Come up with your own ideas. Sorry, I'm looking at all the clips that I'm going to show you here. Oh, man. It's just, woo. So, yes, last night, Rush Babe mentioned it. We did have a shooting here in Seattle. And let's see. There's a couple of things that I really, obviously, I want to show you. Believe it or not, we're gonna watch not everything obviously, but we're gonna watch sort of who likes Nick Fuentes. Everybody's a fan of Nick Fuentes, right? Everybody is a fan of Hunter Biden. Well, today you get 2 for 1. So I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna go ahead and listen to part of the clip of this so-called interview. I don't know if you guys have seen this already, okay? It's a couple of days ago. They put this video out there. Now, I want to say something before I even show you that video. I know I'm kind of spoiling it. I'm getting ahead of myself here. But I want to say something. Pay attention to the background. Listen, I get it. I got a lot of work to do on my backgrounds and stuff. And believe me, I am working on it. But, as you watch this podcast going on, I want you to look at the background that they chose to do this in. It is hilarious to me. It's hilarious. Okay, I don't think I would have used that background to make these two people come together in the room for a podcast. You'll see what I'm saying. You'll see what I'm saying. Good morning, Marvin. Jason, good to see you on here. All right, let me see. Let me get to the news. I thought I had the clip saved already to show you. Don't worry, there's plenty of them. We will find it very fast. That's no. Yeah, here we go. This is it. I picked one. There's a lot of them out there. There's one with the mayor of Seattle talking, but you know what? I can only take so much of listening to this. Well, you know what? Why don't we do this? Let's listen to the clip. Let's watch the clip. Yeah, let's watch the clip, and I'm just gonna make it a little bit smaller so you guys can see that. Yeah. Breaking Fox. Here we go.
Like that, just laying there and the family crying, praying. I mean, it's just horrible.
Yeah, the community is reeling after 3 people were shot and killed during the bite of Seattle last night. This morning, investigators are still at Seattle Center after that gunfire sent thousands of people scrambling for safety.
Yes, we are tracking this, the recovery happening at Harborview Medical Center. That includes a young child as one of these victims. We have live team coverage for you this morning. KIRO 7's Brooke Griffin is live outside of Harborview, but let's start with KIRO 7's Tyra Majors at Seattle Center. Tyra, you have seen police there still on scene this morning.
Yeah, Dee and Lindsay, a lot of that caution tape has come down since yesterday evening, but police here are still on scene. There are also those vendor booths still up and that cleanup underway, but certainly an evening of chaos. The good news, police say the public is not in danger right now. There's no threat to the public, but the Bite of Seattle, as you know it, is a summer tradition that draws families from across the area, and it ended in panic after that gunfire rang out shortly after 6 p.m. So here's some more details this morning. We are learning from police that 2 people exchanged gunfire, leaving 3 people dead and sending 4 others to the hospital. Police arrested 1 suspect within moments, but say a second person ran from officers and remains outstanding. As you can imagine, the gunfire sent people running for safety. Witnesses described running for cover, with some taking shelter inside the Space Needle or under tables, as officers already working the event raced toward the scene.
When we started hearing gunshots, a lot of people were just trying to get out the way, so they're just like running towards our booth. There's like a stampede. Everyone's falling, and everything. So then after a while, once it stopped, there was a lady, and she was just like to the next to my booth, and she was just bleeding out of her leg. So like me and like 2 other guys, we went over there, grabbed some t-shirts, and they started wrapping her leg up. Someone came over with a first aid kit, bandaged it up, and we were just holding pressure until the cops came.
Homicide detectives and the Gun Violence Reduction Unit are continuing to investigate what led up to the shooting. Again, investigators, they do not believe that there's any ongoing threat to the public, but they are urging anyone with information or maybe those who have videos to come forward and send those to the Seattle Police Department's Violent Crime tip line. In addition, we mentioned a lot of the victims at the hospital right now. Our Brooke Griffin currently live outside of Harborview Medical Center with an update on their condition. Brooke, what do we know so far?
Yeah, we know that 5 of those victims were originally taken here to Harborview Medical Center for treatment. Seattle police say, unfortunately, 1 of them died from their injuries, and 4 others, including a 2-year-old little boy, are in stable condition this morning. Now, Seattle police say that there were 7 victims total. They tell us a 19-year-old man and a 44-year-old man were pronounced dead at the scene. A 56-year-old woman was brought here to Harborview, but she died from her injuries. The victims who are recovering here this morning include a 2-year-old boy, a 39-year-old woman, and a 23-year-old man. A 40-year-old woman with minor injuries declined getting checked out at the hospital. She did not get taken here. Harborview spokesperson Susan Gregg says the injuries range from gunshot wounds to the arm, leg, abdomen, and lower leg as well. She tells us if you know or think you know one of the victims, please do not show up at the hospital looking for them.
It'd be probably better for the families if they can just focus on their loved ones and then wait to, connect with someone after they've had a chance to settle.
Greg says the hospital immediately went into lockdown as those victims were brought in. That has since been lifted. She tells us that's standard when any major threat happens, as an extra measure to protect the victims and everybody around them as well. Now, we also spoke with one woman who was actually inside Harborview Medical Center at the time that those victims were being brought in. She described a bit of chaos, but also the professionalism of the hospital staff here. You'll hear from her in 30 minutes. In Seattle, Brooke Griffin, KIRO 7 News.
Thank you, Brooke. Seattle Mayor Katie.
Let's see. I think they're gonna maybe they have a clip of the Seattle mayor on here.
Wilson was at the Seattle Center after that shooting, and she spoke about the need for change when it comes to gun violence in the country.
We have far too much gun violence in this city and in this country, and we're coming off of a week in Seattle where we've had 3 major incidents of gun violence in just a few days. We have a lot of work to do as a city and as a country to make this better.
And
all right. So first of all, our thoughts and prayers, are with the people that have, the families of the people that have been killed. And we pray for strength for those to recover, have a speedy recovery. Hopefully nothing, major has been done to those who survived. Now, I want to point something out. And this is something that gets done a lot. Let me turn this up real quick. Let me see. How about that? Yeah. Right there. One of the things that that I have a disagreement with whenever politicians, or any advocate for this, I want to take your guns away. The first thing that I say is this. They say it's gun violence. No, it's not. It's not gun violence. It's hate. It's violence, period. Violence, period. You guys were with me. What was it, Friday, right? We had that guy that called in, the Puerto Rican guy. He said that he killed 2 people, and then now he's going to come and kill me. First of all, who am I shooting on my show? Who am I stabbing on my show? All I do here on my show is talk. Talk. Whether you get offended by my insults or not, it is irrelevant. You cry, bitch, and complain that your First Amendment right is infringed upon. And yet, these people, the same people that claim that, like this moron here, Tura Rome, like this moron, they are the ones who want to bring violence into the neighborhoods, into our country. The fact that she says gun violence, no, it's not gun violence. It's violence, period. This is something that soft policies on violence cause. This is no news. This is not news. This is something that is called negligence on the part of the government. I'm not going to say that if the government gets tougher, it's going to be zero violence. Who knows? Maybe. But what I'm saying is they're so lenient. These guys that are out there committing this violence, I don't know if they're letting them come out to do that on purpose. I don't know what their reasoning is for them to let them out in the public again. But there was convicted felons, 20, 30 felonies. And they talk about, somebody got arrested. This is going to be the 3-strike rule. 3-strike rule? How do you have a 3-strike rule when you have a convicted felon that has over 20 convicted felonies on his record? Tell me that 3-strike rule is working. I'm going to tell you, they're just not enforcing the law. You know, this is why they convince people. They convince people that Trump is evil. They convince people that ICE agents are evil. That's because they are enforcing the law. The libtards, this crazy-ass socialist, Democrat, liberals out there, they don't enforce the laws. They just don't. You know what I'm saying? And so that's a problem. I don't condone violence, obviously. I don't condone violence. But the fact that somebody's going to pull a gun out because somebody use words to hurt your soft feelings, right? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Listen, so when somebody crosses the line in my channel, for example, you get blocked. Done. That's like somebody saying, I'm walking away from this guy. I'm walking away from this person that is just an asshole. This is the same way, if somebody doesn't agree with my, with my point of view, if somebody doesn't agree with what I say, keep going. But if you know that what I'm saying is true and it's something that should be getting addressed, then you stay on. If you come into this channel, don't come in here yelling your First Amendment rights. First of all, I want to address this First Amendment rights. I have noticed that criminals, just like fake-ass people that don't believe in God, right? They like to use Christian quotes. Oh, but Jesus said that. Shut up. You don't believe in Jesus. You don't believe in God. You're doing the devil's work. So shut the hell up. They do the same thing. They go out there and commit crimes. They become violent. They harass people. They do all of these things. And then when they get confronted, they said, that's my First Amendment right. Nah, bitch, it's not your First Amendment right to go harass people. You have your freedom of speech. Use it wisely. There are consequences on how to use that freedom of speech. Isn't that great? Yeah. Yeah, you should have consequences. If you are out there, listen, why would I go on the street and then just start cussing people out for no reason? Come on. It makes no sense, right? I can't just go and say, that's my First Amendment right. No. You don't get the First Amendment right doesn't give you the right to be an asshole to people. It's very simple. Very simple. Just like I don't agree that the freedom of religion, any terrorist that comes into our country that want to harm our country, how do you know? Well, they say death to America. They hide behind the First Amendment. Oh, freedom of religion. Bitch, that's not a religion. That's a terrorist idea. That is a terrorist political movement. That is no longer a religion. So, again, I tell Americans, but some Americans don't want to hear it. Foreigners, enemies of the United States of America, of you and me, they come to this country and they rape the Constitution. That's right, I said it. They come here and they rape the Constitution. You're like, what the hell? What are you talking about? What do you mean they're raping the Constitution? You're a fucking moron, Dennis. Well, maybe I am. But I am a moron for the United States of America. And what I mean by people are raping the Constitution and Americans just bend over and take it is because they come in here on tourist visa. They come here illegally. And because they know the Constitution of the United States of America is misinterpreted by a bunch of libtards, they come here and they make anchor babies. They make un-American children. Do you understand? Un-American citizen children. And they indoctrinate them to do the will of their parents. Where does the loyalty of the parents lie? That is exactly what their children are going to do. Their loyalty is going to be with their parents and with the country where the parents come from. And I just think, that Americans that believe that it's okay, you got a problem. You got a problem. You got a huge problem. I'm telling you, listen, you always wonder why I love Israel. Why do I support Israel? You will have all these stories, and maybe they're true. You'll have all these stories that, the Jews are doing the same thing as the Muslims. Okay, so why are you allowing the Muslims when you hate the Jews? Fair question, ain't it? I think it's only fair that I go ahead and put that responsibility on you. If you say F Israel, why are you supporting Iran? Why are you supporting those who you say are doing evil? It's crazy how people come in here and, they want to judge as if they are righteous. I wish you would. I wish you would judge them being righteous. Let me give you an example of what I think is hypocritical and not judging righteously. Zoran Mondani. Going over there doing Ramadan and goes into the first into his mosque and the message is about killing Americans. What the hell? It's in their prayer. All of these retarded Americans that want to feel some sort of cool spirituality by wearing a Muslim clothing and all this stuff. You're not Muslim. You never will be. Just like you will never be Jew. If you were not born, you are not going to be. It's that simple. It's just like saying, I'm a Jew because I believe in God and the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. No, that doesn't make me a Jew at all. It makes me a believer. But Zoran Mondani, let's just keep it that way. It's easier. It comes out, it rolls off the tongue easier. Goes out there and says all of these things against Netanyahu. And I have proven to you that the allegations that these morons around the world that have put a warrant on him are stupid. I have proven to you before. He is not a war criminal. He is a man defending his country. And I'm going to tell you, man, it is crazy how many traitors, how many Judases are out there. It is unbelievable how many Jews are supporting Muslims. And you know what it is? Migrants. Migrants can be a fantastic thing. Or it could be a horrible, horrible idea. How can a Jew support Muslims who says death to Jews? We're gonna listen to a few minutes of the interview here with your favorite Nick Fuentes and Hunter Biden. Obviously, I can't play the whole interview, or maybe I could. I guess I could reach out and try to get permission. But it amazes me how people betray their own people. And what do I mean by that? Because people said that I betrayed my Hispanic people. No, I haven't. Nor will I ever. Coming to this country legally, respecting the law, following procedure, abiding by the law. That's the way that you're supposed to do things, and you are not bringing shame to your people or to the country where you are trying to live in. As long as you respect the laws and the policies and all this other stuff that comes with it. Okay, you have to be a responsible, accountable person. You are not betraying anything. You are doing what is right. You are doing what you're supposed to do. But when they come here illegally, well, are they my people? No. My people are the ones who follow the law, that believe what I believe, and, well, they think the way that I think. And you don't have to necessarily believe really what I believe, like when it comes to God or anything like that. But you have to have good morals. That's my people. If you have no morals and you just have, bro, you are not my people. You know what I'm saying? I want nothing to do with you. I am not Jesus Christ. Not even close. No. Don't even compare me to Jesus Christ. Brian Waza. I bet you that pisses the libtards up every time I say that. But it's the truth. How many Jews you have out there saying things against Jews? There are Jews out there saying F Israel. There are Jews out there like Chuck Schumer who have become Palestinians. And they forgot what they stand for. It's crazy how this Marxist ideology just goes around like crazy. It's like a wildfire. You go out there and you say, oh, first of all, Israel is committing genocide. And I'm like, okay, well, this is a thing. Let's take a look. Let's take a listen. And then you find out that Hamas is the one that's committing genocide. And Palestinians are saying, kill Hamas. Now, when I'm talking about Palestinians, I'm talking about the ones that live over there. The Palestinians that live over here grab a bunch of dumbass people and Americans and they make them protest for them. They don't even know what the hell is going on over there. I have heard Palestinian mothers crying, telling the cameraman, where you see a Hamas, kill them on the spot, rip their throats off. I mean, bro, this is how they speak over there. But those of us who live here, we only know partial of the story. But for some reason, the rest of the libtards and the rest of the Americans who support this Hamas deal, they just don't get it. They just don't get it. And it's crazy. You know, Bill, it's protest fatigue. I agree. You know, I see so much protesting that is just, it's annoying. It has become like people begging for money on the street so they can do drugs. I ignore them. I don't enable them. There's nothing I want to support about protest. Protesters have become useless, paid fans of hate and crime. Israel gets attacked. Israel responds, kicks their ass, and then they are blamed for being war criminals. Right. Interesting how people see it that way. Very interesting how people see it that way. Very interesting. Saudi Arabia trying to get a deal to get a nuclear power plant. I agree with it. They should. People are making a big deal about Qatar. They're making a big deal about Qatar getting a nuclear power plant. Anybody can go and attack Qatar and destroy it. Anybody. The reason why they won't is because we have American bases. We got American soldiers on the ground, baby. That's why they don't fuck with Qatar. You know what I'm saying? Man. So I say let them have it. Let them build their nuclear power plants. Go ahead, Attila. I will take it. I'm a moron. Tell me why. Matter of fact, I think today I'm going to open the lines. I'm going to open the lines and see if we get any good conversation at all. I want to have smart people call in. You know what I'm saying? Smart people call in. The Abraham Accords. Why is it that all of the Arab nations are coming together and they are coming to the same conclusion that it's better to work with Israel than to try to annihilate them? Right? Why is it? Now tell me. Hold on, let's see. We are Israel. Fucking, I'm American. Okay, American. Okay, sure. First of all, get off your high horse. You're not that special with that mindset. Second of all, Israel is our friend and ally. Whether you like it or not is irrelevant. Period. Now, I want to know, as an American, why would you hate Israel? And I know you're going to give me your talking points from the left, so you better bring something better than that. Caesars 5X, Caesars N. Bruh, Cease. Good morning. Welcome to the chat. And Sixto Calixto. Sixto Ibarra in the house. Oh, there you go. Magic Man just said it. Sixto in the house. That's right. We got some patrons in here today. So go ahead. If you think I'm a moron, put it in the chat. Why? Why am I a moron? Now, when I open up the lines, you guys can call in. Tell me, why am I a moron? Why do you think I'm stupid? Go ahead and just, put it on there. And I want you to, I'm giving you your freedom of speech. I want you to go ahead and tell me, why do you think that? No, I don't know. I don't think that's love, Slim. If you say fuck them, I don't think that's love. So there's that. Yeah, Orange Men bad. Yeah, I know. You know what? What is crazy is that no matter how many times we say it or how much we prove it, we talk about Israel, and you have this thing that goes around, and it seems to be the same demonic mentality. It seems to be the same thing. I hope that you are trying to at least use some common sense. Okay? I want you to use some critical thinking. Rationalize what you're thinking. Try to put your thoughts together. And I want you to give me a good case. Don't just call me names. Okay? I call you names because you guys deserve it. Put some thoughts together. Tell me, why should I hate Israel? Number one, why should I hate Israel? Why should I hate Trump and the Republicans? You got to put it. You got to put it on the chat. You know what I'm saying? If you want to complain and call us names, well, show me why. Show me why you complain. Why you bitch and complain. Mr. Reed, how are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. Toe Cutter. Sorry, I didn't say hello to Toe Cutter. Alexander, how are you? Good to see you on here. Let's see. Mohammed, how are you, man? Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. Israel is using us for money and then abusing the people in Palestine. Okay, so listen. So Palestine is not American. So as Slim says, fuck them, right? Let's just say that. Fuck them. According to Slim, that's not hating them. So is that the only reason why you hate Israel? Because we're giving them money? Interesting. What do you think that lobbyists do? Not just in America, but throughout the world. What are lobbyists for, if not to make money? If not to give money? That's what I want. That's what I want. I want you to gather your thoughts and tell me, if you say F Israel, tell me why. Giving them money is not a good reason. Let's see, what else? Why else? Let me see. Let me read some comments here. Martin says, because they murdered thousands of children. Now, did they go on the street and murder them? Or did they bomb Hamas facilities, artilleries, and all these other things, and then those people died? You got to be specific. That's not murder. That's called war. Those are casualties of war. And when your enemy hides themselves behind children and women, let me be very, very clear. Children at the age of 7 are already shooting AK-47s. They are indoctrinated from a very young age. So the fact that they're 12, 13, that's not an innocent child to me. I don't care how you see it, how you look at it. Their innocence has been taken away. If they have a weapon, they are no longer innocent. Maybe that clear. I just want to make that clear. Okay? It's not a war crime. It's called defending your country, defending your people. What about the Jew children that died? What about the innocent Jews that died on October 7th? What about all these wars that Israel has not started, that has been started by other terrorist Muslims? What about those people? What do you say about that? What do you say about Iran? If you really, really care that Israel kill children, tell me. Why hate Israel and just Israel? How come you don't say anything about Iran? How come you don't say anything about Hezbollah, about the Ayatollah, the Houthis, etc.? Don't go too far back, my friend. How fucking far do we have to go to stop the hate? At some point, somebody's got to say, knock that shit off. At some point, we got to say it. Stop it. Stop it. Billions. I don't think you grasp the big point. Billions of Muslims fighting against 9 million Jews. What are the numbers? And just because Israel is kicking ass doesn't make them the bad people. We can sit here and talk about all these things that you want to say, but we have heard their own people lying about these numbers, lying about innocent children dying. Oh, 15,000 here and 35,000 here, and they give all these numbers about children under age of 5, under age of 10, about women. They have like the age. They have what they have for breakfast, lunch, dinner. They have what they had last week for breakfast. But then when they're asked how many Hamas terrorists have been killed, oh, well, that's impossible to know. Wait, what? What? What are you smoking? Don't bullshit me. Tell me straight up. Don't lie to me. Give me some facts. I have told you that there are many Arab nations, like Qatar, the Saudi Arabia. They are trying to work together. The Saudi prince said it. And a lot of other Arab Muslims have said it. It is better to work with Israel than to try to destroy them. They can do trade. They can do a lot of other things with Israel. Why is it Ayatollah, the Houthis, Hezbollah, why can you not condemn them? It's you know what I find is it's so fascinating to me, because it's so easy to tell why they are wrong, why the people on the left think the same way. It is the same mentality, the same mentality as the libtards that we have here in the States. Same mentality on everything that the Hezbollah is doing. I find this very interesting. I find it very interesting that Americans are so willing to accept Islam and reject Christianity. Good morning, Mr. Martin. Do you not think about this kind of stuff like this? Okay, let's say you hate Israel, but you got to tell me why. I had a couple of Muslims, Mohammed and his cousin or whoever the hell was in the car with him. I had him call in on Friday. We had a conversation. I was like, you know what? Let me open up the conversation here. Let me see what they got. Let me see what they say. And what's crazy is that when I compare Christianity, because they were trying to compare Muslims against Christianity, I said, we don't want anybody dead. We don't say death to anybody. And then when I say, why are the Jews so bad? And then they just start cussing at them. Because they're scum and this and that. Every single one of them's got to die. Right there. That is my point. Every single one of the Jews has to die. Not one problem with that statement from the left. Not one of the persons on the left says, oh, wait a minute. That is not good. That is wrong. I stand against that. Not one leftist All I hear is hate against Israel. So you know what? I'm going to continue to defend Israel. I am going to continue to love Israel even more. You know, one of the things that pisses me off about people who are pussies? I remember when I used to get into fights. Oh, I was always the bad guy, let me tell you that. I was always the bad guy. I will kick their ass. And they would come to my mom and bitch about it and say how I beat the shit out of them. You know what they didn't say? Guess. Guess what they didn't say on their story? Everything about me was horrible, was evil, was bad, etc. Guess what didn't make that story? Anybody? Somebody guess. What did not make the story? They come to my mom, they will just say all these nasty things about me and how I beat them up and did this and that. What is the one thing that they will leave out when they come and make this statement? Yeah, Mohammed, Israel is going to defend itself. If somebody says that the Jews got to be destroyed, every single one of them, why should Israel stop? Why should Israel stop? And let me be clear, Israel has agreed so many deals, so many peace deals. And I'm going to give you the biggest mistake that Israel has done. Israel gave Gaza to the Palestinians and Hamas instead of using that territory for bettering their people, bringing prosperity, making some deals, making some trades. They decided to dig tunnels and attack Israel. They're so much closer, they thought it was such an advantage, we're just going to destroy them. By the time they figure out what hit them, nobody's going to know. But because they go out there and they get their ass handed to them every single time, they always say Israel is bad. So the one thing that these morons always left out on the story, after I whooped their ass, it's how horrible I am. But the one thing that they left out is, what did they do for me to go and get that ass kicked? Huh? What did they do? They bullied me. They try to punch me. Huh? They try to jump me. They don't say that. They don't say those things. They don't say, oh, hey, wait a minute. Hey, listen, we hit Israel October 7th. We hit Israel. Yeah. Everybody's celebrating. No? Nothing wrong with that? Okay. Then why you go protest genocide? Why you go protest genocide? If you celebrated October 7th, like Maura Mandani's wife celebrated October 7th, how the fuck is she how is he in office, for Pete's sakes? His wife celebrated October 7th. Anyways, it's a stupid question. It's a stupid question. Isn't that crazy, though? I wish that the people protesting will say, well, Israel did bomb this hospital. What was in that hospital? Ask yourself the question. You got to ask yourself the question. What was in the hospital? What was under the hospital? I always hear it every single time. Every single time, the libtards are always saying F Israel and F Israel, and Israel's committing genocide. And they're allowed on our streets because we're stupid. I think by now, Palestinians should be labeled terrorists. I think Palestinians should be labeled terrorists. See how they like that. Huh. I'm just saying. Real Palestinians, the ones that live over there, they blame Hamas, not Israel. Fake-ass Palestinians that live here in a free country where they're allowed to do whatever the hell they want, they protest against Israel. But Palestinians who know the truth of Hamas, they want them dead. Just like Iran. Majority of Iranian people want that regime dead. Not captured, not removed, dead. They want them they want them gone. But all I hear from people on the left, F Israel, 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 Israel. When are you going to say something about Iran? That's what I want to know. When are you going to say something about Hezbollah? When are you going to start rooting for your American soldiers instead of Iran's mosquito boats? It is unbelievable to me. It is unbelievable. You know, Iran just hit, the Iranian regime, they just hit an Amazon building, an Amazon commercial building. What the hell does that got to do with the military? Oh, well, that's in retaliation because the Americans hit a civilian dock. Listen, are you fucking kidding? Let me tell you something right now. I'm at the point right now that when I watch all of the news and when I watch our country being torn from within, I'm at the point right now to where I want President Trump to declare war on this Iranian regime. We got to go all out. We got to go all out. We got to take them out. Period. Call it a genocide. Whatever you want to call it. They got to go. Every single one of them and their supporters. All of them, they have to go. Now listen. You guys know I love President Trump. This is why I voted for him. I think he's doing a good job. Yeah, the Jews crucified Jesus. What about it, Mason? What about it? Every time you sin, you are crucifying Jesus. So what is the point? Hey, Jeff, how are you? Good to see you here. It is psychotic. Absolutely psychotic. It's crazy that people don't think. They don't use their brain to think. Don't worry, I'm going to open up the lines here pretty soon. I want you to have a conversation ready. And I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me why you say the things that you say. I know, brother. I know. Listen, I am with the Saudi prince. I am with Qatar. Listen, I don't care about their religion. If they want to practice Islam in their country, by all means, go ahead. That's your country. Don't bring that shit here to the United States of America. That's all I'm saying. We have a freedom of religion, but that doesn't mean that you get to destroy this country and say that is your freedom of religion. Fuck that. We don't want. That's not a religion that we want here. Okay? Just saying. I'm just saying. All right, I'll tell you what. Let's go ahead and get to it. I got some news that I want to listen to. So, if you guys have never been to my channel, just one of the things that you should know is, first of all, I need to go take this shirt off and change it because of the green screen. But listen, one of the things that you need to know, it's my channel. I have created it, and I change it all the time. I created this channel so that I can have friends join me, and our brothers, sisters join me, so we can watch news clips, stories. We can talk politics. We can talk religion, a little bit of everything. So just so you know, a lot of people come in here and they call me a grifter, blah, blah, blah. There's this guy, Michael Montoya. This guy is so retarded. Oh man, let me see. I don't know if he deleted the comment, but I did reply to it. I did reply to his comment. He says I'm a grifter. He says I block everybody for no reason at all. And I said, no, you get blocked because you're an asshole. If you come in here and start cussing at me or anybody on the chat, you will be blocked. So don't ruin it. You use your freedom of speech responsibly. As I said, freedom of speech doesn't mean that you get to be an asshole to people. Okay? Doesn't mean that you have to go and cuss them all out. If I do that in here and you get offended, that's you. You cussing yourself out. Because nobody calling you out by name. And then I always say this, and it never fails. If I say libtard, and I say retarded and crazy and this and that, don't respond. Don't put anything stupid on the chat. You just call yourself those names. I didn't call you that. I said there's people out there. But when you respond and you get all triggered and you start doing all this, it's like Hunter Biden. Joe Biden and Hunter Biden have one thing in common. They are racist. You remember? Poor kids are just as important as white kids. You can't make this shit up. Nick Fuentes says that the criminals are responsible for this, and Hunter Biden says black people are not to blame. Oh, man. I'm telling you, man, life is crazy, man. Life is crazy. All right, let's go ahead and get to the clips. Let's get through the clips so that we can get to Nick Fuentes' few minutes of fame here. Hold on. All right, let's go ahead and start with Netanyahu vows very forceful response if Iran attacks Israel. So you have been warned, right? You have been warned. If Iran attacks Israel, he is going to go crazy on Iran. And as I said before, I am so at the level of we need to declare war and go all in. Russia and China, I don't trust them. I think they are helping, even though they tell Trump they're not. I think Russia and China are helping, and I think that we should go all in, war, all in. And I'm going to tell you this, I heard this from one of the Marines was doing an interview. If the United States says we go to war, and we get in there, now this is not me talking, this is the soldier himself talking. We will go in there, and then the UK and whoever our other countries go in and join, and we say we're going to go war on these people, just like we did with Hitler, right? He said, we will take them out. We will wipe every single one of them completely out. This is the military people speaking. They know the capabilities. See, they hide behind children and women. They train children and women to become terrorists. They train them. They strap bombs on children. Who is the genocidal here? Who is the one killing innocent children? Iran. By now it's over 50,000 people, innocent people that Iran has killed. And I'm not talking around the world. I'm talking about their own people. About their own people. So, yes, I will support Israel 100%. War needs to be declared. And these fools need to pay for it. And I'm going to tell you something. Here in the United States of America, we got this beautiful thing called the Constitution of the United States of America, which belongs to American citizens, not to foreigners, not to visitors, not to tourists. For now, it does belong to anchor babies. But I'm going to tell you right now, you get freaked out by 3 people dying in Seattle at a Bite Seattle food festival. 3 people killed. You think that's bad? Just wait until war is declared and every single Muslim will be activated. I guarantee you. Every single Muslim will be activated and we will have to defend ourselves. It's going to be, all hell is going to break loose. I'm going to tell you that right now. Civil War, World War III, whatever you call it, it's coming. It is inevitable. It is inevitable. This cancer, it's just spreading way too fast across the world. And I'm glad to see Christian nations. You know, people always tell me socialism works, right? What is crazy is that the socialist nations that they call socialists, like Norway, what was the other one, Sweden and whatever, they don't practice that anymore. They're getting more rigid with immigration. They saw their economy just flat out almost destroyed. They had to take measures. They had to strict their immigration policy. Americans have to do the same thing. We need to close the border, period. And I'm not talking just the border on the road. I'm talking about flights. People from Somalia should not be allowed to come here, period. No more Somalis. Stop it. Stop it. Nobody that comes from any of these countries that support terrorism should be coming to the United States of America. Now, you can go down and take a flight to Argentina and try to fly here. No, if your citizenship is from these countries, you don't get to come here at all. Strong measures. Tough measures for tough times. All right, let's go ahead and listen to this update here from Fox.
A hot topic of the hour, President Trump pausing strikes on Iran for a third straight night, giving diplomatic efforts more time while the U.S. works to maintain control of the Strait of Hormuz. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu traveling to Washington to meet with President Trump tomorrow. Talks could determine whether Israel joins the renewed strikes on Iran. Netanyahu speaking with Maria yesterday on Sunday Morning Futures, warning Iran of the consequences should any new strike hit Israel. Watch.
As far as the nuclear program, we constantly exchange information. Our intel services and yours are working so close together that it's not that I'm going to present new information, but I think it's a good thing to have the opportunity to sit with our good friend President Trump and to hear what he has in mind, because I think in many ways it's his decision. But let me say one thing, and I think I should say it very, very clearly. If Iran attacks Israel, either directly or through proxies, either with ballistic missiles or UAVs or killer drones, it will make a terrible mistake, because our response, Israel's response, will be very, very forceful.
Netanyahu also responding to New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani's threats to arrest him, accusing the mayor of promoting division.
And then, of course, when Israel does retaliate to that attack and kicks the shit out of these people, they're going to go in and say, oh, Israel committed genocide. Shut the hell up. Who is training children to kill Jews and Americans? That's right. They are. The Iranian regime, these are the terrorists. Hamas, they are the ones doing this. It's not Israel. The warning has been given. And if they do what they always do, Israel has the right, every single time to defend itself. If I was the president of Israel, I'd be doing the exact same thing, probably even more.
Through anti-Israel rhetoric. Watch.
The International Criminal Court issued arrest warrants for you and your former defense minister for genocide. What is your response to this?
The one who promoted that was the ICC, the International Criminal Court prosecutor, who has since been completely exposed as a criminal. He himself was accused, was going to face charges of sexual harassment by 2 women. He knew that. And on the day that he was supposed to visit Israel, he canceled everything, called a news conference, and accused me and the former defense minister of war crimes. The mayor of New York is basing himself on this criminals, bogus charges. That's what he's using, and look at what he's doing. He's fomenting hate. He's supposed to be the mayor of all New Yorkers, Jews, Christians, Muslims, everyone. But he's trying to turn one group against the other, and he's foisting hate and fear.
And this follows the stabbing of a Jewish man outside of a Manhattan synagogue one day after Mamdani's remarks about Netanyahu. The suspect reportedly stabbed the victim with a screwdriver while shouting Allahu Akbar. A second man was also attacked and injured the same day. The Jewish victim had recently moved from New York City to Florida, reportedly because of the mayor's anti-Israel stance and growing anti-Semitism in this city. 1 million Jewish New Yorkers right now are facing increasing threats. Paula, your reaction?
Yeah, exactly that. Mamdani is focused on Netanyahu, a foreign leader that's not living right here in New York City and can't focus on the problems happening right here. To him, I say, let's focus on getting crime down. Let's focus on making the city livable again. Let's make people that don't want to move to Florida want to stay in New York, but instead he's making blanket statements, trying to be performative at the international front. That's my biggest concern here as a young person living in the city. Why is he focusing on that when there's problems right here in the city he should be focusing on?
You know, in all of this, Ryan, as the Iranians, whether it's the supreme leader or the foreign minister there, have made these comments that they're still going to support Hezbollah, which is a problem for the Israelis, and that's something that Benjamin Netanyahu talked to Maria about. Yep. But on the other side of this is the market story, because basically there's reporting out there by the Journal this morning that we are seeing a depletion of munitions, and that is a concern from Dan Kane over at the Pentagon. Your reaction to that? Because the defense sector, can the defense sector get in here and really resupply our depleted munitions?
Well, there's a reason they're asking for another something like 50 billion plus, right, to restock what we've actually taken down in terms of armament. So I think, you know, that from a defense perspective, if you're investing in defense stocks, I think it's a great time to do that, because, you know, not only in the U.S. do we need to replenish our stocks, but if you look around the world globally now, all those, you know, Europe, which was not spending on their defense, is now bumping up their defense budgets. So demand for defense is going to go up astronomically over the course of the next couple of years. So I'm very, very bullish on that sector.
Yeah, and except for Boeing, who reports earnings this week, I saw some red arrows across the board there. Benjamin Netanyahu also telling Maria he's still planning to attend the UN General Assembly in September. He is vowing to speak the truth, despite the threats from Mamdani. Here he is with a warning to Democrats about the growing shift to socialism. Listen.
Are you still going to come to the UN General Assembly? Are you concerned about coming to New York?
No, I'm not concerned, and I certainly intend to do so. I've appeared just about every year, not every year, but almost every year in my prime ministership, unless there are security conditions. But I'll tell you what I'm worried about most. I'm worried about the reasons that leading Democrats have said privately. One of them said it actually publicly, of why they joined the radical fringe. And the reason is that their family has been harassed, that they're afraid of being tailed everywhere and, you know, being intimidated by this radical fringe. So I think that's really something that should worry every American.
And Paula, the editorial board of the Journal writes this: globalizing the intifada in Mamdani's New York, a Jewish man is stabbed in the middle of all of this. That the rhetoric coming from the mayor is what is really threatening Jewish New Yorkers.
Exactly, and this is such a multicultural city. In the sense, I have family that immigrated and came right here to New York. He needs to focus on the best interests of New Yorkers, and doing that is protecting every minority group that's come in here, and not being exclusive to only the ones he wants to protect, because they speak about DEI and protecting these groups, and yet they're not doing that when it comes to other minority groups that they don't like.
Right. Well, we are going to be, of course, following this story and many other things. A lot of news coming out of that interview with Benjamin Netanyahu.
Why don't we bring something from New York? Let's see what New Yorkers have to say about Mamdani. Let's just listen to a couple of clips here real quick.
Time for the hot topic of the hour. Families of 9/11 victims are calling for New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani to be banned from the 25th anniversary ceremony in September. Brooklyn native Giovanni Gallant, who lost his wife Grace in the attacks, organized a petition on change.org, which has over 10,000 signatures. It supports keeping Mamdani away from the event. It lists a series of concerns about the 34-year-old politician. Gallant telling the New York Post Mamdani's presence would be hurtful and inappropriate, saying, quote, your objection is based on his public record, his failure to meaningfully acknowledge the horror of that day, and his employment of support for or association with individuals who have minimized 9/11, defended terrorists, or even suggested America deserved the attacks. Now, the mayor's office responding, quote, to Fox, saying this, Mayor Mamdani will proudly honor the families, survivors, and first responders forever impacted by these devastating attacks by standing alongside them at this year's 9/11 commemoration, reaffirming we'll never forget the solemn day felt by all of us who called the city home. Paula, your reaction to this, because, look, he has made it very, very clear in his actions and his words since he took office in January, where he lies, and it's a Palestinian state. He is not on the side of Jewish Americans, and he certainly does not seem to have much sorrow about 9/11 and in the statements that he has made.
Definitely not. And his biggest takeaway from 9/11 was that his family members felt unsafe being Muslim in New York City. He made statements about that when he was asked about 9/11. That was his takeaway. Not the victims, not the lives lost, not the firefighters and other service members that lost their lives protecting other American citizens. That is not his concern. It's Islamophobia is simply what he brings up. And it's very concerning as someone who grew up here in the New York City area. 9/11 was something I was reminded about every single year. My father worked here in New York City while it happened. I heard stories about it every single year. We're 25 years away from it. I was a young child when this happened. But now I feel like we don't really remember, and seeing a New York City mayor in the city it happened in acting this way, to me, is disgusting as an American.
Yeah, no, I mean, Ryan, I was here. Well, I wasn't living here, but I was here a month after the attacks, and it's just all, you know, if you lived through that time and you experienced it, you remember how horrific it was. And the Wall Street Journal's editorial board says globalizing the Intifada in Mamdani's New York, and they talk about the current situation. But this ties back to why the 9/11 families don't want him there, because they don't feel supported by someone who seems, you know, that if it was 25 years ago, he'd be, you know, probably supporting the attackers on the World Trade Centers. I mean, that's my opinion, but. You know.
Yeah, no, I think it's clear his values are antithetical to those who lost loved ones on 9/11, 100%. And it's kind of ironic he's talking about how Muslims felt they feared for their life after 9/11. Well, how about all the Jewish people that now fear their life as he's supporting calling Netanyahu a war criminal, which is not, by the way, a commonly held view amongst Americans in general. But I also think it's hard to believe that's 25 years ago. And to your point, I started my career right at the time that happened, and that feels like maybe like 5-10 years ago, not 25 years ago. It's hard to believe that people that were 30 that would have been in that attack would have been like 55 today. So it's just hard to believe that this much time has passed. And funny enough, I was literally in the World Trade Center a week before, visiting Kenny Paul Carey, who's a trader who's on the show very often, right before the attacks happened the following week. So it's hard to believe this much time has passed.
So this from the 9/11 victims' families, and kind of they lay out multiple reasons why they don't want him at the 9/11 commemoration event in September. But one of they say is Mamdani's own father, who's acknowledged has shaped his views, penned a book shortly after 9/11, which he argued that suicide bombers should be understood as a feature of modern political violence rather than stigmatized as a mark of barbarism. That's just one of 10 points that they make in this.
Yeah, this entire thing is so disturbing. It's happening, and I'm on the side of these families. I completely understand, and I'm proud of them, honestly, for coming out and saying these are our grievances with his presence at this event. The other thing I will note is this is not just Mamdani. When I was in college, I had a Muslim professor tell us that 9/11 was a cultural misunderstanding. It's because we don't understand other cultures, and that's why we feel so strongly about it. And I'm sorry, I'm getting a little passionate here. Maybe it's because I grew up in the New York City area, and this is something that I personally experienced and saw, and it's just so sad to see where we're at with this.
Yeah, no, I mean, and these families still to this day, the 9/11 families, if you talk to them, they're like, it feels like yesterday to them. One more thing I want to make this point. Mamdani recently stood with DSA primary winner Elise Aria Chevalier, who once tweeted, quote, I forgot to get napkins, so I just wiped my hand on the American flag behind me. Like, this is current day. This is Zohran Mamdani today.
Which shows you how much we've forgotten about 9/11. I think the families should be able to decide. If the families would want him there, great. If they don't want him there, he shouldn't show up, period.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
So what say you about 9/11? See, a lot of the morons that voted for Mamdani They don't know shit about 9/11. They don't know what it felt like. But all of us that are 50 and up, we know, we remember. The fact that the people on the left like to celebrate Americans dying, it's beyond me. It's beyond me. I don't understand why Americans will celebrate that. Unless they're anchor babies, unless they are Americans born of traitors. That is a possibility. That is something that we do have here in our country. We had a lot of anchor babies. We have a lot of Americans who were born from foreigners who hate this country. Oh, that's right. And they multiply that hate. They convince their children that this country is horrible. And very, very, very few people actually come in and change and fight against those bad parents. I'm glad that I'm in this country. And I will defend it. And I will continue to tell people, if you don't like this country, then get the hell out. It's that simple. It is that simple. It is. I don't understand the mentality of these people seeing all this flux of people trying to change our nation. Why? You come from a third world shithole country. You have failed policies, failed religion. You have failed everything. Such low IQ. I wonder how Ilhan Omar lasted this long. But we know what's happening. And I'm going to say this to all you American patriots. Be happy. Rejoice. For our moment is coming. That's right. Every single fraudster, every single person that hates the United States of America, that hates Trump, are criminals, and they are harboring criminals, and they themselves are the cancer of our society. But our moment is coming. How many discrepancies can you have? How many facts can be shown to you? How much proof does it have to be given to you to believe the truth? You call those liars. We talk about the Somali pirates. You call those liars. Billions and billions of dollars scammed from the American people. Scammed. Liars. Racist. Guess what? They're getting arrested. They are being found. They're following the money. They're being arrested. Ilhan Omar. It's just a matter of time. Oh, man. See, low IQ. Low IQ. Lies can only get you so far. Lies can only get you so far. But the truth, little by little, slowly but surely, will come to light. The business, the fake-ass business that they put in, all of these things that she's been lying on her statement about taxes, and how much money she makes, and how much money does she have, etc. They keep calling us liars. Liars. And then we're finding that the people that she supported, that she worked with, are already going to jail. They have confessed. After we were called liars, 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 they're confessing, because the punishment is even worse than what they're getting by confessing. People have fled this country. They have fled this country, enjoying the millions and hundreds of millions of dollars that they have stolen from stupid-ass Americans, gullible Americans, and the innocent senior citizens. And they're being found out. Kash Patel is on it. You might hate the way he's looking around or whatever, but the man is the man with the plan, and he is delivering more than any other person in the FBI or CIA has done. This administration has been doing a tremendous job, and the criminals are trying and fighting so hard to distract you from the truth with all this fake-ass protest, all these paid protesters, the same people in different states saying the same shit over and over and over. They're trying to convince the American people that all hope is lost. In Washington State, it's sad. It's very sad. In Washington State, so many people have left. You know what gives me hope? It's that I'm still here fighting, like many other American citizen Washingtonians who actually give a damn about this country. They are here fighting, running for office. They're still doing everything that they can to make sure that they actually represent American citizens and not illegal immigrants. It gives me hope that if I run for governor, or anybody else that can beat me runs for governor, that Washingtonians will come back and they will vote. And we will get these thieves, and we will get all these incompetent, activist, woke, liberal, alphabet people out of office. No more DEI hiring. They will be found out. I'm telling you right now, everything is in God's hands. So I can't just tell you, oh, I'm going to win, and no. It's in God's hand. What's going to happen is going to happen. And I'm going to tell you, you can laugh all you want. You know why people didn't like me at work sometimes? Because I make sure people work. I make sure people show up on time. I make sure people are held accountable. I make sure that people actually were productive for the company. Whiteness, the libtards call it. Whiteness. They hate it when somebody tells the truth. They hate it when somebody works better than them. They hate it when somebody has better grades than they do. They hate it when somebody is successful because of their work ethics. They hate it when somebody is successful because they think outside the box. Libtards will always be libtards for one reason and one reason only. They never leer. They never leer. Unbelievable. Break-in police kill suspect in alleged Islamic terror attack near Berlin Pride Festival. Berlin, You know what's interesting about Berlin? You remember when they broke the wall? You remember? You remember when the wall was torn down? I find it interesting that nobody ran to the communist side. Did you notice that? Nobody ran to the communist side. Just pointing out, just a little fact. Just a little fact.
News alert, police have now killed the suspect who allegedly drove a car through a pride parade yesterday in Berlin in what authorities say was an Islamic terror attack. 21-year-old Abdul Balut is accused of killing at least one and injuring 29 others. Authorities say he has Lebanese roots and is allegedly tied to the country's, quote, Islamist scene. The suspect had previously been investigated for planning a terror attack and faced legal trouble in both Lebanon and Germany. Jason, this is not the first car attack that we have seen in Germany. Where do the authorities go from here?
Look, It's so sad because there are families that are grieving lost loved ones. I mean, just the sheer terror, it did what it was intended to do, which is create terror. But if people that believe in the Pride movement, whether they're and people that are Christians, people that are Jewish, people that believe in anything other than Islam, think that some of these Islamists will live in unison with others, there's a lot of them that won't. And there's a lesson to be learned there. And you got to be really careful here because there is an aggressive nature. It's not everybody, okay? I don't want to be, taking a sweeping generality to everybody, but this routinely happens time and time again. It's almost comical to me that somebody who believes in the Pride movement also believes in the Islamist movement because they're just not compatible. They're just not.
Yeah. And Tommy, this is not the first time it's happened in Europe either, and European politicians are dealing with it, and it's created a political environment there that those maybe 10 years ago thought would never exist in Germany again.
Yeah, we can learn a lot from the failed policies of Europe, and hopefully we are at this point. Suicidal empathy can ruin an entire continent in that case, and it can ruin a lot here, and we're already seeing that as well. This has also happened here. Remember Pulse nightclub? That is very real. And to Jason's point, we were talking about this off camera, but some of these folks at these universities who are marching with signs that say Queers for Palestine, they have this ridiculous delusional belief that somehow they can reach out to an Islamist, and it's like, to your point off camera, it's like you can go pet the bison and it won't gore you. No, it will. And this delusional idea that you have that somehow you can coexist with people who don't think you have a right to exist is ridiculous. But there are so many in this country and certainly in Europe who firmly believe that. And how many times does something like this have to happen before you wake up and realize that maybe you can't coexist with people who want to kill you? There's just a thought there.
And Taylor, you now have, there's a new-ish government in Germany, but the rising AfD party there, it has gotten very, very popular. A lot of it in backlash to some of the refugees that had come under the Merkel administration. This seemingly would only give them an even greater boost in politics.
What scares me is we've done some polling here in the U.S. and a lot of Americans check the box when they say, do you want to be more like Europe? And my confusion about that is if you want to be more like Europe, they believe in a globalist society without borders and no vetting, and they just somehow believe that everyone will assimilate and it'll be perfect and we're all going to sing Kumbaya together. And time after time after time again in Europe, we've learned that that does not happen. And so you can't have a country without borders and without vetting people, but we just heard the DSA candidate said they want to abolish ICE and borders and they want free reign for everyone to come in. And unfortunately, that's what you get. There was a quick town outside of Detroit. This was many, many years ago, that let in a ton of Muslims. And it was all for, the liberal white women. And then they started one by one taking over the city council, the mayor, and then they banned the gay pride flag. And I think all the liberal people in that town thought, but what do you mean? We let you come here and we thought you would assimilate, you would love America. And they said, yeah, no, we're banning pride. That doesn't exist. You're banning flags on public property. And it went through because it was public property. And the judge ruled that it was okay. And so I think that is a little test case in a tiny city outside Detroit of what can happen if you're not careful about, vetting and sort of understanding the beliefs of these people who don't like gay people and they don't like the pride movement.
Yeah, we've heard from some of the investigators that this person was under investigation. He was born in Germany, but his mother was from Lebanon, according to police there. Well,
be sure to like and subscribe for all the
Gays for Palestine. The fact that people think that gay people can be Muslims, that is crazy. See, if you are gay and you think by being Muslim you are safe, let me tell you something. Not only would they kill you, but you're also going to hell. Christians, if you're gay, we love you, but you're still going to hell unless you repent and deny yourself and accept Jesus Christ to be the only influence in your life. With that being said, I want to point out a couple of things. Let me, first of all, there's so much information out there. I'm gonna ask you guys, or not even ask you, but I'm gonna tell you how I feel about this Trump and everything that's going on right now. Let me tell you something. When I voted for President Trump, that means I trust that he is the man with the plan. I heard his campaign. I heard his goals. I heard his promises. Nobody's perfect. This whole thing with Ukraine and Russia, that's about the only thing that leftists can say. Nobody's perfect. Nobody has a perfect campaign goals met. With that being said, think about this, because I do. I think about this. Okay, so I know who our enemies are. I know how great our country is. Do I want this country to stay great or become even better? Of course I do. So I start thinking about, I voted for Trump. He has to make the hard decisions. Decisions that people most likely wouldn't make. But this is what I ask myself. It's like, okay, wait a minute, Dennis. Think about it. So if President Trump is attacking Iran, why? Well, 47 years ago, we've been losing American soldiers for a very long time. That reminds me, let me open up my Facebook account, because I got a couple of clips that I saved for you guys. And there is a powerful, powerful message in one of them. And hopefully you guys listen. It's sad to see that Americans don't want to accept the reality that we have enemies who have infiltrated our country, and they are abusing, as I say, they are raping our Constitution. You guys still don't know what the hell that means, but today, hopefully, you get a little bit closer to that enlightenment. So I asked myself this question. Dennis, you voted for Trump. I get it. You know, you love the guy. You like the campaign. You believe in all these things. And I say this. Okay, I have two choices. Now, I voted for him. I believe in what he's doing. I agree. Matter of fact, I'm already beyond war. In my mind, we already boots on the ground. We're already killing these guys face to face. We got tanks being dropped. We're doing all kinds of attacks. We are getting rid of old equipment, and we're using money to create better, more sophisticated, and more economical weaponry. Oh, it's going to be good. Anywho, so when I tell people, why do you hate Israel? Oh, because of the genocide. Shut the hell up. Stop fucking lying to me. Why don't you hate Iran with the same devotion? I'll tell you why. Because the devil has been trying to destroy this world, period. It's a fact. You see it every day. Listen, the majority of the people voted for President Trump. If he says we're going to war against Iran, you get behind him. You get behind him. You know why? Because the people that he's saying that we are going to go to war with are warring against us. For Pete's sakes, they don't have problems killing their own people. They don't have problems shooting at their friends, at their families. What makes you think they will have a problem to shoot you? You are less than a dog to them, and they don't like dogs. Holy shit. Holy shit. User, just behave. Don't be an asshole. Then you won't get blocked. See, I want open borders. What a moron. We don't need morons in here. Stay in Mexico, okay? Don't come back over here. Stay in Mexico. Get your sad ass out of here. And so, okay, with that being said, we are less than a dog to Muslims. It is a fact. And those Muslims who say otherwise, they're infidels, and they will be killed with us. With that being said, here's what I'm looking at. Okay. We are going to be in this battle with Iran. Hell yeah, I will send my kids to war. Shit, I want to go to war with my kids. The whole family, let's go. Let me tell you something. I am a big believer of this. These terrorists will not stop. Do you understand? If you want to support pussies who are not willing to stand to protect this country, do it. But the rest of us, we're going to support our military. And so what do we see here? What do we see here? Let's start with Mamdani, who is the new garbage. Mamdani supports all of the things that Iran is doing and calls Netanyahu a criminal. Oh, that's right. We're all infidels. We're all infidels. We have Congress, Tlaib Rashid, Ilhan Omar. We got a bunch of idiots on the left who are politicians, who none of them, by the way, stood up for American people. Only illegal immigrants. They wave the Iranian flag. They wave the Somali flag. They don't wave the American flag. I have a problem with that. Our enemy is weakened. They have no Air Force. They have no Navy. They still got some submarines and some boats, some mosquito fleet, which, by the way, I'm not going to make too much fun of because Thomas Jefferson also had a mosquito fleet. Eventually went with the frigate, but that was not his intention. Let's be honest about that. I thought he was the founder of the Navy, but I don't think he's the founder of the Navy, right? I think it was John Adams and somebody else. Anyways, if you're in the Navy, you can tell me who the founder of the Navy actually was. I know about Barbary Wars, and there's hearsay. It is what it is. But I think Thomas Jefferson actually used the frigates to actually go and beat the pirates and our enemies. With that being said, okay, so we are at war, or call it whatever you want, with this Islamist terrorist regime from Iran. Okay. So what do I do? What do I do? I got to start thinking. I got to make some connections here. A, B, C. What's going on here? What's good for our country? You know, I see all these Muslims saying death to America. I see all these Muslims migrating by the hundreds of thousands, by the millions into the United States of America. I see Mexicans out there who are just sympathizers, thinking that they are just as good as Muslims. Good as Muslims, and they go out there and yell Allahu Akbar, you know, as if they even fucking know what that means. You know, they go out there, act like a fucking criminal, like a fucking terrorist, and they think that's cool. They think that is the purpose in their life, and maybe that is the purpose in their life. But the purpose in my life is not to say Allahu Akbar and kill people. You can say Allahu Akbar and bless people. For Pete's sakes, Dearborn is gone. They're starting to put Arab writings on signs. They're starting to put Arab writing on the police department. Like, what the fuck does that mean? You know what I'm saying? Oh, well, it's because we have so many. No shit. Of course you have a lot of them. You brought them here on purpose. You brought them here to put you in power. You think we're fucking stupid? Of course you did. Of course you brought hundreds of thousands of people that can reproduce 3, 4, 5, in 6 years that can make 6 children, one after another, collect unemployment, collect the welfare that belongs to the American people. And then those anchor babies will vote according to what you want them to vote. We're not stupid. We're not stupid. These people join Congress because they know they can have a lifetime career making their money. So 18 years of wait is nothing. 25 years of wait is nothing. In 25 years, I can make 7 children that will be 18 years old, and every single one of them is going to vote against American citizens. Let that sink in for a second. Let's also go into a fact that New York has gotten up to 70% more people on welfare. Let me guess why that is. So yes, I'm going to go back to Iran and Israel. And you know what I say? Who is making Iran think that they can beat us? China? Russia? Or our own imbecile, incompetent, garbage lip-tart Congress, waste of human waste. Waste of human waste. You get the point. You know the thing. You know the thing. I'm just saying, listen to them. Defund our military. Defund our defense. What? What? What are you talking about? What do you mean defund the military? What the hell is wrong with you? You will have no country if it wasn't for the military. Let's be clear. Russia was attacking Ukraine because they thought Ukraine was so small and they wouldn't be able to defend themselves. Let's be clear. China is attacking the Philippines, Taiwan, because they know that those countries are small and they don't have the military to defend themselves. The only reason why the Philippines, Taiwan, South Korea, Japan, and all these other countries are being taken care of right now is because of the one simple reason, the United States of America. And that's only a few of the countries. There's hundreds. That's just a few countries. And what do we get for it? Nothing. So we have Congress. We were winning with tariffs. And Congress jumps in, and our enemies start to win again. Then President Trump comes in and says, I don't think so, homie. And comes in and shoves it up their ass again. And then now with this war. Before it was Venezuela. Congress, and I'm talking about rhinos and the leftist Democrats. The jackasses of America. They fought us. And fought us. And President Trump says, I don't give a shit. And we still went out there and freed Venezuela. We didn't do a full regime change. That's not what we're in business of. We let them have their own democracy, and they're going to respect that for the next election. They're going to be able to vote, and we're going to keep a close eye on them to make sure that they're not out there killing their political opponents like Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro did and the Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum, right? These are communists that kill their political opponents. They don't just shut them down. They kill them, imprison them. And isn't it crazy how they try to do that with Trump for 10 years? They try to imprison him, shut him up. Why? Because he's the only one that stands in the way of their communist plan. And that's why I support President Trump 100%. So I say this. Fund our military. Give them $2 trillion. Let them have everything that they need so that they can continue to kick some ass around the world. There's a different mentality that people have. Let me go ahead and grab a couple of things here from my Facebook account. Make sure that I put that here. Oh, boy. All right. Wow, I even got Matt Walsh in here. All right, I'll get there. I'll get there. I'm going to start off with this story right here.
The senator.
Let me put it so that you guys can see it well. You probably don't even have to see that much, but just listen to this message. If this doesn't inspire you, I don't know what else will. But all I can tell you is this. If our president did something about a 47-year war that nobody else could do, as an American citizen, I don't support Iran. I support the United States of America. Do you know why Israel gets my support? Because they're not attacking us. They're attacking terrorists that are attacking themselves and them. It's crazy, right? Makes no sense. Well, everybody on the left, they always come in here and say, Dennis, did you serve? No. Happy? But this next person that's going to talk, He did serve. Let's see if you listen to him. Let's take a listen.
From Montana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yesterday we saw the President of the United States and many others at Dover Air Force Base presiding over a ceremony that is very sacred to those of us who served, and that is a dignified return of remains from the war zone. And that process happens beginning in the war zone through Dover to the hometown of our fallen heroes. I participated in many of those ceremonies myself, to include carrying friends of mine off the plane. One of those is on this bracelet. He was cut in half by an Iranian EFP. This regime that we are fighting does not care about our partisan politics. They don't care who you voted for, who you pray to, or where you live. They want to kill all of us. And they don't just say it, they actually do it. And they've been doing it for 47 years. This is a war of choice. The Democrats are correct. It's a war of choice that was begun by a radical, lunatic band of terrorists that took over a beautiful nation 47 years ago. Took it over with brutality, force, and savagery. And the second they took it over, they didn't free their people. They didn't unleash the largest oil reserves in the world to build schools and bridges. They took it over to murder their own people and to spread their disgusting ideology across the world, and that is exactly what they have been doing. They don't just say it and talk about it. You don't have to believe what they say. You can simply watch what they've done. They have attacked families, women, children, innocent people. They don't just attack them and kill them. They rape them. They skin them alive on camera. They celebrate it. They honor those people who do disgusting things that we would put in jail for the rest of their lives in this country. And they do it for fun, and they pay them money to do it, and they're heroes to that nation. They've done it to friends of mine. They've done it to families who've been in this chamber. And the fact that we sit here and listen to elected officials of this country defend these lunatics who want us all dead. They want all of you dead. They want all of us dead. They don't want us to disappear with the snap of a finger. They want us to be raped, burned alive, and cut into pieces. Watch the video from October 7th. That's what they want to happen from Maine to San Diego, from Seattle to Miami. They want this country turned into a burning husk of its former self. And you don't have to theorize that. That's what they do. From the 1983 barracks bombing, where 280 Marines were vaporized in a morning, from USS Cole to the Achille Laurel to every terrorist attack, from the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas. These are not humanitarian freedom organizations. They are death-dealing cults, and they want all of us to die brutal deaths. William Buckley was abducted in 1985, an American military officer. He was skinned alive on camera by the Iranians. American prisoners of war who were captured. They were never called prisoners of war because they were captured by lunatic terrorists, so they were not subject to the Geneva Convention. They were captured and murdered. Power drills through their brains. This is in Iraq. These are families that have dealt with this, and they've never gotten a single dime. These families have never gotten restitution, and not a single president has ever stood up to them. Love Donald Trump or hate him. Love his policies, hate ICE, love ICE, whatever. There's never been a single president who has stood up to Iran and hit back. For 47 years, our troops and our families have been absorbing attack after attack after attack all over the world. And their radical ideology does not stop at the Persian Gulf. It doesn't stop at Tel Aviv. They want to do this everywhere. It's a global radical ideology. And we've been fighting it for half a century. We didn't start this war. We did not, but we will finish it. And forever wars are not popular with anybody these days. Both sides of that, I love to attack our forever wars. And I can promise you, being someone overseas wearing the uniform, when you're fighting for your country, you don't care what party's in office, but you're fighting to defend your country. And you turn on the news and see your elected officials stabbing you in the back, telling you that you're failing, that you failed every goal of the war, is what I just heard. Last time I checked, we've wiped these bastards out. An occasional missile strike and boats in the Straits, that's not military strength. Those are the flailings of a failing empire. Those are the flailings of a nation in collapse because they deserve it. So I encourage our colleagues on both sides of the aisle, whatever's politically convenient, whatever plays well on Twitter or Facebook, think about the people who are deployed right now, standing on that wall with a loaded weapon, who have volunteered to defend our country and our way of life. Because they are there defending us in a just war. Because we did not start a war with the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. They started it with us 47 years ago, and their attacks have gone unanswered for half a century. It's time to fix this problem and make sure another generation of Americans does not have to fight this murderous, savage adversary.
Did I say anything else? You don't know that. You don't know if the USA actually bombed those children. And don't spam on my chat. This is not your channel. You don't know that. You don't know that. So making false accusations as if you know something, shut the hell up. The whole time that I played this video, just a few minutes, the whole time that this soldier was talking, the whole time, not even for 30 seconds, this fucking libtards could stay shut up. Come in here and raise accusations. Let me tell you something. All of you third world country shithole dwellers that come into my chat, why don't you go back to school, learn something, make something of yourself, and go learn the truth about your dumbass culture. All I know is that this is the kind of Americans that I support. This goes way back. Way back. Way back before 1954. Way back before 1948. Way back. Interesting, this nation was not founded under Allah. It was founded under God. Christian God. The God of Israel. The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Whether you like it or not, that is a fact. And even though we have atheists and all these people that want to call themselves whatever the hell they want, they wouldn't be shit if it wasn't for God protecting this country. And no, Allah does not mean Yahweh. It does not mean Jehovah. It doesn't mean the great I am. Allah means God, but it's not the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Allah is just a name that says is God, but their fruits of their religion shows me that they are Satan and Satan worshipers, because only demons can do what Muslims do. All the hate that they carry in their hearts, it is only a demonic force that makes them say those things. Because when we say to Muslims that you can turn from your wicked ways and be forgiven if you believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God, if you say no to that, we don't go and kill you. Nothing in the Bible tells me that I should go and kill anybody who doesn't want to be a Christian. But the Quran says it. The Quran says to kill everybody who doesn't want to accept Islam. And those who are called Muslims, who are Muslims infidels, and decide to turn from Islam, they will also be killed. Think with your brain. Don't just listen to what I say. Learn. Learn for yourself. If you left a Muslim country and you came to a Christian nation, why? Why do you think that is? Ask yourself that question. I will say this. If you want to find some real spiritual enlightenment, I dare you. Go to Iran and live under Hezbollah Muslim traditions. Go enjoy your freedom over there. You're so religious you want to pray on the street? Go to Iran under Hezbollah and be a great Muslim, and then come back after 2 years and tell me how much you love the United States of America. I can guarantee you the United States of America you can't even compare Iran to. You could have compared Iran back in 1979. Before the Ayatollah took over. Go on. Go to Hezbollah. Go live under Hezbollah. Go live under the Ayatollah. Go live under Hamas. Go spend a couple of years. Go vacation. Go vacation with the Muslim religion. Go live in the desert and see how much you love it. Go. Why hasn't your Allah made the desert prosperous, fruitful? Huh? Allah is not a real God, you say? He has no power? What? Allah tells you that he is such a piece of shit that you have to come to a Christian God's country? What? Oh, yeah. You like Allah because he tells you it's okay to rape women that are not Muslims. Oh, I see. Oh, you like Allah because the Quran tells you that you can marry a little girl before her pubescence. Before she hits her first period, you can marry a little girl. Oh, okay. Now I see why you like Allah. Now I know why you call him God. How many times have you seen on the streets? Love, peace, and joy to everybody on behalf of Allah. Allah. Not once. Zero. How many American flags do Palestinians wave in their protest? Do you know why? Do you know why Palestinians don't wave the American flag? Guess. Guess why Palestinians don't wave the American flag. It's going to blow your mind once I tell you. It's going to blow your mind once I tell you. You know why Palestinians can't wave the American flag? Because if they wave the American flag, they are telling the world that the American way, it's justice. And it's above Allah. And they can't stand it. They can't stand it. I deserve no attention for telling you the truth. You just heard a man who lost brothers in arms to Islam, terrorist Islam. But don't worry. Don't take it from me. Well, let's see if we can find a Muslim.
Today we saw the senator,
hold on, sorry.
the president of the United States.
Let's see if we can find an Arab that can tell us something different. First, I guess, no, not that one. Yeah, here we go. Here's an Arab, a Muslim. Let's see what he has to say about it.
There will come a day that we will see far more radical extremists and terrorists coming out of Europe because of lack of decision making, trying to be politically correct, or assuming that they know the Middle East and they know Islam and they know the others far better than we do. And I'm sorry, but that's pure ignorance. They will.
Pure ignorance. You hear that? As I said before, I really like Arab people. I do. I love Arab people. I don't care if they want to practice, if they want to be Muslims, keep that shit over there. Little G God is not the same as capital G God. There's a big difference. And I don't think Jesus ever mentioned Allah at all, not once in the Bible. The only way he mentions is the names that Satan goes by, and maybe Allah is one of them. But I want you to understand Nothing to do with their religion. Their religion, just keep it where you came from. Keep it over there. This country has adopted Christianity. Let's keep that. Jews don't like Christians. Some Christians don't like Jews. Whatever. I don't care about that. President Trump kissed the wall. Who gives a shit? Go kiss some shoes. It doesn't matter what happens. The fact is, we have a constitution in this country. We're a constitutional republic. And before you go and say anything bad about this country, there is an Arab right there. A Muslim Arab. And you know what he says? That there is those extremists that when they are preaching the extremist ideologies about what Islam is, they punish them and they kick them out. And for some reason, Christian nations grab those leaders who have been kicked out of Muslim countries and let them teach freely to the gullible Americans, to the UK, the gullible white guilt people. But real Muslim Arabs, they don't support that shit. It's a big difference. So before you're over here proud of, calling yourself this and that, think about what you say before you open your mouth. Democrat Representative Hank Johnson is not qualified to what?
This moron from Georgia said that if Democrats do not win the midterm elections, black Americans will be back in the cotton fields. That imbecile is none other than Representative Hank Johnson of Georgia. Oh, Mr. Johnson.
Ah, man. Let's see. Fox Mulder, let me tell you something. Don't be a fucking idiot. Don't think that I'm not your bitch. Don't insult me and then say hello. Fuck you. Fuck you very much. That's not the way you greet me. You understand? It is funny how you come in and say that I'm over here spewing hate like usual. What the fuck kind of way to say hello and good morning is that? I know you're not serious. You're a troll. You lose my respect. 100%. Get the hell off my chat. Don't come back, bro. Don't come back.
They have machines now that do that. But even if we didn't, you wouldn't even be qualified to do that. Mr. Johnson, in a congressional hearing of our military, actually thought islands floated.
My fear is that the whole island will become so overly populated that it will tip over and capsize.
And the earth is flat.
Most Democrats suffer from the Dunning-Kruger effect, which is a cognitive bias where people with limited knowledge or competence in a specific area greatly overestimate their own skills. Democrats are examples of the Dunning-Kruger effect on steroids. This moron from Georgia.
Don't worry, there is more.
America is not a global refugee camp. America is not a get-rich scheme for the third world. America is our home. And when house guests become squatters, you don't delay enforcement. You call the sheriff and you send them home. That's exactly what we must do here today. America is not a...
Yes, sorry to bust your bubble, but islands don't float. Can I tell you something, guys? Honestly, I don't understand why people think this way, but did you know that islands are really just the tip of mountains? Did you know that? Mountains. That's the island. That's the shape. Water and wind and everything that, earthquakes or whatever has flattened grounds on top of mountains. Because of the gravity and the density of the water, it creates some flat shape form. Hey, an island is not something that floats. You understand? If it gets overpopulated and everybody goes to one side, the island will capsize like a boat. Oh, boy. I'm telling you, man, the brains of the libtards in Congress and the Senate and the mayors and the governors and the city councils, all of them incompetent. DEI hired. Biggest freaking mistake America has done is believe the victimhood card and think that criminals don't have to follow the law. That is crazy. How the hell did you allow criminals to live like law-abiding citizens? You got to punish them. I love what he says. Let me repeat it again.
America is not a global refugee camp. America is not a get-rich scheme for the third world. America is our home. And when house guests become squatters, you don't delay enforcement. You call the sheriff and you send them home.
Got that? That's right. In this country, we love migrants. We have a certain amount of migrants that we can allow yearly. This is the smart way to run government. We allow a certain amount of migrants to come in here, but we want those who want to be here to bring something to this country. What are you going to do? You're going to fight for this country? You're going to bring business? You're going to help the economy? What are you going to do? And with that being said, let me grab my notes that I created here on a Word document, because I will share some of this stuff that I have been inspired through my moments of greatness. And I will share that with you as soon as we get to the next clip, after we get through these clips. Here we go. Listen to this right here. This is about New York. And listen, if you don't know what communism is, well, I'm going to tell you this. This next clip that you're about to watch, I want you to pay real close attention to it. Because if you don't pay attention and you just continue to come in here and just talk a bunch of bullshit and say lies, you're never going to learn. You got to pay attention if you want to learn something. Check this out. I'm giving you different people, different professionals, different leaders, all kinds of different proofs that it's not just what I say. You got to go and get your own information. You know what I'm saying? You got to go in and search and research and dig in and find out. You know, I talked with Mohammed, this last Friday, right? You guys were on my live, maybe not. And I talked with Mohammed. I said, have you read the Quran? He says, yes. Are you sure you read the whole Quran? No, I haven't. No, of course you haven't. You've only read certain scriptures that tell you to submit to the will of whoever the leaders are that represent Islam. That's not how you follow a spiritual religion. You got to find out everything about it. And all I can tell you is this. Allah is Satan. That's just for me. I love Arabs and you guys can be Muslims all you want, but not in this country. Just saying, not in this country. Because if you really believe Allah is God, you would not do 70% of the things that are in the Quran. The Quran was used, inspired by the Bible. Let me be clear. Islam was created 500-600 years after Jesus Christ. What does that tell you? They have some knowledge from Abraham and this and that. But Islam was created after Christianism. Let that sink in for a second. All right, let's go ahead and go to the next one.
New York's new mayor wants to transfer ownership of apartment buildings to responsible stewards.
Yep. We will work to transfer ownership to responsible stewards.
Sounds nice, right? But I've done California real estate for 20 years, and when I hear transfer ownership, I go straight to the one thing, the mortgage, because the biggest expense of any building is the loan. So, when a city seizes a building and wipes the loan out by force, what's left? A building full of rent with no mortgage, a money printing machine, and they get to decide who holds it. That's not a housing plan. That is a wealth transfer with a loyalty program stapled to it. New York's a test kitchen. California, you're next. New York's new mayor wants.
You got that? You over your head, probably over your head. What I'm see, people on the left, they make this only about religion. It is a spiritual fight, yes, but it's not just Christian versus Muslim. It is Satan versus every human. You understand? Everything that leads to destruction comes from Satan. You understand? So Muslims align with communists. Communists align with Marxists. Marxists align with socialists. Why? Why do you think? Why do you think they align with each other? Well, for one hides the truth, and people fall and support it. Second, it gives power to the tyrants, to the government, the ones that don't like you, the ones that don't work for you. It also fights against Christian beliefs. Why? Because this country was created under Christian Judeo beliefs and values. You don't have to believe me. You don't have to accept it. But I can tell you that this Christian nation, after 250 years, we are better than any Muslim, Buddhist, any other religious country in the world. Imagine that. It's crazy. Knowledge is power, bro. Knowledge is power. Who's next? Oh, here we go. One of my favorites. Joe Bob shared this clip. I know I've seen this before. This is the president of Argentina. Listen to this. All right, you guys have listened to my good friend. Well, I call him friend, but my good friend, the Venezuelan guy, the young man that's just such a brilliant mind, unbelievable. Now that is the kind of migrants that we want in our country. Let me just say that right now. You know what I'm saying? Well. Listen. Forget about Christianity. What you need to focus in is this. Build a relationship with Father God. That's all you got to forget about Christianism. I just mentioned that because that's how it makes sense to you. But what you really should be doing is this. If you believe in God the Creator, you have to accept Jesus Christ as His only begotten Son. Do that. Don't even call yourself a Christian. Who gives a shit about the name that human denominations give you? Just believe in God. Believe in the Holy Trinity. And read the Bible. How does it tell you that you should behave? The Old Testament is to give you some recollection of what this world is about. You have a purpose in life, and that is to be tested. God has given you a choice. God can destroy us right now. Get rid of us. I say, God, I don't want a choice. Just force me to do your will because you're good. But that's not what God's thoughts are. God gives you a choice. Do you understand how powerful that is? God gives you a choice. Allah tells you to kill. The God that we follow doesn't tell us to go kill our enemies. War is different. That is defending ourselves. But listen to the president of Argentina, which I don't know why he needs a translator when he speaks English.
Honestly, enough is enough. What is communism? It's the ultimate expression of human arrogance. It's a laboratory experiment that can only be sustained and survive in that laboratory. Because in fact, when it was taken to the extreme, it was a failure economically, socially, culturally, and besides, they murdered 150 million human beings. I have nothing to discuss about that. They already lost. But also the slogans are against Judeo-Christian values. It's built on envy, hatred, and resentment. There's a beautiful quote by Thomas Sowell. He asks, since when did envy, which was once considered a deadly sin, stop being a sin and instead become seen as a virtue? Because he's referring to social justice. And what is social justice? It's envy plus rhetoric. Honestly,
envy plus rhetoric. See, the libtards, they never leer. That's why they can't make sense of common sense. The common sense doesn't exist in their brain nor along in their vocabulary. They just don't understand. You either stand for this country or you don't. You either stand with God or you don't. It's that simple. At the end of the day, we are a nation with history that, yes, some of the history is horrible. Some of the history is bad. But the major point out of all of our history is greatness. And that's what we have today. The devil continues to bring out the past and the atrocities of this and that. But they never tell you who we are today. You see, this 47-year war that the Iranian regime has against us, it wasn't a war that was 47 years ago and it's done. No, it continues to happen. This is why we can't let it go. It has gone for too long. It has been going on for too long. You understand? Somebody has to put a stop to it. And just because there's a bunch of retarded people out there that don't know how to use common sense, who have no critical thinking skills, doesn't mean that we're going to give up, bend over and take it. We're just not that kind of people. We make our own future by protecting the good things that makes us a great country today. I'm not done. I got more. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Muslim scholar explained the intentional deception in the phrase, Islam is peace. Listen, don't take it from me. Let's listen to some of, I'm pretty sure that he got kicked out of the Arab nation Muslim mosques. Let's take a listen to another person telling us the truth. Because the truth, my friend, shall set you free. Here we go.
So we lie and we cheat and we claim things that are not part of Islam. And guess what? Not all of them are dumb. They can tell when we lie. They can tell when someone sits behind it that says, Islam is peace. Islam is about peace. Why are you afraid to tell the people the truth? Don't you think this kafir is going to open the Quran, read Surah Al-Anfal, and he's going to come across these ayat, the military ayat, which you've been trying to hide? Then what are you going to do?
I will cast terror into the hearts of those who disbelieve. So strike above the necks. Huh. Interesting. And strike off every fingertip they have. Surah Al-Anfal in the Quran chapter 8:12. If you're a Muslim, go read it. You heard it from your Muslim leader. That is real Islam follower right there. That is your Muslim leader saying it. Do you condemn that guy? If you're a Muslim, do you condemn this man? Oh, no, Rick. What? Did you not watch it? Maybe I'll just rewind it. Here we go. I'm going to rewind it just for Rick. He came in late. He didn't hear it. Here we go.
So we lie and we cheat and we claim things that are not part of Islam. And guess what? Not all of them are dumb. They can tell when we lie. They can tell when someone sits behind it that says, Islam is peace. Islam is about peace. Why are you afraid to tell the people the truth? Don't you think this kafir is going to open the Quran, read Surah Al-Anfal, and he's going to come across these ayat, the military ayat, which you've been trying to hide? Then what are you going to do?
Does that help you, Rick? See, I didn't say that. Muslim leader said that. It's true. You have a Quran? I have a literal, just one little, tiny little book called the Holy Quran. There you go. There you go. Just a little book. Just a little book that says the Holy Quran. Look how invisible that is, because it's green. Huh? The Holy Quran. That's right. Go read the book. By the way, that was $65. Yeah, the Bible of the violence. Yeah. Let me tell you about the violence that is in the Bible. Those are historical events. This is how it was. Today we live what is. Tomorrow is what will be. What the hell? Why do I feel like Kamala Harris right now? You see, today is today because tomorrow will be tomorrow and tomorrow can be yesterday. $65, not a waste of money because I get to read what they tell me that is the truth. And this book tells me that the Muslims that are in this country are no good. Let that sink in for a second. All right, let me see my next clip on here. This is Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh shares a clip. You guys remember this from the African president? This is something that this happened. I think it was when we had Doge and we shut down USAID. Listen to what this African leader tells their people. If you haven't watched it, okay? If you haven't watched it, this is good for you to watch.
A clip went viral yesterday of a politician in Kenya, a former president.
People the other day crying, oh, I don't know, Trump has removed money. He said he's not giving us any more money. Watu wanalia. Why are you crying? It's not your government, it's not your country. He has no reason to give you anything. You don't pay taxes in America. He is appealing to his people. This is a wake-up call for you to say, okay, what are we going to do to help ourselves?
He says, why are you?
That's simple. You see what I'm saying? Just saying. Just saying. Now this guy, first of all, I love this guy's accent. And Bear, be prepared because this guy will drop a lot of bombs on here. This is with love for my libtards. This is for you.
That's why I'm saying that America is the greatest country in the world. If you don't understand that, you were a dunce. You dance like a caveman. You know, like dance in a way that you have to take a stick and hit yourself on the forehead and just make noises. That's how dunce you are if you don't like America. You live here and you do not appreciate it. Matter of fact, if you live in America and you hate America, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself from all the other angles because you're being dumb. I would actually like if there would be a program of exchange and any dumb motherfucker that lives in America with the American passport that hates his country can exchange his passport for the foreigner that wants to come and live and be productive here and live by the rules and, you know, bring something to society. That would be an amazing. I tell you the truth. That's why I'm saying that America is the great.
Tell me, Russ, when I am telling the truth about defending America, about protecting American citizen rights, respecting the American Constitution, not allowing our enemies to take advantage and rape our Constitution. Tell me, when I tell you to respect the law, tell me, when I tell you that you should love this country and you should fight for it, tell me, how is that hateful? How is that treasonous? I really want to know. I really want to know why people on the left or, you know, this third world shithole country dwellers come in here. Why do you hate me defending the United States of America? I find that interesting that you people get upset with me because I am defending the United States of America. I don't believe in myself. I believe in God, God Almighty. I am nobody. He is everything. I know nothing. He knows everything. I can't accomplish anything without him in my life. And that's the difference. So no, I don't believe in myself. I believe in God, and his will be done. With that being said, here is the rationality. Here is the clearest and clearest of messages that libtards have been giving us. Here we go. Now. Maybe they are going to tell us some truth and common sense. Just listen, okay? Stop being hateful. Listen to the libtards' knowledge and how they're going to educate us and make us see the error of our ways. Check this out.
So you guys are in a relationship? Yeah. And you're a boy, and you're a boy. So would you say that you're gay then?
Yes.
Okay. Were you born a female then? Yes. Okay.
Did you get that? Let me let me play this again. Maybe I misunderstood. I love Kate. Kate is one courageous woman. I'll tell you that right now. Libtards, this is the university. This is the result of libtards going to universities. Ready? Yeah, I'm Lester. I am very confused. Let's listen to it again. Let's see what. Maybe I misunderstood. Let me hear this again.
So you guys are in a relationship? Yeah. And you're a boy, and you're a boy. So would you say that you're gay then?
Yes.
Okay. Were you born a female then? Yes. Okay.
Transgender boy. That means she's a female. So technically, they're heterosexual. They just don't know what the hell they are. They don't know where they belong. They don't know what category they should put themselves in. But it's so much cooler for them to look like fucking clowns and act like retards. I just don't understand the logic. Maybe we will never understand. Sorry, guys. We'll just leave it to the libtards. That is your secret. Yeah, we don't get it. We don't get it.
All right. I appreciate your time and explaining all that to me.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
So you guys are...
Just saying. Just saying. Oh, but wait. There is more. The Hodge twins. Oh, look who's this one. She is a crazy comedian. She's borderline racist with her jokes. Let's take a listen to this. This is fun, guys. This is fun. Now, I showed you Muslims telling you the truth about Islam. Muslim leaders who don't deny that what we say is true. They call all these other Muslims that fight and argue against us Muslim infidels. And this is what I was talking about, right? So there is some sort of, we're always right about everything. I told Muslims, you are Muslim infidels, because you will never be a Muslim. And they say, oh, no, you just got to make an oath. And this, that's what they told you. That's what they told you. But you, the Muslims on the left, or whoever believes in Muslims, you say that we're always lying. So what do? I put a leader of Muslims to tell you. So you don't have to just take my word for it. I give you a Muslim leader, and he calls you fools. You lie about who Muslims are, he says. You hide about what the Quran says, like we're stupid and we're not going to go and grab a Quran and start reading it ourselves. That was a Muslim leader. You see what I'm saying? Let's go ahead and listen to this next clip. This is funny.
I love that. Do you know that pastor, that black guy who's like, if Jesus is black, then heaven is a ghetto. Like, I don't want to go to heaven. I don't like racism, but these black people, they're really getting on my nerves. He's a black guy. You should
Pastor
find out.
Manning?
Yeah, dude, Pastor Manning.
Oh, I know you're talking about.
Yeah, that guy.
He's an honorary Aryan. We're going to salute his spirit. If all black people were like Pastor Aryan, man, we'd be on the moon right now. Together, in harmony, racial harmony.
Somebody said to me that if Jesus is black, heaven is a ghetto. Everywhere black people live is a damn ghetto. Why should I be yelling at the white man? Hell, if it wasn't for him, we'd all probably be dead from diseases and sickness. The hell, we each other. Wasn't for the white man. The white man built America. You say the slave built America. Don't they cover that lie? I'll slap the taste out of your mouth. You ain't built nothing. Half the time, what you did build as a slave, the white man had to whoop your ass with a whoop to get you to do that little bit of work that you didn't do. Had to whoop your ass to get it done. Talking about we built America. You ain't built a damn thing. Don't own a damn thing. None of it. You had Harlem, you threw that away. No, thank God for the white man. Thank God. He's built America and some other safe places. Built airlines so you can ride around on. Built automobiles. Hell, y'all ain't got one nation in Africa have built a car. Talking that damn talk. The only thing y'all can do is play basketball, run up and down the court like a bunch of double-jointed fools.
You see that? And now I bring a black preacher to tell you the truth about this whole victim and entitled mentality that you guys have on the victimhood side, libtards. They said we built this country. Shut the hell up. Most of the time, you were getting your ass whooped so that you would do some work. You can't make this up, folks. You can't make it up. I'm going to tell you something right now, man. All these people that claim this whole slave mentality, and all of a sudden they say they built this country. Migrants built this country. Bitch, you were getting whooped to get this country built. If it wasn't for that, you wouldn't build shit. You know what's crazy? How many of you guys have heard of Ibrahim? Ibrahim something. He's an African military guy. How many of you have heard of this guy? Let me tell you something. All of these people that say African American, oh, Africa, so great, shut the hell up. Africa right now, just now, are starting to figure out how to farm fresh fruit. Fact, look it up. That is crazy. They are just now, in this time, in our century, figuring out how to make their own fruit. I don't want to come in here and talk shit about the United States of America. Oh, boy. All right, here we go. We're almost done. We're almost done with the Facebook clips. I tell you, I look at all these things, and I save them so I can laugh with you guys. And sometimes just so that we can learn something together. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Here we go.
I read through every state constitution. In 1776, 9 of the state constitutions required office holders to be Protestant Christian to hold state office. 3 said all you had to do was be a plain Christian. Ben Franklin signed Pennsylvania's constitution that said every office holder had to make a declaration of belief in God, creator and governor of the universe, rewarder of the good, punisher of the wicked, and acknowledge the scriptures of the Old and New Testament to be given by divine inspiration. So you not only had to lay your hand on a Bible when you were sworn to office, you had to swear you believed in the Bible. And this was Ben Franklin. In South Carolina's constitution says the Protestant Christian denomination is the established denomination of the state. So America was established a Christian nation on the state level. And it was the states that created the federal government, and their fear was the federal government would pick one denomination and make it the national one. I read through every state constitution.
Nothing in there says Muslims. Nothing says Buddhas. We know how Buddhas are. You remember Buddha from Friday? Remember the guy? Whew, man, that guy was off the hook. That guy was radicalized. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. You know what's crazy is, first of all, that is true. We don't mix religion with politics. You know what that means? Which is crazy to me, right? Which is crazy to me. Because Christian nations the government, now, politics, you can call it whatever you want. The government, the politicians, our founding fathers here. I'm just going to talk about America, the United States of America. All of them, Christians, under God. Isn't that crazy? 250 years. The Brits, the Redcoats, they blocked the ocean tradeways so that we would shrivel away. They didn't acknowledge us as a country, as a nation. Well, eventually they did, didn't they? They thought that we were just going to lay down and die. 250 years later, we are the greatest country in the world, and this is a Christian nation. Now, I don't give a shit about denominations. You guys know that. And as I said, you don't have to call yourself a Christian, but you got to believe in the Holy Trinity. I find that very interesting that people don't know about that. Let me see. Let me get this right out of here. I got something to share with you guys here. Yeah, I got a couple of clips that I'm going to share with you guys. Let me see if there's anything else on. One more. Here we go.
And this lady comes across, I'm an atheist. I don't want America under God. I says, well, do you like having rights the government cannot take away? She's like, well, yeah. I said, then those rights need to come to you from a power higher than the government. And our founder said those rights came from a creator. John F. Kennedy's inaugural address.
The rights of man come not from the generosity of the state, but from the hand of God.
And so if the rights come from the state, what the state giveth, the state can taketh away it. So they have to come from a power higher than the state, higher than all the states, higher than the United Nations, higher than any man-made group. Because if any man-made group gives them, then they can take them away. The founding father said all men are endowed by their creator with certain inalienable rights. And the word inalienable means that you can't take it away and you can't give it away. And then I asked, do you like being equal? And this woman said, well, yeah. I said, well, where did equality come from? Harry S. Truman, in his inaugural address, 1949.
We believe that all men are created equal because they are created in the image of God.
The Christian idea is every person's made in the image of God. They are precious, and this God is not a respecter of persons. And then the last of the three questions is, do you like a country with a lot of laws or few laws? Well, we all would rather have few laws. Well, for there to be order in society with fewer external laws, the population needs to have more internal morals. The public school system in America was started by John Adams when he wrote the Constitution for Massachusetts in 1780. And he says the legislature shall have a tax for the support and maintenance of public Protestant teachers of piety and religion. Here's John Adams saying the state should have taxes to teach the kids Protestant piety and religion. Because we need to have morals and virtue, because if we're going to get a country with few external laws, we need to have more internal laws. And this lady comes across.
Yeah. And Thomas Jefferson had a Quran. Well, so do I. And that's why I know the truth about it. That's a big difference. Now, here is the kicker. Listen to this. You may have never heard this from anyone ever before. You ready? This is the main reason why Muslims believe that Sharia law is above all law, because the law of Christian nations was exactly that. The laws given by God, our creator, and that's why we are all equal. And Muslims hate that. Period. Muslims believe Sharia law is above all law. Why? Because it puts Muslims above God. Just saying. You may have never heard that before, but it's a fact. It is a true statement. Unbelievable, isn't it? You can't deny that this is a Christian nation. You can't do that, man. Stop playing dumb. Stop playing dumb. For real. Stop playing dumb. We are a great nation for a reason. Now let me see. Where is? Oh my gosh! Did I save it on the wrong one? Come on. Yeah, here we go. Oh, there. Okay, okay. I want to share a fact with you. See if I can make this one right here. I want you to watch this. I'm going to read something to you, but I want you to pay attention. I want you to pay attention to this. Now, you may think that I just hate Muslims. No, 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 no. I just don't want anybody to destroy this great nation. Don Mitch, how are you, Donald? Hey, thank you for the messages, brother. Sorry I didn't reply to them, but I have been watching them. I'm on top of it, brother. I want you to know this. Okay? I want you to know this fact. In New York, since 2022, let's go ahead and read it together. Let's go ahead and read it together. I want you to pay attention to what's going on around us. We have history. We have history, and we should pay attention to it. Now, I get it. A lot of the people that voted for this moron Donnie in New York, they don't know about 9/11. They didn't feel it. They didn't see it. But if you're my age or older, you did see it. You did feel it. And we said we will never forget. These kids, well, they don't even know. So they can't say never forget. Unfortunately, our schooling system has failed us. They have failed us big time. Look what's happening here in New York. New York City welfare spending and recipient rolls have surged significantly, reaching a 30-year high with cash assistance spending climbing to $2.71 billion and unique recipients jumping by 55.7% since 2022 to nearly 865,000 people. Now pay attention. Pay attention, because all these open border morons out there, they don't see it because it's not their money. They don't work. They're depending on the government, so they don't give a shit. Now, some of you guys who are on Social Security or whatever, you did your time. You'll work your ass off. You'll retire, fantastic. If you have a disability, a legitimate disability, then you deserve it. That's why we have these socialist programs. And we don't mind taking care of it. One day you will be a beneficiary. Maybe I will be a beneficiary. Hopefully not. But look at the total cash assistance. It reached a record $2.71 billion for the fiscal year, 72.6 increase from $1.57 billion in the fiscal year 2022. If you continue to support socialist ideologies, you're going to bankrupt your nation. You're going to bankrupt your state and eventually the country. Hopefully it doesn't get to that point, because we're going to continue to fight against it. 865,000 unique residents over the 12-month period ending May 30th, 2026, representing levels not seen in the city for roughly 30 years. That is crazy. 865,000 New Yorkers on welfare. Oh, shit. No wonder they love New York. It's a fantastic state. No wonder they love New York. Let me see. There was something else. Hold on. Let me see. What was it? Let's see. What is it? Kentucky. Where was this? Let's see if I can find this. Okay, it is. It is true. I thought it was true. I had to make sure. I had to make sure. State-run stores and historical communist affiliated cooperatives ultimately failed or went out of business due to central planning inefficiencies, free market competition, and shifting demographics. I wonder what the hell that means. Oh, boy. Early 20th century worker and communist-backed cooperative stores, such as those run by Finnish American groups, lost business by the 1950s as a second and third generation has stimulated and major corporate supermarket chains expanded. Why do I read to you this? I think it was Kentucky, right? Is it Kentucky? Let's see. I think it was Kentucky. Anyways, they have communist stores or government-owned grocery stores. Now, here's the kicker. They have no food. Out of business. Do you know what the mayor supporting this says? Well, there's another grocery store by an independent owner. They can definitely go and shop there. But why would you tell the people that government-owned stores is a good idea? I am not a fascist nor a Mexican. I am neither one of those. Oh, man. I'm going to tell you what. Senator Fetterman, let's see what he has to say about socialism. As all of us, as most of us know, we know that socialism is just a step into communism. Let's take a listen.
Good evening. Hope you're having a great Saturday night. Welcome back to My View. Well, we heard rumblings back in 2016. The squad emerged in 2018. Their momentum built under a weak administration in 2020. And now, as we approach the 2026 midterms, the far left flank of the Democrat Party appears louder than ever. Their socialist policies threaten the foundation of America's economy, public safety, and common sense. And yet, the liberal embrace of the radical, the controversial, and the anti-establishment has become the center of the midterm conversation. It's up to Republicans to remind voters about the value of working hard, not endless handouts. The benefit of tax cuts instead of tax hikes. The importance of defending the Western way of life, both here in America and abroad. And it's up to moderate Democrats to either reject this hostile takeover or make the bold move to align with those who are actually preserving America's capitalist democracy for the next generation. It's a decision Senator John Fetterman is considering. And we sat down in Washington this week to talk about it. Thank you so much, Senator. Great to have you back on the show.
Well, thanks for having me back on.
Yeah, listen, you are such a voice of common sense. And one of the things you've been very vocal about are the concerns you have for this kind of radical faction that has kind of seeped into the Democrat Party. You've actually called out some of your colleagues for their support of folks like El Said in Michigan, Chevalier in New York. If you were speaking...
and also P. Hustle.
Yeah.
That was the big one. The guy in Maine.
Right.
You know, like someone like Sanders. Sanders really made his possible to win. And now he promoted him. And then after those terrible things start to emerge, defended that, pushed for, and now dismissed that. And then when it exploded, I've never heard him just say, well, maybe I should just sit this out.
Yeah, Graham
and now
Plattner,
he is going to, well, there he's on that screen, he's going to Michigan. Now they're going to try to elect someone that's been incredibly anti-Israel and essentially anti-American in a way. So socialism, that should be the unacceptable view, in the Democratic Party. We all should be capitalists, and we should all agree that supporting Israel, but for me, calling them out, there's also been kind of like a double standard. People, whether it's Sanders or other people, they're allowed to criticize Democrats, and they can even create mass chaos, like in the main race and other thing. But when I call out the extreme ones, then that's when I get the criticism, and I get that. What's more controversial, like, why are you going on Fox, or why are you going to?
It's Senator Fetterman. What the fuck does that got to do with Fox, you moron? It doesn't matter what channel it is. It's the people that are speaking about it. What a fucking idiot you are. What a moron.
Support Israel. Like, that shouldn't be controversial. I'm going to have a conversation with anyone that's going to play it straight as you and Fox has. But now,
well, I appreciate that. Thank you. And let me ask you about that. You just brought up Israel, and we saw recently that a majority of the Democratic caucus voted to end billions of dollars of aid to Israel. You were not one of those votes to end the aid, of course. Do you anticipate kind of this anti-Israel wing of the party to continue to grow as we get closer to the midterm elections?
Yeah.
And do you think as well that the rise of these socialist-style candidates who are very openly anti-Israel is motivating this shift away from the Jewish state, or do you think that they are sort of the product of all of this?
Oh, that's been well underway. That's been well underway for a while. I mean, 2 years ago, I've said that actually it was July of 24. I was the only Democrat in my caucus that would interact and stand with the Prime Minister when he gave that joint address. And now I've said that I'm willing to be the last man standing, in the caucus to stand through Israel. And I don't think anybody realized how extreme it would go, that the Gaza war would continue. And then last year, I was the only Democrat that supported the Midnight Hammer.
Right.
And I think that's a fantastic thing, to bomb their nuclear facilities. And if they were left alone, they could have built a nuclear bomb by now. So that's isolated me. But I don't know why, because that every Democrat that I'm aware of said Iran can't ever acquire a nuclear bomb. That's not an extreme view. Loving socialism that's an extreme view. Or if you think now you have personalities like Hassan Piker, where he shows up and does Democrat events in his Mao pajamas, and he's praising people like Mao, who is responsible for the death of 40 million Chinese, and more Democrats are embracing him.
You seem to be slightly alone in a lot of these views when it comes to your party, and you've actually threatened, Senator, to leave the Democratic Party if it continues to move further and further away from Israel. And you have Republicans like Senate Majority Leader John Thune ready to welcome you with open arms. Is this something you are still actually considering? And how long do you actually give your fellow Democrats to change their tune?
No, I very much like Leader Thune on a personal level. And it's not like we haven't had a conversation, to be very clear. But, overall, yes, it is isolating. And now I hope there's not going to be another shutdown. That isolated myself in the caucus, refused to shut our government down. We used to be the Democratic Party that would always refuse to shut our government down. I don't care what party's behind it. I'm always going to call it out, and it's the wrong thing. And if you do, the only one that loses is America, the government workers, and our reputation.
Well, I will say on behalf of many Republicans out there, I think we would love to have you as part of the Republican Party. I'm just throwing it out there, Senator.
I don't know if they would want me or not, but my whole family is a Republican, and I think they love me.
I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do.
Maybe my dad's watching it. But overall, my criticism directed is at the extreme, and in my view, indefensible kinds of views, things. People that are winning the primaries, They are almost always anti-Israel and then anti-American, and they've been forced to delete all the outlandish things that they've said there. And then someone like Mandami, could you imagine if I threatened to arrest someone that I don't like or disagree with? If you come to Pennsylvania, I'm going to, have you arrested, or claim that, I am able to say you're not welcome in Pennsylvania. It's, I've never said or done something outlandish, but he's done that. And then places like the New York Times have normalized that and not really say that's completely inappropriate and stay in your lane, chief. You're just a mayor. You're not in a position to talk about those
now
things.
We see him backtrack on that quite a bit. I want to get to this, though. You've been both supportive of the strikes on Iran as well as voter ID. These are both hot-button topics, Senator, amongst our legislators. What do you hear from your constituents on both of those points?
I mean, I go everywhere. I do a lot of the shopping, and people will approach me, and it's almost uniformly very positive or appreciate that thing. And I can't really fully understand why. I mean, I've seen polling where why I'm so popular with Republicans. I don't really understand that, but I'm always going to treat both sides with respect, and we can agree on what we can, or we're going to disagree in a respectful way. And I'm not going to call people like you're a Nazi or you're a fascist or you're trying to destroy our democracy and use those things. So I call out what's unacceptable for me, whatever that party is. But I do think it's the responsibility for members of the party to police their own ranks.
Well, you do an incredible job at that, and we always appreciate you coming on with us, telling it like it is, and thank you for spending time with us today, Senator. We appreciate you.
Well, thank you for having me back, Laura.
You got it.
You know what's funny is, for a long time here, I never claimed to be Republican or Democrat. I supported both, right? The Range Parker, bro, that guy, I know this is a fake profile, but let's see. I know it's a fake profile, but Parker is one of those guys who everybody thinks is gay, but he says he's not. Is a very smart guy. I'm going to say this. He is a very smart guy, but he has no wisdom. Now, I'm going to tell you, if you guys forget how to put things together, I want to remind you something. You know when we say, the old saying of, keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. Well, President Trump is doing something to the point of, you know what, President Xi and President Putin, we have a great relationship. He just put them closer so he can keep an eye on them. But I want you to understand the same concept is, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I want you to think about that right now. With that in mind, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. What is the one thing, or just tell me, what is the one leader in the world? Here's a tip, here's a tip. He's not alive anymore. What is the one leader that Muslims support? Let's see if anybody's paying attention here. Wake up! What is the one leader in the country, in the world, that Muslims support who is not alive anymore? There's a few, but you can give me one. Come on. Give me some names. Bust out some names. I know one of them for sure. One of them. And let's see if somebody mentions it. Not JFK. Nope, not Saddam Hussein. Not Muhammad. Come on. I know you guys got this. Maybe I'm asking it the wrong way. Gaddafi? Nope. Nope. Not Saddam Hussein. What is one leader? Remember, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Not Bush. Not Mandela. He was a leader with great power. Here, great military power. Come on, you'll get there. I know that you can get there. If you're paying attention and you're smart, you will get there. I just showed you a video not too long ago with a jacket, right? That's my hint to you. With a jacket. How can you give Muhammad, how can you say peace be upon Muhammad when he's a pedophile? He's a pervert. He slept with a child. How can you even say that? Hey, you're getting closer. Stalin, Mao. There we go. Now you're talking. Who is the best enemy that Muslims can align with? From history, let me give you this. Russians defeat them. I know the Russians don't get credit for it, but it's the truth. Barack Obama, just not quite. Hoover, man. Come on, guys. That's my hint. That's right there, my hint. Say it. Say it. I know you want to say it. Your prophet is a pedophile. I can't believe you call him a prophet. He has no witnesses. This is why Islam forbids you from questioning the religion. Hitler. That's right, David. Not Hitler. It is Hitler. It is Hitler. Why? Why do you think that I say Hitler? Why do you think I say Hitler? Why not the other commies, right? Why not the other socialists? Why not the other socialist communists? Why Hitler in specific? Mar-a-Lago? What are you talking about? I haven't blocked you at all. Oh, Mar-a-Lago Spectrum. You know, I don't think I ever blocked you once. But now, I will do it myself. Thank you, Robert Maga. But I will... Everybody's going to block you. I'm going to actually do it myself so that I get credit for it. That's right. Wilf. That's right. That's right, Stephen. There we go. There we go. There we go. No, he didn't hate the Muslims as much as he did the Jews. You are wrong about that. Tell me, how many Muslims did Hitler kill? 6 million? Nope. He was against the Jews. Mainly against the Jews. The Jews is loose, they say. The Jews is loose. Oh, man. Don't worry. Your prize is one of the Doge check. It's coming. It's coming soon. It's coming soon. All right. Let's see. Here's a guy. Let's go ahead and put some NBC News. NBC News. Here we go. Let's keep it real. Let's keep it real. NBC News. I love her face. Look at her face. Let me show you. Let me look at her face. That is funny. I didn't mean to pause it on that spot, but that's just the way it came out. Again, enemy of my enemy is my friend. Hassan Piker, who is loved and adored by the Muslim running for, I think he's running for mayor, wears a coat just like Hitler. Just like Hitler. And Mao, the communist. And I believe a lot of people left that speech. They were so offended. A lot of Democrats left when he gave the speech. See, this is why I tell you, not all Democrats are libtards. You have to understand something. There's a lot of Democrats out there, and I get it. You are loyal to your party, but don't be a loyalist. Be a patriot. It's a big difference. So I'll just say this. If you want to continue to be a Democrat, continue to do so. But until we get real Democrats to run for office, just let us borrow your vote. Vote for Republicans. I'm telling you right now. If you continue to vote for self-destruction, it's not helping anybody. See you later, Donnell. You see what I'm saying? All the leftist Democrats that we had, they're being replaced by far leftist Democrats. With that being said, we're getting new Democrats that say both parties have failed us. Well, let's see what Tallarico has to say about that. Again, remember, the enemy of my enemy is my friends. This is why Muslims are pushing for communism. If they can push socialist Democrats in office, they will be communism in this country. And once our economy is depleted, they will attack us. Trust me, they will attack us. This is why I support Trump even more, because I've seen the truth. I know what it's about. All right, let's go ahead and listen to Tallarico. Here we go.
Welcome back. The issue of immigration helped propel Donald Trump to the White House, and now Senate candidate James Tallarico is hoping it can help him in deep red Texas, where Democrats haven't won statewide in more than 30 years. Tallarico visited the border earlier this month to unveil his border security plan, criticizing both the Trump administration, the Biden administration's border policies as well. It comes as a new Fox News poll shows Democrats nationally have scratched their way back to basically even with voters on which party would do a better job on immigration. Republicans
Democrats are doing better handling immigration.
held an 8-point advantage as recently as April.
Wow.
NBC News correspondent Ryan Chandler traveled with Tallarico to the border and has more on his campaign.
The American people are not asking for a lot.
We met James Tallarico in Terrell County, Texas, an hour from the nearest grocery store, a world away from Washington. But here in the desolate Texas borderlands, the epicenter of a debate reshaping national politics.
Both parties have failed us on our border.
Tallarico came here to take Democrats back on offense on an issue that propelled President Trump to a generational win along the border.
Thank you, Texas. Thank you.
In 2024, Trump carried 14 of Texas's 18 border counties, many shifting by more than 20 points, one flipping for the first time since the 1800s.
I've called out President Biden and his administration for the chaos that they caused along our southern border. And so it was understandable that folks here in these communities were looking for an alternative.
The breakout Democratic star campaigning here on a border security agenda that's heavy on bolstering Border Patrol, hardening the border, and creating pathways to legalization for undocumented people. From this town of just 600, the audience was the nearly 19 million voters of Texas.
And I think what most Americans want is a common sense approach to border security. That's not what we have now. I think it's what most Texans want, and they're frustrated that they can't seem to get that from either party.
The message has earned him some unlikely allies.
People here are conservative, and not just Terrell County. It's even in Brewster County and Presidio County. I mean, you're going to see a mixture, but people are conservative. And
few people know this land and its interests better than Terrell County's Republican Sheriff Thaddeus Cleveland.
What do you think when you look at this vast land?
Well, for me, I think of home.
Sheriff Cleveland is a lifelong conservative and a former Border Patrol agent in charge of this area. He stood alongside Tallarico and stopped short of a full endorsement. But he says in this part of the state, one issue is igniting a unanimous backlash against Trump's DHS.
We don't need, again, a fence. What we need, of course, is agents, technology.
As DHS pushes through a multi-billion-dollar plan to build a border wall through the nearly impassable Big Bend region, locals like Cleveland feel Republicans have abandoned them on the issue.
To be honest with you, they don't want to come out and speak about it because they don't want to piss off Trump.
God bless you, and thank you for being here.
But the same week, Republican candidate Ken Paxton did come down to the border, rallying voters in McAllen.
My view on immigration is we need a secure border.
Slamming Tallarico's record on border security while also addressing the issue of affordability.
So I want you to know I'm about reducing costs, making your gas prices lower, reducing the cost of housing, and lowering your taxes.
Both candidates making it clear they understand for border voters, their vote is about much more than just the border.
The issues that matter here are the same issues that matter to everybody else.
Right. Affordability. You know, so many folks along the border are struggling, like all Texans, to afford the basics: groceries, gas, utilities, prescription drugs, the things that we need to survive.
3 hours down the Rio Grande, Eagle Pass was once the poster of the border crisis under President Biden. Now the river is quiet, and we found the economy, the war with Iran, and ICE is top of mind.
So who's failing on the border crisis? You heard it. Under Biden, hundreds of thousands of people came through. Now, quiet under the Trump administration. So you're going to listen to a Christian who hates Christianity oh, people, man, if you vote for retards like this, what do you think that's going to do for our country, man? This is why I support the Save America Act. There's just way too many millions of illegal immigrants in this country. Now, you know, most of you guys on the left have been telling us that we've been lying. Dennis is a liar. No illegals are voting in our elections. Well, won't you know it? Wouldn't you know it? Huh? Hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants are registered voters. How does that happen? How does that happen? Even Democrat politicians, they can't hide it no more. Now, they're coming out and saying it out in the open because they have no choice. It's not because they're being honest or because they're just telling it like it is. It's because they know they can't hide it anymore. President Trump, let's go. Let's go. Democrats are not honest. Let's be honest. Career politicians, take it with a grain of salt. But Democrats have been lying to the whole American people, and they are using illegal immigrants, whether you like it or believe it or not, it doesn't matter. I can tell you right now, illegal immigrants are in this chat right now. Foreigners are in this chat right now. Whenever they see the truth popping out, they just come in and throw all these hateful comments to throw away the American people from learning the truth. See, they want to distract you. They want to distract you. Where is my proof? Brother, have you not been paying attention to the news? Have you not seen the data that they've been coming up with? I'll try to look it up for you. But do yourself a favor. Go research it yourself. Don't just listen to me. Go do your research. And if I'm lying, then come back and tell me. But you better have some facts.
Everybody's turning into Democrat right now because of the eyes, the jobs and everything, the economy, and all this thing is turning around.
You think the border area will vote Democratic again this year?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm sure about that.
A message that may be echoing up and down the Rio Grande.
Do you see a Democrat like James Tallarico having a chance to win this year?
I think so, definitely. And I hate to say I think so. Yes, he does.
And our thanks to Ryan Chandler for that report.
To actually say Tallarico has a chance to win Texas, that can't be Americans. I can tell you that right now. Real Americans won't say that. I can tell you that right now. And even the sheriff sounds retarded when they talk. I'm just saying, pointing it out like I says it as I sees it. That's all I got to say. That's all I got to say. Let me see. I think, let me see. Somebody sent me. Yeah. We need a democratic economy with a Republican oversight. Get the hell out of here with that shit. That is a loyalist Democrat speaking. No, bullshit. Democrat economy is socialism. Democrat economy has nothing to build wealth for this country. I think you're too late taking those medicine pills, Susan. Go get your pills. You're losing whatever little brain you have left. Go take your medicines, will you? Unbelievable. 74-year-old, and you haven't learned shit about what Democrats are doing to destroy this country. You haven't learned shit about socialism. How does that happen? How does it happen that a 74-year-old person doesn't fucking know history? It is crazy. No, socialist Democrats don't believe in capitalism. No, socialist Democrats are only alive today because of Republican and conservatives who believe in capitalism. Don't confuse it, sister. Don't confuse it. You think you're crazy, crazy ass over here. Crazy. Come on. There we go. Here is some proof that you're looking for. You know, just a little quick search. Quick search. Why don't we read it together? Let's read it together. I want you to understand something. Let me close this out. Some Republican, mostly Democratic states and cities don't want to release voter roll information. Why? Why is that? Why is that? Let's take a quick read here. You ask for proof, you can go do research. When non-citizens are identified on voter rolls, pay attention here. That right there. If you don't support Republicans right now, you are supporting communism. Bottom line, period. I'm going to read it again. When non-citizens are identified on voter rolls, what is the DOJ what has the DOJ been trying to do for months now? For months. They have been trying to get a hold of the voter rolls. Every Democrat city and state has said no. Privacy. Privacy, they say. But here it is. All the illegal immigrants are going to start calling me names right now because they're retarded and they think that we're not going to figure out that they're lying to us. You can't scam me. You can't scam me. Visan, I know you're Indian. Stay in your country. Go eat some more curry. When non-citizens are identified on voter rolls, why do we want voter rolls? Because, okay, Susan, I think you're fucking crazy. Just get off my chat now. Go take a nap. You're so fucking confusing. You're agreeing and disagreeing at the same time. What the hell is wrong with you? Let me guess. You're one of the protesters out on the street. Dementia is crazy. Unbelievable. Why are we trying to get the voter rolls? Well, the first few words, when non-citizens are identified on voter rolls. Why do we want voter rolls? To see if we can identify people that shouldn't be voting. It's that simple. That simple. Do you really believe that the party that wins an election, when they know that they have cheated, you really believe that they're going to willingly allow the federal government to check those voter rolls? Hell no. Hell no. They're not going to give access to voter rolls because that's how they identified non-citizens that are voting on the election. Does that make sense? It's very clear, right? Why would anybody in their right mind right now continue to support Democrat politicians, especially these pieces of shit that are coming out? Like, I don't understand. Why are you even voting for these people? Like, how retarded are you? Like, it's got to be some type of retardation that I haven't been able to figure out. How the hell do you vote for somebody who wants to destroy your country? How do you vote for somebody who wants to give away your American rights? I just don't get it. I don't get it. When non-citizens are identified on voter rolls, investigations typically reveal clerical or technical errors rather than intentional fraud. There you go. It's not intentional. We're just trying to inspect, make sure, corroborate, make sure that it's real, that there was no accidents. You know what I'm saying? And then once we do the audit and we see it, okay, fantastic. Thank you for your cooperation. You are a very real American. There can be systemic errors. Most instances of non-citizens being added to voter rolls occur inadvertently through Department of Motor Vehicles, the DMV, software glitches during automatic voter registration processes. For example, a major technical error at a vendor-operated DMV system in New Jersey mistakenly registered thousands of non-citizens who were legally obtaining driver's licenses. State officials intervened to audit and purge the rolls. The Democrats, they come out and say, they got caught with their pants down, and now they're trying to act like they are communicating and making sure, like they're investigating themselves. No, they got caught with their pants down, and now they want to act like they have been, being compliant. There's some data discrepancies. Broader federal claims, such as the Department of Homeland Security report flagging over 250,000 potential non-citizens across 4 states, frequently stem from outdated or improperly matched data. Now, you may think that this is not a big deal, but 250,000 people can make a difference with mayors, governors, and even presidential candidates being elected. Some states don't have the population that New York has, California, Washington. Some states are not even in the hundreds of thousands. Isn't that crazy? Okay, maybe they are. Maybe they are in the hundreds of thousands. But my point is that there's a lot of states out there that don't have that much population. And if you can convince at least 1/3 of the population to vote for you, and you got the other third already in the bag, they will win. And that's how they've been winning. There is no way that Americans are going to allow over 50 million illegal foreigners to come in here and take away their rights, their housing, their money, their benefits. There's no way. There's no way. No way. No way. I don't know how much money these Democrats are making, but I'm going to tell you right now, they should at least be fighting for the American people. At least. Unbelievable. 250,000 potential non-citizens across 4 states. This initial matching list often mistakenly include immigrants who have since become naturalized U.S. citizens, but whose records have not updated across different state and federal databases. And that can be an issue. How long do you have to live in a state in order to vote in that state? 6 months, right? So how can they? That person needs to be investigated. All right. So if you're now a naturalized American citizen, you voted in Seattle, but you were from New Mexico. So what gives? Well, New Mexico is slow. Their system is not updated. Okay, with an investigation, with an audit, now we can gather that information. But Democrat, blue states, they don't want to cooperate. They're hiding something. And this is probably one of the excuses that they use. Even when clerical errors place non-citizens on voter rolls, historical data shows that almost none actually vote due to the severe threat of criminal prosecution and deportation unless they are protected. State reviews in Georgia, Ohio, and Iowa have confirmed that out of millions of ballots cast, the number of verified non-citizen votes is statistically microscopic, ranging from dozens to a few hundred over decades. Right. Yeah, we're supposed to take that. We're supposed to take their word for it? No, we need to get those voter rolls. Let the federal government, let the third party do some investigations. Nothing to hide, nothing to lose. Allow access. China has access to all American citizens. Don't hate me, Alex Ramos. Don't hate me for being true, for being honest, for being correct. Alex Ramos is one of those illegal immigrants pretending to be an American citizen. He is one of the examples that says, I'm an American citizen. Show me proof of citizenship. Oh, that's racist. Bitch, I'm an American citizen. Dennis, show me proof of citizenship. Bam! You know what I'm saying? Right here. White privilege card. Tells me I am an American citizen, and when I get asked for proof, doggone it, I provide it. I don't hide like a little coward, little pussy, illegal immigrant from a third world country dweller. That is the difference between me and you, little bitch-ass illegal immigrants that come to this country. I'm a migrant that knows how to respect the law. Fact, proof, you ain't got shit. These guys, please, man. You can't beat me, man. You can't beat me. You know why? Because you never use the truth. You never use the facts. Always lying. Always lying. Well, you know what? American Bar Association should lose their accreditation status. Why? Tell me why. Here we go.
Welcome back to Sunday Night in America. The filibuster, or what's left of it, has been in the news quite a bit. Some Democrats promised to get rid of the filibuster should they retake the Senate. As it stands, many things already do not require 60 votes, like reconciliation. The One Big Beautiful Bill was done through reconciliation, but there can be more than one bite at the apple, and there are no promises when it comes to who will control Congress in the future. Right now, voters have given Republicans the gift to govern. With those majorities and the White House, what can be done between now and the midterms? Joining us is Congressman Brandon Gill from the great state of Texas. Welcome, Congressman. Will there be another reconciliation package? And in your judgment, what should be in it?
Well, we're working on that right now. In fact, the House just last week passed another reconciliation bill, or at least the budget resolution, which is the first step in unlocking reconciliation. Remember, as you pointed out, reconciliation is the procedural vehicle that allows us to pass bills without that requiring that 60-vote filibuster threshold that the Senate always adheres to. What we're trying to do here, because we've talked a lot about the Save America Act and how important this legislation is, how it's a key priority for not only just the president, but the American people. This is something that the American people are demanding. The Senate has refused to take it up. They keep falling back on that 60-vote threshold and using that as an excuse. What we're trying to do is to pass the Save America Act, or at least as much of it as we can, as part of a reconciliation package. So we passed the first step of that last week. It's now in the Senate's hands. They've got 2 weeks before August recess, and I sure hope that they take this up and get as much of this done as we can.
All right, Congressman, you're a smart fella, so I'm going to bounce around a little bit. You are leading a probe into the American Bar Association, among other things, inter alia. Here's the ABA president, and then I'll ask you about it on the other side.
Women, lawyers of color, and other groups remain drastically underrepresented in the American legal community. Barriers still remain. Barriers that prevent talented individuals from pursuing legal careers and rising within the profession once they enter it. Working to identify and reduce those barriers enhances merit within the profession itself.
All right, Congressman, here's what's got me scratching my head. Right now, over half the incoming class of law students is female, and 37% are students of color. I have no idea what she's talking about. What barriers? Most kids I talk to now that are looking at law school are either women or students of color. What is she talking about?
Well, that's the thing. She will never be able to tell you what barriers exist, because the reality is they simply don't. But what the truth also is that the ABA, under her leadership, and actually for quite some time now, has been pushing diversity, equity, and inclusion. And what that really means is racial quotas. The ABA has a lot of authority over law schools across the country, authority because they are the law school accreditor nationally and at the state level. So they have the authority to influence law school admissions decisions, but also the curriculum that law schools provide, as well as the continuing education that lawyers who are members of the ABA have to go through. And they have been pushing diversity, equity, and inclusion, essentially racial quotas on law schools for a very long time now. And it's about time they be called out for that. I think they ought to lose their accreditation status, but that's what we're working towards right now.
I can tell you, Brandon, we just swore in an African-American judge in South Carolina named Sharia Clark, and of all the things in the world she does not need, a quota would be at the top of the list. She would be a judge no matter what. All right, while I got you, when will we see the factual predicate that Jack Smith relied upon to access the private communications of your colleagues and your colleagues across the Capitol in the Senate? I'd love to see the factual predicate.
I think that we need to get that out publicly as soon as we can. Listen, the reality is that Jack Smith weaponize the Department of Justice to go after the president, to go after his political enemies by using what was essentially a dragnet to collect as many phone records as he possibly could of sitting Republican congressmen, people in the Trump administration, so that he could find anything he could to ruin them. That was the goal of the Arctic Frost investigation. And what we found is that Jack Smith hasn't been very candid with us about his actions during that time. In fact, he said one thing during his congressional deposition, said that he didn't seek out the content of phone records or of text messages. We come to find out later that he actually did receive the actual content of text messages, not just the toll data, the metadata, but the actual content of it. And that's why the House Judiciary Committee has sent a referral to the Department of Justice referencing Jack Smith.
More power to you. There was an old country song called A Little Trouble with the Truth, and that's what I thought about when I saw Jack Smith, what he told y'all versus what really happened. But I'm not going to sing the song. Brandon Gill from the great state of Texas, thank you for joining us on a Sunday night.
Love Brandon Gill, man. He is the man. He is the man. I'm trying to adjust my light over here and stuff so you guys can see better, but I had to work on my lighting skills. Anyway, I wanna touch up on something somebody said here. Listen, this whole audits, these voter rolls and trying to pass the Save America Act again. If you are a Democrat and you think that Trump benefited from it, then you should be on my side. I don't want Republicans or Democrats. I don't want anybody to cheat. You should be on my side. Not against me. You should be with pro-voter rolls being released. That way, Democrats or Republicans, nobody cheats. Nobody should be able to cheat. Now, with that being said, I'm going to warn you. I'm going to play some a video, a little interview from what is this? Nick Fuentes and Hunter Biden from Channel 5 with Andrew Callahan. Andrew Callahan. Oh, man. Listen to these guys and the knowledge that they carry upon themselves. This should be very interesting. Very interesting. You say you can choose to be part of us or not. It's up to you. It's your choice. Either way, we're going to continue to tell the truth, and we're going to continue to hear that we're liars, you know. And normally, there's three kind of people that will be against us. The first ones are going to be loyalist Democrats, right? The second ones are going to be socialist Democrats or libtards. And third is going to be all the illegal immigrants and foreign enemies that we have. Those are the three kinds of people that will be against us for telling the truth. Now, a lot of you have a lot of history knowledge, and you guys know where Cuba comes from. You guys know what happened in Venezuela. You know the Mao Zedong, you know, history, and the Chinese and how they conquer all their land. And, you know, they overpopulated the land, and they became Chinese citizens, and then they all voted for this. Anyway, you know, you guys know all of this stuff already. Let's go ahead and entertain ourselves with some of this information that these guys are going to give. Let's take a look. Let's see.
So it's not as if those ethnic enclaves are there by choice, you know, and so that
also ethnic enclaves do exist for like specific variations of different Europeans. Like, you know, there is like places that are chocolate, like South Philly is full of Italians.
There's Little Italy and there's Little Korea.
So I think the issue, what I always like, what confused me the most about the whites only community is like, there's just so many different kinds of white people in America. You know, so like to establish a unified white culture with a place so diverse and full of like different regional flavors just kind of felt confusing to me. Because that could mean a different thing depending on what part of the country or what European enclave you originated from. Like, where more Irish people from the Philly area. Can you compare that to like, surfers in San Diego or even like, Italian Americans in Staten Island? I don't know, everything just feels so different. So when I got there, I was trying to identify what they meant by white culture. It wasn't really based on shared like cultural practices, but more the exclusion of people who weren't white. So they weren't like stoked on being European necessarily. They were more just like, oh, we're here because those people aren't here. So it just kind of felt more negative than constructive.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not really involved with that project in particular, but I think that, look, I mean, you talk about the anger that's out there and the frustration, and I think part of the frustration, let's be honest, is that white people do feel like we are being boxed out in major cities in the country, and it feels like, look, there's a little Haiti, and there's various ethnic enclaves where you get that local culture, and they do their, cultural festivals and that sort of thing, and white people feel like they're being pushed out, and they want a space where things are familiar.
Do you feel the same way about the Italian festival that happens in every city?
Well, here's a good example.
Or St. Patrick's Day?
Well, there's no Irish neighborhood in Chicago. Little Italy.
Sure there is.
I mean, there's some remnant in Bridgeport.
Yeah. It's important to note that, like, and I'm not trying to get into like a shouting match here, but as a family who did coming from a family who did leave Philadelphia in the 60s because of black migration from the South after the Civil Rights Act was passed, there was a sort of like mass flight of white people into the suburbs, and that kind of led to a homogenization of different cultures because they rushed so fast to build these like identical strip mall suburbs that it was very hard to maintain cultural bonds that made different European and white neighborhoods unique around like the 1950s and before. So I feel like the mass suburbanization is also a big factor that led to those like cultural bonds breaking.
Yeah, but why did that happen? I mean, a lot of the suburbanization is because of the race riots in the 1960s. People moved out because of the violence. My grandfather was in the National Guard in Chicago when, after MLK got assassinated, the whole West Side burned to the ground. And people didn't want to be around that anymore.
Why were there riots?
Yeah, MLK Jr. was assassinated.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so does that justify burning down the city?
No, I didn't say it justifies it, but it sure justifies an enormous amount of the anger, the same kind of anger that you feel about being left out, the same kind of anger that you're expressing right now about the idea that you're culturally irrelevant, that you don't have a place in society. Imagine.
He talks just like his lying snake father. Hunter Biden, this is like the fruit doesn't fall far from the tree, does it? So he just justified all the violence and the rioting, right? Just pay attention. You got to listen to what they say, because even though I don't like Nick Fuentes, but sometimes he's on point.
If you were a 26-year-old black man in 1968 and saw your hero be assassinated.
I saw Trump get shot in the ear, and
did he?
And I saw Charlie Kirk get shot, and I didn't see any cities get burned down. It's funny how that works.
I think it's a very, very, very different thing. I think it's
a very, very different thing. Let me see. So Martin Luther King was an activist who led a lot of people. And when he was assassinated, by the way, by a Democrat, when he was assassinated, all the blacks can destroy and riot and do all of these things. And that's excused. And Nick Fuentes says, well, when President Trump was shot, or, when Charlie Kirk was killed, there was no riots. There was no burning of anything. And Hunter Biden, of course, the crackhead that barely has any brain cells left, if he had any, says, that's different. Oh, that's different. Wait a minute. How is it different? We don't go destroy the malls. We don't riot. We don't destroy our country. Libtards, low IQ people do that. They don't understand. For all this bitching and complaining that the lefts do about, we give billions to Israel, why not here? Shut the hell up. If you came in here and you were against riots, if you were against all these illegal immigrants getting benefits, if you were against all this fraud, then you can say something. Until then, shut the hell up. You guys are fucking idiots. That's what I think. Idiots is who you are. And the stupidity. It's like they have no brain. What the hell is wrong with these people? January 6th. How many times are we gonna address January 6th? The edited speech, Trump never sent anybody there? How many times that we're going to say Antifa was rioting? How many times that we're going to say that the FBI was in the crowd inciting violence? How many times that we're going to show proof that there was hundreds of people going in and out of the building, taking selfies with statues, with pictures, etc.? Doors were opened. Police officers uncuffing people that supposedly were rioting. How many times? This deception, this lie that Democrats have been putting in your brains, you were stupid enough to believe it without doing research. You go on a bunch of edited videos, audios, and all this stuff, edited stuff, and you take that as a fact without doing research. Oh, no. We watch enough on this channel. I don't need to prove it to you. I don't need to convince you. Go look at my past lives. Go check it out, all right? Go do your research. You're going to see a lot of videos don't exist anymore that I have shown on my channel. That's right. They remove and get rid of evidence. How is it that you're going to have a 5-minute clip out of thousands and thousands of hours of surveillance? Make that make sense. How many camera angle views do they have in there? How many cameras do they have in the house? In how many hours, totaling all the cameras, all angles, and you listen to a 5-minute clip and you were convinced? You guys are retarded. We actually, I remember that one time that somebody brought that up. I was like, you know what? We're going to listen to the whole speech. And we went and listened to the whole speech. And that's not what Trump said. Trump never incited violence, never told his people to take over the Capitol. We listened to it together, the whole speech. So no. Go see if the pig laid eggs already.
That's different.
Absolutely
Charlie
100%.
Kirk got shot in the neck.
Yeah.
And liberals celebrated all over social media by Tyler Robinson.
Yeah. Who is what?
Who is some liberal guy.
He is?
Mm-hmm.
But
he's got a transgender boyfriend.
Does that make him liberal? Because he's transgender? Because he's gay?
So. Well, because he's got a transgender boyfriend, yeah, I think so.
It makes him liberal?
I think he was liberal, yeah.
Okay. Well, he didn't come from a liberal family. He didn't come from a liberal enclave. He didn't come from a liberal background. He's not a minority. He was a Mormon, correct? Mm-hmm. And grew up in a Mormon household. And he went to a largely Mormon college. Mm-hmm. And he ended up committing an act of violence, according to the FBI and the authorities in Utah that charged him. How does that in any way compare to what we're talking about? I'm not justifying the violence that occurred after the death of Martin Luther King, but you're saying that that person, this Tyler, whoever his name is was as disenfranchised as the African-American community in 1968 in inner cities?
Well, the question is who we want to live around.
I'm not living around blacks. Sorry. I want white kids, and I don't want my white kids bringing home black people to marry.
And in the 1960s, the West Side burns down. We don't want to live around that. We don't want to live around a city that's burning down.
That's not when the white flight happened.
It is. It was a big response to it. Absolutely.
100% not.
Absolutely.
You make these historical connections.
The host face is like, I'm not saying anything. Let these guys go at it. I want to know, since when has Hunter Biden had any common sense? Since when? It's unbelievable. Get him, Fuentes.
Don't exist. Part of it was potentially, but before that, what Mayor Daley did is made Chicago the most segregated city in the entire United States, other than Boston. When you would come from the South to Chicago, African Americans from the South, blacks in the South coming to Chicago would say that Chicago was twice the level of segregation and racism that occurred in the South. And so it wasn't as if you're coming into a situation in which you're feeling in any way enfranchised by the community and the situation that you're in. And as many people left simply because of the idea that someone was black moving into their neighborhood as the violence that occurred after the assassination of Martin Luther King. So the numbers actually, pre-1968, when King was shot, you had more people leave the city because of the desegregation, because of the 1964 Civil Rights Act, than you did after the riots.
I think that's just not true. I think that the race riots were a huge driver of white flight to the suburbs. I think it's just dishonest to say that's not the case.
Okay, so what's your point about all of this?
Well, we're talking about where people want to live.
Yeah, I know. So like what in 2026?
Well, how about in 2020 when Minneapolis burned to the ground? Or how about in the summer of 2020 in Chicago?
Minneapolis didn't burn to the ground.
It didn't?
No. I mean, there were
BLM didn't destroy dozens of structures.
If you guys need a physical witness to what happened in Minneapolis, there were many structures that burned to the ground. Not the city, but there was, I would say, between 40 to 50 buildings off of Lake Street in the south side that did burn to the ground. But most of the city was intact, but it was quite an intense situation.
People don't want to live around that. People don't want to live around that. You know, in Chicago, it rolled on into the summer, and it wasn't, let's say, the anger of the oppressed and the disenfranchised.
So
they were looting. They were looting and carjacking. The criminals.
Are you saying that the problem with the 26-year-old white kid living in suburbia outside of Chicago and his feeling of being disenfranchised is because there was looting and rioting in Minneapolis by black people, and it's black people that are doing it?
Yeah, I mean the problem with Austin Metcalf was that he got stabbed in the neck at a track meet. And
he got stabbed in the chest. But I get the point.
And the problem with our city in Chicago is that the Magnificent Mile is gone. Water Tower Place is gone because of all the crime.
Nick, and the time from an entire generation of African Americans is that they've been getting killed by cops for decades.
That's
what are you talking about, Nick?
Because they commit crime. And listen, it's not...
Nick.
What?
That's not true. It's not true. Are you saying that police brutality as it relates and racism in the police force, in the way in which police treat African Americans? Nick, you could grow up here like I did between Wilmington and Philadelphia. And if you were a black dentist and you lived in Wilmington and you commuted to Philadelphia, the chances of you being pulled over by a state trooper, either Delaware or in Pennsylvania, are about 50 times that would be if it was a white guy. 50 times. And so what you're trying to tell me is that the problem in America right now is that a 26-year-old white kid who lives in suburban Chicago doesn't feel like he has access because he's been canceled or he's been woke, and the problem is black people.
I didn't say the problem's black people.
Well, you just did, Nick. You just
said the problem is crime, and we know who's doing the crime in Chicago. The carjack.
The problem is crime, and that's why people leave. And Hunter Biden's reaction is, you said black people are the reason why they leave. It's just like his father. Remember? I told you. He said, poor people are the same as white people. Crime. Black people. Law enforcement. White people. You can't make this up, man. You can't make this up. You ain't black if you don't vote for Democrats, remember? You ain't black if you don't vote for Biden. I'm telling you, man, I don't like Nick Fuentes, but he's arguing on point. What can I say? He's a racist. I don't support him, but he is dropping the truth, and I can't argue with that. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. The one thing that you don't understand is this. A lot of black folks are leaving black communities to live in white folks' community. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that is?
Shootings, teen takeovers. We know why there's no business on the Mag Mile anymore, and it's because they steal cars, they drive them through windows. And listen, black people are some of the biggest victims of the black crime. But we're not allowed to talk about it because of the racial dimension.
What do you mean you're not allowed to talk about it? We're talking about it right here. Hey guys, you have a platform in which millions of people listen to you, Nick.
After Elon had to buy Twitter and open it up. It wasn't like that before. I was banned from everything for many years. So no, you weren't allowed it. You're right. We can talk about it now, but that's only because the good guys won.
Hey, what's up, guys? There's something I forgot to tell you about. We also just launched our own streaming platform called
24 because Donald Trump
I did in 24.
Because Donald Trump hasn't changed. Donald Trump hasn't changed at all. Donald Trump has been Donald Trump since he came out of the womb of a woman that was an immigrant to this country. And so what I want to know, though, is that I don't know how we get past this idea that the biggest problem that you have that with your personal situation and how you
Right, bro, you are racist, bro. You are racist. I'm going to tell you something. You are a racist, bro. You are a racist. And I can't have that. So you're going to have to leave my channel. I can't have that. You're going to have to leave my channel because you're racist. Anybody with their mindset that blacks and Hispanics or whatever, whenever they bring a race issue to them, you're the same to them, you are a racist. Do you understand how racist that is? What an asshole. What an asshole.
You extrapolate that to the situation of other white kids that are your age, that feel disenfranchised, that feel left out, that feel they don't have a shot at the American dream, is because of black and brown people, because of Mexicans, because of Venezuelans, because of Haitians, it's always other, Nick, with you. It seems to me, and I've listened to a lot of the stuff. It's always them. We need to build a wall. Where's the wall, Nick? He never built the wall. Why'd you vote for him in 2020? Why'd you vote for him in 2024?
I didn't vote for him in 2024.
Okay,
who has been denying the funds for Trump to build a wall? Exactly.
well, okay. My point being is that whenever you identify your problem as being something that is other, that you can point to, that's a minority, that is a group of people, that's the Jews, I mean, before, remember, all of us, it was the Irish Catholics who were all committing the crime, who weren't allowed into bars, who weren't allowed into, because you know why? Because they were dirty, poor, non-Europeans. They were Irish. Every time it's wrong. Every time history has proven that to be wrong in the United States of America. Every time. Inclusion has been our greatest strength. Diversity has been our greatest strength. And I hear you talk about this idea of white culture. What fucking white culture are you talking about, man? What
Shakespeare, Dante, Mozart. We're in Philadelphia, the founding fathers.
Yeah.
That's your white culture.
How about the Count of Monte Cristo? Would you consider that part of our white culture?
Sure.
Okay. Well, it was written by a black man in France in the 1700s.
In a milieu of European civilization.
So what?
Because you're picking out one example. It really is.
I'm not just picking out one example.
It really is.
Nick.
Listen.
Nick, I'm not. I really am not.
Hey guys, I think we're reaching what's called a rock in a hard place. Let's talk about Israel.
Well, let me respond to this because you're telling me I'm always blaming the other.
No, Nick, for real. Here's the thing, is that the way that you talk and throw out these historical facts, which, by the way, aren't fucking facts. Okay?
Which ones aren't facts?
As it relates to the Civil Rights Movement in 1968, and the reason why we're out in the problem that we're in is because the Civil Rights Act passed in 1964. Dr. Martin Luther King was killed and shot by a white racist, white supremacist in 1968 on a balcony of a motel. That's the root of our trouble, because an entire people that have been disenfranchised and enslaved for over 400 years.
We're sick of hearing about that, though. It's 2026.
You may be sick of hearing about it, but you know what? They aren't. And I'll tell you what, Nick, here's the other thing.
Get over it. It's America.
But Nick, you can say stuff like that, okay, without having to say it like that. And that's
not how it started, though.
This is a legitimate argument, but it's Nick.
Guys, Nick, Hunter, what do you guys make of the concept of community collapse? Have you guys heard of this?
No.
So it's got nothing to do with race, got nothing to do with money, but this is kind of a crazy stat. So in 2019, before COVID, 76% of Americans said they were a part of an in-person community that gave them some kind of value. After COVID, and this year, it was 19%. So I think that politics and race aside, one of the biggest issues is the collapse of social bonds, third spaces, communities, in-person engagement, which comes with loneliness, more time online, and more division. I understand. I feel like you guys aren't going to agree. I want to talk about what you guys think can be done on an individual and community level to stop people from hating each other and to create more belonging and engagement.
Well, number one, I think this. Okay, for real.
Podcasting.
No, not podcasting, this discussion. For me to be able to sit down with someone who I so vehemently disagree with and find some kind of common ground.
But I mean, guy at home who's watching this on his phone just thinking, I wish I could go outside, but I don't know anyone.
Okay, well, here's what I'm talking about. It's all about connection. It is all about actually connecting with people. And I'm not talking about digitally connecting with people anonymously online. I'm talking about actually going out and connecting with people. And I don't have an answer to that. I don't, any of us. We're in look, man, I just think that you are targeting the wrong problem, Nick. I think that our biggest problem right now doesn't have to do with this cultural divide or racial divide or religious divide or the idea that America is becoming less white or culturally relevant anymore. I think our biggest problem is literally an oligarchy that is inflaming every single division that we have. And by the way, and they're out for you, man, just as much as anybody else.
Well, and I agree.
So those platforms that we talk about that you're now allowed to be on.
Now, give me your honest opinion. What do you think about the background? What do you think about the room where they're in? Knowing what you know about Hunter Biden, knowing what you know about Nick Fuentes, do you think this is the best? You think this is the best scenery that they have put together? I don't know how I feel about these guys making this talk here in a sort of a hotel room scenario. I don't know what to call it. I don't know, man. I'm starting. You know, somehow I think somebody's gonna come in with some white powder and some alcohol, and they're just gonna party down. You know, like it's 1999. I don't know. It's just weird, bro. All right, let's go ahead and jump ahead here. Let's see what else we got in here.
The motel with us.
Yeah,
that's Trump. What do you want to? How about what do you want to ask him?
Oh, you know, put me on the spot. I don't want to ask Donald Trump anything because I know, and I think you would agree with me, is that Donald Trump isn't going to give me an authentic answer. Donald Trump never gives an authentic answer. He gives what people refer to as being authentic, but it's not authentic, it's audacious. It's like the example that I give that is the best metaphor for this is that he says he's 6'3", weighs 225 pounds. And everybody laughs because that's a little bit like edgelording, right? Everybody knows that he is maybe 6 feet and weighs maybe 300. 285?
He's a big guy. He's a pretty big guy.
Yeah, big guy. But by virtue of every picture ever taken of anyone that's 6'3", he's not 6'3".
I am.
Okay? Yeah, I know you are.
Thank you.
You're 6'2.5", maybe. That's maybe. But my point is that the reason I don't have a question for him is because I'm absolutely certain that he is not going to give me an authentic answer. Look, he came into the Oval Office and the transition this time. And he told my dad that he thought that he did an amazing job. He did an amazing job with the economy. He did an amazing job that with NATO. He did an amazing job and that he got a raw.
Hold the Democrats accountable for their incendiary statements. Stop calling people racist, fascist, and every other slur you can think of. Hunter talking about anyone else is just crazy work. 100%, bro. This is why we're playing this clip. I find so interesting that a lot of podcasters out there are having Hunter Biden come in and speaking some sense into the people. And they say they want Hunter Biden to run for office. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Listen, if I have a bedroom background in my video, it would be by myself. If you don't know why a bedroom scenery is horrible with Hunter Biden in it, then you are more ignorant than I thought.
Deal from his side and anything he could do, particularly for Hunter. Hunter got screwed. Whatever I can do, you let me know. Bullshit. He then went out and he has now since then done nothing but blame Joe Biden for every single one of his problems.
11 months ago, I inherited a mess. Joe Biden handed us over a country that was in very serious trouble. Biden gave us a horrible economy. And I really mean this. I think the good parts are the Trump economy and the bad parts are the Biden economy.
He mentioned my dad's name or my family's name 6 times a day in the first 100 days of this administration. 6 times a day. He does it maybe 4 times a day now because...
What about Tulsi? Tell me about Tulsi.
He has no answers. All he has is a finger to point. And that's all he does. My point is, I don't know what to ask him. You know, why are you such a dick?
What does your dad think about the war?
Right? What I'm not going to get into what my dad thinks about the war. Is it really because I don't want to get into I don't put words in my dad.
You don't want to say the truth about your dad. That's what you don't want to say.
Dad's mouth, just like I wouldn't ask you what your dad thinks about the war, but your dad wasn't the president of the United States, which is a little bit different.
I don't even know if you know what's going on. It's Eagles fan.
Look, all I can say is this: is that every single Israeli prime minister since at least Jimmy Carter was president, has walked into the Oval Office or picked up the phone and called the president and said, we have to attack Iran. And every single one of them has said no. And they may not all have had the same exact reason, but one of the reasons they did is because they knew what the consequences would be as it relates to the lifeblood of the economy, is petroleum in the Straits of Hormuz. Every single one of them knew that. And every single one of them knew that there is no way, unless you send in ground forces, to end with certainty the nuclear program that the Iranians have supposedly been building. Every single one of them knew that the existing Ayatollah, the Ayatollah at that time, had put out a fatwa, an edict saying that they would never turn their nuclear technology into a bomb.
The supreme leader of Iran issued fatwa. Having nuclear weapons is forbidden, is haram, which means never we can have nuclear weapons.
It was a religious edict as strong as if the Pope had released an encyclical. But what did he do? He kills the Ayatollah. We get a son that now has a far more radical and far greater ties to the IRGC. And what do we have? The Straits of Hormuz are still closed. He said that they're brilliant people. I find that's Donald Trump on everything. He said he'd end the war in Ukraine on day one.
That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president.
And I didn't hear anybody on the right and say, that's just bullshit. It's just bullshit. He said that he would build a wall. I don't believe in building a wall. But everybody said that's bullshit. And then when he got into office, the corruption, the level of the corruption, I mean, people believed or led to believe that there was this thing called the Biden crime family, right? I know that is that I didn't do a single piece of business when my dad was president. I made basically $200,000 a year selling paintings. I picked the thing that was the furthest possible thing away from politics that I possibly could. Don and Eric have done over $1.3 billion in contracts, just in contracts for underlying companies that they have an ownership stake in with the Department of Defense. Don Jr. got the largest loan ever given by the Department of Defense of a company that he bought into like 3 months before they got the loan. Because Peter Navarro picked up the phone and called DOD to get it done. My point is, I don't have anything productive to say to him that I know of. And when I listen to you, and I listen to what you do, my question is how did you not see that before? He was...
Interesting. So he talks all this shit about Trump, but then he forgets about this. Remember this, guys?
They made, I mean, I'll give you one concrete example. I was, not but it just happened to be, that was the assignment I got. I got all the good ones. So I got Ukraine. And I remember going over convincing our team, or others, to convincing that we should be providing for loan guarantees. And I went over for, I guess, the 12th, 13th time to Kyiv, and I was supposed to announce that there was another $1 billion loan guarantee. And I had gotten a commitment from Poroshenko and from Yatsenyuk that they would take action against the state prosecutor, and they didn't. So they said they were walking out to press conference. I said, no, I said, I'm not going to, or we're not going to give you the $1 billion. They said, you have no authority. You're not the president. The president said. I said, call him. I said, I'm telling you, you're not getting the $1 billion. I said, you're not getting the $1 billion. I'm going to be leaving here. And I think it was, 6 hours? I said, I'm leaving in 6 hours. If the prosecutor's not fired, you're not getting the money. Well, son of a bitch. Got fired. And they put in place someone who was solid at the time. Well, they made some genuine, substantial changes institutionally and with people.
Don't miss. Isn't that crazy? A lot of people would like to forget that video. A lot of people would like to forget that video one day. You remember that? The vice president making deals that actually the president has to do. That's right. Defending his son. Well, they fired that lawyer, didn't they? Because he was investigating the fraud and corruption that was going on because his son was involved. They think we don't remember. Now, I wish that Hunter Biden had a better character. I do. I wish. But he doesn't. He doesn't, and he's still a lying weasel.
It was a disaster in 2020, a complete and utter disaster as it related to what he did with COVID, regardless of whether you think we were wearing a mask or not.
The question for Nick is, how did you not realize 6 years ago that Trump would be this sort of letdown?
Because he doesn't hold, there's no ideological core to Donald Trump.
No, I agree with you. Well, you got to realize in 2016 where Republicans were at. We had John McCain, we had Mitt Romney, and the perception on the right is that they were insufficiently conservative and that they were losers. All they do is lose because they don't fight. There was this perception that the Democrats are ruthless, fighters. Obama crushed in 2008, crushed when we thought he really should have lost in 2012. That was a Republican perception that Romney let us down. And so when Trump came on the scene in 2016, it was new, it was refreshing. He seemed like somebody that was really going to take on not just the Democrats, but also the media on our behalf. And what's more, you got to think about the mood of the moment in 16 as well and the message Trump was giving. Trump said in 16, it's just me and my son and my wife. We don't have any donors. We don't have any special interests.
More than $100 million put in of my money, meaning I'm not taking all of this big money from all of these different corporations like she's doing.
We're going to put America first, make the country great again. This is a very appealing message. And I talk all the time on my show about it and realizing now that it was obviously a scam and now obviously unfulfilled completely. And you're right, Trump is non-ideological. The message was brilliant because it said, one, the system is broken. America's not great anymore, but it used to be. We can make it great again, but in order to do it, we need to actually bypass the system. Why is it that we never have victories? Why is it that things don't change? Because of money. He said, and that's why I'm different. I'm rich. I'm a billionaire if I
have a question. Let's see. Lincoln and Washington are the greatest presidents ever. Tell me why. Why are they the greatest presidents ever? I'll give you some time. Go ahead, Susan. Tell me, why was Lincoln and George Washington the best presidents ever? Oh, man, I love it when people get involved. Let's go. Let me hear it. No. They were great. They were fantastic. I love Lincoln and Washington. Why? Why were they the greatest? Is the question. Lincoln held the country together. So you believe Lincoln held the country together by going to war against the American people? Interesting take. And what about Washington? Go ahead. I'll wait. Go ahead. What about Washington? Why was Washington one of the greatest? Well, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Go ahead. Tell me about Washington. Why was George Washington a great president? And I'm going to tell you right now. You just confirmed that President Trump is the best president in American history by just pointing out Abraham Lincoln and George Washington. Because if there's one thing that they have in common, is George Washington fought for this country to be united, and Abraham Lincoln fought to free the slaves to keep this country united. And only President Donald Trump is fighting for the rights and the freedoms of every single American citizen, when every single Democrat is here standing for our enemies, is standing for the foreigners who want to destroy us. They stand for illegal immigrants. They put American citizens last. And you're going to tell me that President Trump is not the greatest president in American history? Mic drop, they say. You can beat me? Are you not entertained? Oh, boy. You know what? I got more for you. Here we go. We're going to get some CNN. If you haven't been here before, welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. Susan, go take your meds. It's time for you to take a nap, sweetheart. We don't want you to have a heart attack in the Dennis Herrera Show.
As diplomatic efforts appear to...
Wait a second. We're not there yet. Hold on, sweetheart. Hold on. Oh, man. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. I'll tell you what. If Obama... I'm going to tell you this. Listen. And even if you're a white Muslim, which still makes you a Muslim infidel. Let me tell you what Obama did. You know what I'm saying? ATM, you know what I'm saying? Obama made a deal. You remember Guantanamo? Obama made a deal to release an American citizen. I think it was Al-Qaeda, one of them guys. It's the same thing to me. And he released 5 high-level terrorists to release an American prisoner. Now, the Muslims were going to kill this Muslim. Oh, I'll just give you the answer. They were going to kill this Muslim infidel, white American, who hates America, by the way. This is who Obama gave 5 high terrorist leaders to free. For a deserter. There you go. I think that's the one. I think he was a deserter. But he was a Muslim. He hated America. Can you corroborate that? Can you tell me if that's the same guy that I'm talking about? What is crazy is that's not the bad thing about it. See, it's a Hispanic. It's a Latino. I'm a little bit upset. See, he deported 3.2 million illegal Latinos out of this country. But he allowed hundreds of thousands of Muslims to stay in this country. And we all know that these people reproduce like rabbits. While the Americans are fighting for abortion rights, my body, my choice. Muslims support them because they're killing each other. Americans killing Americans. Fantastic. It's a win-win situation for Muslims. And the white socialist liberal Karens out there, oh my God, you can't say bad things about the Muslim people. You don't care about their feelings. I don't give a shit about feelings. I care about this country staying free for the American people. Call me a traitor. I stand with American citizens, period. Call me a coconut because I want to be white. What if white is right? I don't want to be anything else. You know what I'm saying? White privilege. What have Africans accomplished besides slavery? We have accomplished greatness. 250 years of accepting whiteness, white culture, white European culture. We have harnessed the white power and turned it into a great supreme power where browns and blacks and yellows and purples and reds and all kinds of colors have become supreme in this world. God bless the USA. God bless the USA. Here is Iran threatens Ukraine over attack on ship traveling between Iran and Russia. Let's just change gears a little bit. Let's get a little taste of Ukraine in here. Let's see what's going on here. Let's see what's going on. Ned. They came and stole their fucking land, he says. Is that right? Whose land? All right, I want to pause here real quick. Go ahead. Tell me, whose land? Oh, I love it when they bring the stolen land thing. I love it when they bring the stolen land thing, as if I never read any history of the Americas. Go ahead and tell me, whose land did the Europeans steal? Go ahead, tell me, whose land? Who do they belong to? Who do they belong to? Too much coffee. Speaking of coffee, I actually need some more, and I got to take a break, but I will do that after I answer this question. Go ahead and tell me, whose land did the Europeans steal? The Aboriginal? Who the fuck is that? What the hell is Aboriginals? Go ahead. Elaborate. They were there before the British. Fantastic. Who are they? You don't know shit. And don't worry, I understand what they're saying. Go ahead. Oh, man. Stolen land. Tell me, who do they steal it from? Australian? We're talking about the United States of America. What the fuck are you talking about? Keep your Australian shit over there. Nobody's talking about Australia. We're talking about America. Oh, man. Go ahead. If you can't say who it belongs to, that doesn't give you the right to take it for yourself. Oh, it sure does, my friend. Michelle got it. American, not Australian. This guy. Too many little martinis. No, it's not the same fucking thing. You out of your damn mind. We were not Aboriginals here in America. If you go to Australia today, they are still there. Aboriginals are still there. Do you understand that? We never looked like they did. Maybe a little. No, actually, no, we didn't. No, we have never looked like them. We have never looked like Aboriginals. Sorry to bust your bubble. Now, I'm going to help you out. Trying to give you some common sense here. Tell me. The question is very simple. Whose land does this belong to? Go on now. Tell me. Who does this land belong to? Let's say this is stolen land. Let's say this is it. It's stolen land. Who do we give it back to? Oh, Juan. Come on. Don't hate, Juan. Celebrate. Go ahead. Who does the stolen land belong to? And if you can give it back, who would you give it to? Who would you give it back to? Robert, the Indians stole it from the caveman. Oh, boy. By now, every single human in America is a mutt. We have been mixed by a bunch of different people. Whether you want to call them colonizers, I will want to call them migrants. Either way, however you want to see it, it is what it is. But go ahead. Tell me, who would you give the land to? Would you give it back to the Comanches, who were taking slaves in and conquering other tribes and taking their lands? Who does the stolen land belong to? or maybe you're talking about the Apaches. The Apaches who also took land from other weaker tribes and they enslaved people. Or do you prefer the Cherokee, who own African American slaves, who also took land from other weaker tribes and enslaved their own people? Should that stolen land go to them? Yeah, shut the hell up. You got to acknowledge that we are now a country with borders, with protection, with a new government. Give it up with the stolen land bullshit. You and Aboriginals need to fucking go back to Australia. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The truth shall set you free. These guys, bro. These guys, bro. They learn something new and they think they know everything, and then they go and fight with people that actually fucking study history. It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable.
Ramp up between the US and Iran, Tehran is now embroiled in another conflict. In a stunning development, Iran claims Ukraine attacked one of its vessels in the Caspian Sea over the weekend. Now, Ukraine's president says drones targeted several ships which were transporting military cargo from Iran to Russia. That's the story out of Ukraine. Iran says at least one person was killed and 3 injured and is now threatening Ukraine. This all comes as US military operations against Iran do appear to be on hold. But despite the US signaling new diplomatic efforts, Tehran insists Washington will not determine the timing of this war. Look, from Europe to the Gulf, we are following all sides of this evolving story for you. Today we've got Claire Sebastian in London. Eleni Giokos is in Dubai. Let's start, if we can, Claire, with Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi warning that this incident in the Caspian Sea cannot go unanswered. What is going on there, and why would Kyiv risk getting mixed up in another conflict?
Yeah, Becky, I think it's a calculated risk for Ukraine here. I just want to be clear, we're not 100% sure at this point what exactly happened. We have different accounts from different sides. Ukraine says it hit cargo ships that were under international sanctions, as well as a sort of missile boat, a military ship. It's not saying which countries they were flagged under or owned by. It's saying they were involved in transporting military equipment between Iran and Russia. Those were the exact words of President Zelensky over the weekend. Iran, of course, on the other hand, is saying that one cargo ship, civilian cargo ship, was hit and one seafarer was killed and several injured, and the ship was on its way from Russia to Iran. So we have different accounts there, but why would Ukraine take the risk here, I think, is a really big question. Look, on the one hand, the position of Zelensky is that Iran has effectively already attacked Ukraine through its supply to Russia of Shahed drones and then the subsequent licenses, ballistic missiles also reportedly. And so that is his sort of official position, that this is a legitimate target. But I think the timing here is really interesting because, of course, Zelensky is now going into this big diplomatic week. He's in the UK today. He's heading, we think, to Washington tomorrow to meet with President.
You probably didn't catch this, but right? But Iran says that they are attacking in retaliation. But I find it interesting that they always make an excuse, right? Because they have been attacking, oil tankers. They have been attacking their own allies, their own friends, and just blaming everything on President Trump. How is that possible? How is it possible every time they do something bad, always try to blame it on the United States of America? They killed 50,000, approximately 50,000 of their own people. They blame Trump for that. These people are liars. And don't worry, I will go ahead and play the video again of the Muslim leaders telling you what the Muslims do. Matter of fact, why don't we just go ahead and play that right now? Let me find this real quick. Let me find it. Let me find it. Let me find it. You got to hear it from their own mouth, out of their own mouth. That's how it works. If you listen to it out of their own mouth, hopefully you're more likely to believe it, accept it, or whatever the hell you want to call it. But here we go. Let's go ahead and play. Let me go ahead and play.
So we lie and we cheat and we claim things that are...
He says we lie and we cheat and we claim all these things.
Not part of Islam, and guess what? Not all of them are dumb. They can tell when we lie.
Yes,
they can tell when someone sits behind it that says, Islam is peace. Islam is about peace. Why are you afraid to tell the people the truth? Don't you think this kafir is going to open the Quran, read Surah Al-Anfal, and he's going to come across these ayat, the military ayat, which you've been trying to hide? Then what are you going to do?
Go ahead. Read that right there, and go ahead and tell me again that Muslims are better than Christians. You must really like that, don't you? Go ahead, read that. Read that right there, and tell me that Muslims are better than Christians. The stupidity that goes through the minds of some people. The low IQ, it's lower than room temperature. I will tell you that right now. Even the Bible says, my people perish because they are ignorant, because of lack of knowledge. It is unbelievable to me that we give all this knowledge, and yet they still don't learn. That is crazy. That is crazy.
So we lie and we cheat and we claim things that are not part of Islam, and guess what?
So we lie and we cheat and we claim things that are not part of Islam.
What? Not all of them are dumb.
Not all of them are dumb. That's right. We're not dumb. Libtards are dumb. We are not dumb.
They can tell when we lie.
Yes, we can tell when they lie. For some reason, libtards can't. They cannot, for some reason.
They can tell when someone sits behind it that says, Islam.
And does that make you feel better? Pretending to respect you more? Will that make you feel? I don't give a fuck about your feelings. You understand? See, that's the problem with you morons. Always thinking about feelings. It's not always about feelings, is it? I am not going to tell you that going to hell is fun. It's fantastic. It's the best thing that you can do just to make you not get hurt. Just so I don't hurt your feelings. The truth is only hated when it proves that you are wrong. Fact.
Islam is peace.
And Islam is not peace. This is a Muslim leader saying it. What do you, don't look at me. I didn't say it. He's saying it.
Islam is about peace. Why are you afraid to tell the people the truth?
Yeah, why are you afraid to tell the people the truth? This guy just gave me a best example. Oh, some Muslims have shown me more respect than you have. I don't give a fuck. I tell you the truth. If you want to have your... Go watch some Barney videos. Go watch the Powerpuff Girls. This ain't that kind of show, sucker. This is where we tell the truth.
Don't you think this kafir is going to open the Quran?
See? Don't you think the infidels are going to open the Quran and read the truth? $65 for this Quran right here. And if you don't want to, now I know you can't see it. But it's also written in Arabic. I know.
Read Surah Al-Anfal and he's going to come across these ayat.
We're going to come across all of the scriptures that Muslims hide from us Christians. And they hide this to hook you in, reel you in. And once you're reeled in, they will tell you, if you leave Muslim or Islam, they will kill you. And then you have no choice but to stay in there, don't ya?
Military ayat you've been trying to hide.
All of these military verses, not Holy Scripture, not the Holy Word from God. Why do we say this? Because Islam was created over a half millennium after Jesus Christ. 500 years, 500 to 600 years, Islam was created. The Qurans were written. Yeah, they got some stuff from the Bible. They better, because the Bible is the truth. And what the devil does is it grabs most of the truth. Most of the truth, so it sounds believable to you. But if you learn to discern, you will catch the lie. And you will condemn it. He's not the first Muslim to say that. Nobody's asking for your opinion, Jose. I'm sure your English is not better than mine. I can guarantee you that. You probably sound more like a wetback than I do. So let's keep the comments, bring them down a couple notches, okay? Otherwise, I will tear you apart. Yes, the Bible was created after Jesus Christ died and resurrected. But guess who wrote it? Witnesses. And not one of the witnesses contradicts their stories from Jesus Christ. Woo! The truth shall set you free. Tell me, what witnesses does Muhammad have? Can you question Muslims? Can you question Islam? Are you allowed to question the righteousness and holiness of the pedophile prophet Muhammad? Are you allowed to question it? Or do you just believe and accept that somebody says, hey, listen, this is the truth. You have no opinion. No, that's right. If he didn't rise from the dead, you would be dead. We will not be here today, my friend. You're welcome. Your ungrateful ass has only lived this long to prove to the world that God gave you a chance and you threw it away because of your own stupidity. Many are called, but very few are chosen. And that's a fact. And here is proof. Tulsi was not a security risk. Where the hell are these people getting these stories from? Tulsi gave a report, being DNI, gave a report. She said that she didn't see any imminent threat. I got it. I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about. But the fact is that that is not her decision to make. She can say she doesn't see anything, but at the end of the day, only the president can make that decision. And I can tell you that because I watched that hearing when she said that. Oh, I believe in Jesus 100%. I don't know who you're talking to. I believe in Jesus 100%. He is the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. He is the Christ whom was promised to us in Isaiah. That's right. He is promised to us. The Bible says, deny yourself so that you can enter the kingdom of heaven. If you don't know what that means, I can't help you.
Then what are you going to do?
Yeah, what are you going to do when we find out the truth? You see how that works? I'm telling you, man, facts every single day.
Trump, and these strikes do allow him to sort of re-argue the prowess of Ukraine's deep strikes to help with this flipping of the narrative around the sort of patron-client relationship that we used to have with Ukraine when it visited its Western allies towards the sort of mutuality of these relationships. And of course, it helps bring Ukraine up the priority list, especially in the eyes of President Trump, if he sees that Ukraine is now potentially able to help weaken Iran through strikes like this, and also the danger of the burgeoning military relationship between Russia and Iran and how that could affect the course of the war with Iran. So I think all of that helps bolster those arguments for Zelensky going in to a critical diplomatic week, and of course, especially a critical meeting in the White House.
And what do we understand happened in the Caspian Sea, and how concerned should we be at this point about this conflict?
I know they are, but if heaven and hell are not real, there is nothing in the Bible that tells you that we should kill each other. Nothing. Anything on the Old Testament, that is historical events that were recorded. Everything from Jesus on, the gospel, the good news, it's that we are meant to be back with God the Father. And the only way to do that is to Christ Jesus, his only begotten Son. With that being said, nothing in the New Testament is meant for you to have a miserable life. If anything, the Bible is a recipe for life success. It tells you to love, respect, always be honest, truthful, keep striving to be better each day. That's what the Bible teaches you. It teaches you to forgive even those who are your enemies. It teaches you to say all of the good things that everybody is rightfully made to have. Nothing in the good news, nothing in the New Testament tells you to destroy yourself. Or if you don't believe on that, don't lie to yourself and think that you are a good person. If you don't have a moral compass to follow, my friend, you are setting yourself for failure. I'm telling you, this country is successful, 100% successful. 250 years have proven the 100% proof of success. All of the bad history that we have, all the bad events, all the slavery, all the racism, everything that we have gone through has made us a better civilization today. And we are the most powerful country on earth because of the moral compass. No Muslim, not one, can give me that same example. Not one. Not a Buddhist, no religion, no other religion in any other country can give me the facts that I just dropped on 250 years of success.
Between the US and Iran, expanding into a new front.
It certainly has all the characteristics that could happen. The Caspian Sea, of course, has been used to connect Iran and Russia for a long time, trading across it. And what Iran...
Go ahead and show me one. Tell me one. Tell me one that's not Christian. Tell me one country. Go ahead.
Incident. They're saying that a ship that was coming from Astrakhan at the northern end of the Caspian Sea was traveling carrying steel to Iran. Anzali was the port, Bandar Anzali at the southern end of the Caspian Sea, about 600 miles away, about 1,000 kilometers. And that's what the Iranians say was struck, a vessel simply coming from Russia to them carrying raw steel, and one person was killed and 3 were injured. Now, President Zelensky in Ukraine, his understanding of their strike, a Ukraine strike, is different. He says that this was an Iranian ship, or a ship, bringing Iranian weapons to Russia. And as we know, Russia has been using, over the last more than 4 years, Shahed and other types of drones that have been made in Iran and supplied to Russia. Russia's learnt from those drones, augmented them, supplemented them, but lent heavily at times on Iran's support for weapons to be used in Ukraine. So from President Zelensky's point of view, that was a legitimate target. And the Ukrainians, for about the past 8 or 9 months, have been targeting Russian facilities inside the Caspian Sea. They've hit an oil terminal there, as well as some other shipping. But the crunch point of what you're saying here is, does this escalate the war? And if you listen to what Iranian leaders are saying, we've heard from the spokesman at the foreign ministry in Tehran and other senior Iranian officials saying Ukraine should not expect to get away with this. They should expect there to be a response. And one senior parliamentarian in Iran said, the US and Israel have learnt that lesson. So Iran is very clearly signaling that it would choose a military response to Ukraine. And in that context, suddenly the war between the US and Iran and in the Gulf just balls westwards and has a whole other potential theater of military operation for the Iranians. They haven't done anything yet. They're speaking about it. In the past, when they've spoken about it, they do follow through.
Let's talk.
If there's one thing that I have learned about Iran, especially as of lately, it's that they really think that we're that stupid. And I'm going to tell you, I don't blame them for thinking that we are stupid, because we have a lot of libtards in our country. We got weak-minded people like Susan here on the chat. They don't know what to think. They're just blabbing about here and there. They don't even know where they stand. I will tell you where I stand. I stand with the United States of America. Any policy that goes for the United States of America, I stand behind. And people don't like Israel. Hey, listen, Israel is our friend, is our ally. Whether you like them or not is irrelevant. The fact is that I support Israel 100%. I like Qatar. And I like the Saudi prince. I think he's fantastic. Do I know his personal life in there? No. But I do know that he is willing to invest in our country. He loves our country so much, he gave President Trump a gift. A $400 million gift. That is an act of appreciation. Now, the libtards will say, he's just trying to, bribe the president. Please. We already got military presence in the Middle East. You know what's crazy? You might have to reset it. You know what's crazy is this, that every single country in the Middle East, except for those who are terrorists, have American presence in them. Yeah, that's what libtards will say. What about jerseys from the baseball team, the hockey team? What about rings? What about World Cup shirts and trophies and medals? Are those bribes for the president? Just because the price is $400 million doesn't mean it's a bribe, does it? I mean, it could be. But here is what I know. When Barack Obama went over to the Middle East to make some negotiations with the Saudi prince today, with his father, they asked us for help. You guys know the whole terrorist support and all this other stuff. They asked for help. And Barack Obama flat out said no. Flat out said no. It was devastating for the king. It was devastating for Qatar, for the Saudis. It was mad, upset, pissed off. Let them destroy America. But when President came in and gave them kudos and put away their religion and all, whatever they do in their country, let them do whatever they do in their country. Just as long as they don't go against the United States of America. After having such a betrayal, so to speak, from Barack Obama, having President Trump go in there and treat them like a friend was refreshing. And I can tell you, if you make me feel like you are my friend, I am the best person for you to have as a friend. If I was a trillionaire, billionaire, I would also have given him one of my jets that I don't use. I got more. So why not? You know what a bribe is? What Joe Biden did. So they would stop investigating the company who was looking into the fraud that Hunter Biden was under. $1 billion in aid. Joe Biden. Now, this is a bribe. This is blackmail. If you don't stop investigating the company where my son works, I will stop $1 billion from going to you. And what did Biden say? Well, won't you know it? Son of a bitch, won't you know it? They fired the lawyer. Was that ever proven? This guy, even out of the mouth of Joe Biden, he still doesn't believe it. Man, you know what? I try to give these libtards some knowledge, some information, but they just don't get it. And with that being said, we're going to go ahead and switch gears. President Trump has just delivered some remarks, and you know how it is with me. I got to watch it. And I know for the rest of you American patriots, you love to watch our president gaffle and tell stories and just tear it up for the American people. Here we go.
Because GM's story is part of this country's story. This month, we celebrate America's 250th anniversary, and I want to recognize the people who built this country, like the talented and dedicated team members with us today. We employ more people than any other automaker in the U.S., and we will spend more than $16 billion this year on manufacturing and research and development. This reflects our continued strong commitment to the United States. So thank you all for being here today.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
haircut? Okay? There's only one reason. Actually, most Democrats do want it. It's only the politicians, because they could never get elected. If that ever gets approved, they will never get elected again. But every single Democrat in Congress voted against our massive tax cuts for working families. All of the things, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, all of these things they voted against. They just voted against. They voted against voter ID. They voted in favor of the transgender mutilization of your children, in favor of men playing in women's sports. I've looked at men playing in women's sports. It's very unfair. I had one of the top NFL football players standing next to a wonderful female athlete, and they were playing a game of football, if you can believe this whole thing. This game did not work out very well. This was not a game that she will ever want to play again, I will tell you. The whole thing is crazy. There's something wrong. These people are crazy, and we can't let them get into office and ruin our country. We can't do it. And the congressional Democrats voting for tax hikes, they're voting for open borders. The Green New Scam are their side. Remember the Green New Scam? Everything had to be green, the world is going to collapse, it's going to be gone. 15 years ago, they were saying we only had 12 years left, but we're still here. But they're siding with the radical left communists taking over the party. They want, in other words, the normal socialists who can destroy a country too. They're not going fast enough. Do you remember, like in one of my State of the Union speeches, I said, we will never be a socialist country. But I was right. We're going to be a communist country. That's what they want. They skipped socialism. Can you believe it? But communism is the greatest threat to our country in history, including even World War I, World War II, Pearl Harbor, or 9/11. I mean, this is a serious threat because they're going to promise all sorts of things. In 1 year, the country will be absolutely bankrupt. You'll live in squalor. You'll live in fear. You won't have police. You won't have firemen. You won't have anybody. You're going to be, it's a disaster. Even the thought of it is a disaster. And we have the hottest country in the world. We don't want to have it, and we have to be strong about it. We can't be nice. You know, a lot of the Republicans are nice. We're a very nice party. We shouldn't be so nice, to be honest with you. But we can't let them get their claws into this incredible, they call it an experiment. I don't think it's any longer an experiment. This has been going on for a long time. We have good years, bad years. We're having the single greatest year we've ever had as a country. We're not going to let these people destroy it. And you know the other thing, I'm just thinking now, you know, I do a lot of these speeches and I end up reading about 20%. Isn't it nice to know that you have somebody that doesn't have to read a speech? And it's even better to know that you have somebody that can read a speech if he wants to. The other guy couldn't even read a speech. But I'm just thinking about it. This is maybe going to make news because I've never said it. I'm just thinking about now, when they take something over, it's always dirty. The sidewalks are dirty. The people are, I hate to say this, not clean, okay? The curbs are loaded with you-know-what. The smell is terrible. I mean, I see it happening to cities. Blue cities are all blue. They're all blue. We don't have problems with the Republican-run cities, I mean, for the most part. But they're dirty. I said to somebody about a certain city, I don't want to say the name of it, but it's run by the radical left. I said, how is it doing? Because I love it. And they said, it's filthy dirty. It's so dirty, they've never seen it like that. It's so filthy dirty. And I just thought of it. Nobody ever says that. You know, I'm sort of a clean freak. I like clean. Do you ever see Washington, D.C.? Do you see what happened? Washington, D.C., it was filthy. Graffiti all over the place. We fixed up 72 monuments and fountains, and we've done an unbelievable. We took the graffiti off the beautiful marble columns. We have new grass going down. But you know what we did the best? We stopped crime in Washington. It's down 88%. And we moved out over 5,000 career animals. We moved them out, and it's really considered a very safe city. All the restaurants were closing up. Nobody wanted to operate a restaurant. We have a great restaurant here. Where are you from, Michigan? Where's my restaurateur? He was one of the great. Where's Mark? Mark, you're right. How'd you get such a good seat? He's a great restaurateur, but everything you have is clean. But you know, it's true, and I'm just saying, they take over. Everything becomes disgusting and dirty. It's dirty and filthy and grimy. It's not clean anymore. Look at Washington, D.C., what I've done in a short period of time, working with the Department of Interior, Doug Burgum, and the whole group. We have done some job. We've taken graffiti-filled statues all over the city, and monuments and waterfalls and everything. The beautiful reflecting pond where we get, I mean, we did some job. Somebody comes along and starts cutting it with a knife. They're sick. It's in the hospital now, but it's going to get better very soon. It's almost ready to open. We could have kept it that way for a while, but I didn't want to do that. I want to have it fixed perfectly. But these people are very terrible. But think how beautiful Washington, D.C. is. But the most important thing is we have very little crime. And there's a statistic that's incredible. 2% of the people create 91% of the crime, because you can handle 2% of the people. We get them out. We get them out. And our military, our National Guard has been unbelievable. And they work with the D.C. police. But they've been unbelievable. So I just want to thank them. But Washington, D.C. is now, again, and it's going to get only better. It's going to get all new grass. The parks are getting all new grass. I have a man who's a fantastic man, one of the biggest grass growers. I know everybody. I know grass growers, but he's actually a very rich guy. He wants to fix up the parks, all brand new grass. We're going to do a job. He donated the grass for the White House. We're building a heliport, and we're building a drone port, and we're building a great ballroom and a military facility as part of it, and it's incredible. And people cannot believe how it looks. Washington, D.C., think of it, is now a really safe city, and it's so beautiful again, and people are proud of it. It's our capital. They have to be proud of it. It was a crime-ridden mess. And the other thing, I got a call from the governor of Louisiana, and he said, sir, we have Mardi Gras coming up in New Orleans. Could you please help us? We are such a disaster. The crime is so bad, and they've had a lot of problems with crime. And I sent our team in there and called me back. He said, you know, crime is down almost 80%. Think of that, almost 80%. This was 8 months ago. And they had the safest Mardi Gras they've ever had. And in Memphis, Tennessee, the governor called, and the mayor called, the Democrat mayor called, they need help. And Memphis was very, very dangerous. Companies were leaving, too much danger. It was really dangerous. You couldn't walk down the street. And now crime there is down 77%, and it's getting better all the time. And if they do that in New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, we would take care of it so quickly. But we have to get called. I want them to call us. I don't want to say, I don't want to, they're running it. I want them to call us, and we will get rid of the crime so quickly your head will spin. But we're pleased to be joined today by some of the incredible patriots fighting for our Michigan workers, including representatives, a friend of mine, she's unbelievable, Lisa McLean. Stand up, Lisa. Great. She's great. She is great. And she's tough, too, I want to tell you. I'm not going to say she comes in a small body, but she comes with one house. She comes with fire and brimstone, right, Lisa? And we love Lisa, respected by everybody. Tim Wahlberg. Tim, great. 18 years he's been doing it, and everybody respects you a lot. Thank you, Tim, very much. Appreciate it. Another congressman who's doing really, really good. He's going to have a tough race. You got to help him. Tom Barrett. He's here someplace. Where's Tom? Tom? Come on up, you three. You come up. Lisa, come on up. And John James, come up. You have to win, John James. You have to win. I also want to thank Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy, Michigan House Speaker Matt Hall, Army National Guard Captain Mike Bouchard. Where's your father, Mike? Where's your father? Where's Mike? I just met your father. He's the best looking police. Where's Mike? You want to come up? Come up here. Come here. Your father's so proud of you. He's standing and he had more medals than anybody I've ever seen. He's saying, my son is doing good, sir. I said, he is doing good. Navy veteran, Amir Hassan. He's a congressional candidate. We got to get elected. He's good. Thank you, Amir. And Amir comes from a great General Motors family, a long line of General Motors, and former congressman. So here's a man who's running for the Senate. I happen to think he won last time, okay? He's a great guy, and he's respected all over Washington. He's one of the best candidates we have anywhere. He's smart, he's tough, he's fair. His name is Mike Rogers, and he will be a great senator. Mike, come on up. Come on. I'll let a couple of them say a couple of words. I'll be right back. Is that okay? Come on up here, Mike. Say a couple of words.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Thanks for gracing your presence here at the General Motors facility and bringing jobs back. Yeah, you bet. Imagine if, Mr. President, you have a senator that cares about much about manufacturing, especially in Michigan, than you do. That's a change we absolutely need. And when I get back there, Mr. President, I promise you this. I will work with you to protect our families, protect our freedoms, protect our factories, protect our finances. And when I get back there, Mr. President, if you haven't gotten it done, we're going to pass the SAVE Act. Save America. God bless you.
Well, again, thank you, Mr. President, for coming back to Michigan, where you've won 3 times. We very much appreciate your leadership. And as governor of the state of Michigan, we're going to be matching those Trump accounts. We're going to be taking care of our children. We're going to be matching those. You know, we have a president who keeps his promises. We have a president who looked at a situation and he said, you're going to have very fast planes in Macomb County. You know what he did? In the very first 100 days, the president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump, delivered F-15EX to Selfridge Air National Guard Base. The president has always been looking out for Michigan jobs. The status quo doesn't work for Michigan. President Trump is pushing back. And as a result, President Trump signed my bill to protect our automotive industry against the harmful California EV mandates. And as a result, our jobs are coming back to Michigan. But most importantly, the president, because he's the best deal maker the planet has ever known, President Donald Trump, has got $19 trillion of investment back in the United States of America, but because of the failed policies of Gretchen Whitmer, a lot of that investment is not coming back here. We're working with you, Mr. President. We're going to make sure that we have an environment where we can bring that investment back to the state of Michigan to create jobs right here for the best auto workers in the world. Thank you so much for your leadership, Mr. President. God bless you. We have your back.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for coming back to Michigan, and thank you for putting our men and women who build things first and foremost in the American economy. Thank you for being here today with the men and women that I have the privilege of representing in Congress to tell them and show them just how important Michigan is on the map. The hard work of the people here put America on wheels, puts our economy on overdrive, and provides livelihoods for families across our country, especially right here in Michigan. Manufacturing is our largest industry. Our president understands that. He's stepping up every single day to make sure that we bring more manufacturing jobs back to America, back here to Michigan, and I'm proud to stand with you today, sir, in recognition of that, and thank you so much for coming to Michigan again today.
Talk about the American dream. Born and raised in Flint, Michigan, the birthplace of General Motors. Son of a father, a grandfather, a grandmother, an aunt, an uncle that all work for General Motors. Son of an educator. Protecting America, getting back to the fundamentals and the foundation that made us great in the beginning. That's what we're doing this cycle. The contrast is clear, the time is now. If you love America, make noise. If you believe in first responders, make some noise. If you back our military, make some noise. And if you're proud to be a conservative,
USA, let's go, baby. We are putting this country back on the map because we have a leader who stands up for us. Mr. President, thank you for coming to Michigan, but I also have to say thank you for defending our military and putting us in a position to succeed. This time last year, I was in Iraq. During the 12-day war, you put our military in a position to succeed because you gave the troops what we needed to survive. So my friends and I are home, sir, because you put us first. And you put Michigan first as well. It took 47 years to stand up and say lunatics can't have nuclear weapons. It also took decades to reshore jobs. Reshoring jobs wasn't a thing that we talked about before President Trump came back. Now jobs are coming back to Michigan because we have leaders to stand up for us. We need to win this election in November so we can keep growing. Thank you, Mr. President. Let's go, Michigan.
I didn't bring my box, so I apologize. But take a moment and look around. Look at how many people are filling this manufacturing facility. And why is that? That is because we love this country. And I'm going to share with you, if you love this country, you have got to get out there and make some noise. You have got to get out there and vote. You have got to get out there and tell your friends, your neighbors, anybody who will listen, that this is an election between common sense and communist crazy. And the leader of our party, President Donald J. Trump, isn't resting on his laurels. Promises made, promises kept. He told you he was going to secure the border. What did he do? He secured the border. He told you he was going to make his tax cuts permanent. And what did he do? He made your tax cuts permanent. The last thing we need to do is make sure we pass that Save America Act. And we will do that because we will secure our elections to make sure that this country continues to live in a democracy, to continue to be a republic, because there is nobody that loves this country greater than the man standing behind me, and that's our president, Donald J. Trump.
I never want to go behind Lisa, that's for sure. But as dean of the Michigan delegation, you can see why I'm proud of this delegation and the ones that we're going to bring to this delegation, and even one we're going to bring to finally be an ally over on the other side of the House, that little body over in the Senate, a guy we can talk to who understands America, who supports this president, that is eminently supportable. And we say that out there today. I'm also chair of the Education and Workforce Committee. We have a president who understands workforce. That's why he's here with all of us. He understands education. That is not indoctrination for communist crazy. And that's what we're seeing today. So let me say this to you as chair of the Education Workforce Committee. We're here today trying to educate you, to educate others, to get out and work, to get this team in place so the final 2 years of this president, maybe final 2 years of this president, will be so memorable that we won't need to worry about the future. Let's get out and work as a workforce for freedom.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. What a group. Thank you very much. That's a great group. We got to get them elected. Also with us is the mayor of Hamtramck, Amir Ghalib. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And Mark, thank you very much for being here. Mark Zarkin, a great guy. And a man who's been with me from the very beginning. Again, I have to do it because this guy has been like, he got it a long time ago. Brian, thank you very much, Brian. Thank you. Thank you very much. Especially, he has been right from he got it right from day one, you know? So we don't forget that. 18 months ago, we inherited a catastrophe from the Biden and from the radical left Democrats. They created the worst inflation in 48 years, wide open borders with millions and millions of people from mental institutions, insane asylums, the world's worst prisons pouring into our country from all over the world they came. They came from South America, they came from the Congo, they came from places from all over the world. We had transgender for everybody, men playing in women's sports, crime ravaging our cities, and the whole world was laughing at us as a stupid nation. They called us a stupid nation. But they're not laughing anymore. America is respected again, I think like we've never been respected before. You saw I went to the G20, I went to the G7, I went wherever we go, they're looking at us as the real leader again. For a long time that hadn't taken place. Under our leadership, we're making the largest ever investment in the United States Armed Forces. And right here in Michigan, I got 21 new F-15EX Eagle IIs for Selfridge Air National Guard Base, ensuring that Michigan stays at the cutting edge of North American air power. Selfridge was very, very important. It's a big deal. It was closed. It was over. It was going to be closed. Now it's open. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world by far. We have the greatest people. We have the best equipment in the world. I built it during my first term, and I'm using it now. We had no choice. Again, we can't let what was happening in Venezuela go on, and I was very decisive, but we can't let what was and is going on. They killed 52,000 protesters. Think of it in a 4-month period. 52,000 in Iran. But we've already paid for the Venezuela operation, as I said, and likewise we're winning big time with the Islamic Republic of Iran, and we're ensuring that they never have a nuclear weapon. When somebody comes up and says, why are we doing this? Just say, because we cannot let them have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. That's all you have to say. There's nothing else you have to say. If you understood the power of the nuclear weapons, you'd understand exactly what I was saying. When I took office, we inherited the worst border in U.S. history, but we quickly turned it into the most secure border in the history of our country by far. And in the past 14 months, a number that's not even believable, but it is what it is. It's published every month. A historic record of 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. 0. And now, as you've been reading, crime is plummeting nationwide. Last year, we achieved the largest drop in the murder rate ever recorded to the lowest level in 125 years, 1900. That's before my father. Bring up my father. That's before my father was born. 125 years, lowest murder rate. And that's despite the fact that we have people in this country that shouldn't be here. That's despite that. But a lot of them are being brought out very rapidly. Under my most favored nation policy on drug prices, we're delivering the largest prescription drug price cuts in the history of our country by far, with differences of 400, 500, and even 600%. Nobody can believe it. We were the highest priced for decades, the highest priced in the world for drugs, prescription drugs, and now we're the lowest price in the world. So you think that was, I won't bore you with the way I did it, but no other president was able to do it. I'm not sure they even tried, but all of you have to go out and go to trumprx.gov, trumprx.gov, and you're going to find that you're going to buy whatever you're looking for at a tiny fraction of what you were paying. To stop the massive theft of taxpayer dollars, we ended Medicaid for illegal immigrants, and we launched the war on fraud, led by our great Vice President, J.D. Vance. It's having a tremendous, we're finding unbelievable levels of fraud. Minnesota, that governor is so crooked. Ilhan Omar with her brother, so crooked. But it's all under very serious investigation. We're finding billions of dollars, billions. In just 18 months, we've turned this country completely around, and it's still, we're going to do still better, but we have a turn. We're hot. Jobs are up. Inflation is down. Our border is secure. Factories are opening at record levels. Investment is booming. Michigan is thriving. America is winning like never before. And again, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. With the help of our Republican majorities in Congress, we will crush violent crime to the lowest levels ever, impose harsh new penalties for dangerous repeat offenders. They are very bad. Crack down on Marxist prosecutors, and we will end no cash bail, which really got the crime started more than any other single event. No cash bail. You kill somebody and you walk out. We will pass the Great Health Care Plan. That's what it's called, the Great Health Care Plan, to stop all payments to big insurance companies and give the money directly to you, the people, so that they can buy their own health care, which will be much less expensive and be a much better health care. Very simple. And the Democrats are fighting us on that one, too. They're fighting us as hard as you can fight because, you know what? They happen to be owned by the insurance companies. The insurance companies receive billions and billions of dollars a year. They own the Democrats. And the Democrats, they don't want to debate it. They just want to fight it. And we want to give the money directly to the people, and you go out and you buy your own health care. You'll get great health care and have lots of money left over. And we will continue to remove dangerous criminals, drug dealers, human traffickers, and child predators from our country. And we will always stand with the heroes of ICE and Border Patrol. They are heroes. The abuse they're taking. If you saw some of the people they have to deal with, if you saw the toughness and the craziness and the, boy, oh boy, the roughest people really in the world, they were led into our country by Biden and the group. By probably, I don't even know if he knew. I don't even know that he knew people were coming in. I don't think they told him. But they were coming into our country, and they are the roughest people in the world. Remember, they used to say, oh, foreign people don't commit crime. They make our criminals look like babies. It's the only thing good about them. They make our people look like absolute babies. But they are, you don't get rough. Tren de Aragua, the roughest in the world. They cut off people's fingers so they don't make a phone call. You're going to make a phone call? I'd like to call the police. Boom, their fingers are gone. These are the roughest and worst people in the world. They're out of here. We've got them largely out of here. We can never let that happen again. Can never let it happen. Single most difficult thing that I've had to work with. And finally, we will pass the Save America Act through the Senate, hopefully the Senate. Call your senators and put pressure on them. We won't get one Democrat senator to get you voter ID with photo. Need a photo, be nice. So they, okay, good. You know, they want to, if they did ID, which they don't want to do, they don't want a photo. Why don't they want to? You know, at the Democrat National Convention, they had an identification card that was bigger than most of the people's chest. It was hung on a chain with a picture and every fact about this person you can imagine. But for voting, our most sacred thing, you don't need, they say, voter ID. So we want voter photo ID. And we want all voters showing proof of a thing called citizenship. Isn't that nice? You read recently in New Jersey where tremendous numbers of people were found out that they were on the voter rolls totally illegally, and that's all over the country. That's nothing compared to what's going on in California and Minnesota and so many other states. And hopefully there will be no mail-in ballots. Mail-in ballots are inherently corrupt, except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel. If you're in the military, you're far away, absolutely. If you have to go someplace, absolutely. But mail-in ballots have proven to be a disaster. We're the only country in the world that in this form does them. There's no other country in the world because they're crooked. They pass through too many hands. When you go to a voter booth, even me, I went to vote. Sir, may I please see your identification? Sir, I'm so embarrassed. I know you're Trump. Please, do you have some identification? I don't want to lose my job. I whipped out, I was lucky, I had some kind of a card on me, and I didn't even know, but I gave it, thank you, sir. So I'm so embarrassed. She kept apologizing. I said, don't apologize. You're doing your job. That's what you're supposed to be doing. It was so beautiful. And we will enshrine in permanent law, where we had a big Supreme Court victory the other day, but not complete, no men in women's sports, and no transgender surgery, and the mutilization of your children. They mutilize your children. So, ladies and gentlemen of Michigan, the golden age of America is upon us. We're in the golden age. This is an age like no other. And the men and women of the American auto industry and General Motors are leading the way. And I'm so proud of it because, as Brian and others in the room know, I fought for this for years. I was here 25 years ago. I got Man of the Year. Oh, by the way, the press questioned that, and then they found out it was true, actually. And I made a speech, and all I talked about was, why are you letting them steal your auto industry? I said, your auto industry is being stolen. It's going to Germany and Mexico and Japan and South Korea and Canada. Why are you letting it happen? They stole over 50%. It's all coming back. Who would think it's all coming back? It's all coming back right now. More plants being built than at any time in the history of our country. With your help and patriots all across this magnificent land, we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Michigan. Thank you very much. God bless you all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Like a boss. Oh man, who came in here and said? Who came in here and said that we have never been strong? This must have been before 250 years ago. Let's go ahead and get a few more minutes. They're going to go into the tour and gift ceremony. So we're not done just yet. Get a few extra minutes of overtime in here. Here we go, guys. Here we go.
we've done a handbook cars, but the interior for this would be largely what you'll see in the presidential. Yeah, anything you want. So if you'd like to take a look at it or sit in it, you can do whatever you want. Obviously, the package and the distance will be different, but the elements, the design elements.
We only bought 450 of those. So very, very rare.
Stainless steel roof.
No, this is actually 1957 car.
Other bins at the back. I mean, this was really leading from the design.
They've come a long way. It's amazing what tariffs will do for General Motors and what the election has done. They're doing great. General Motors is doing fantastically, the best year they've ever had. And I won't get into it, but there's a reason. We've been very good to General Motors. And the rest of the world doesn't love me, but that's okay. It's called America First. Right? It's been amazing. You know Margot? She's been with me. Does anybody know Margot? Like, how well do you know Margot? She's been with me from day one out of Oklahoma. Right? So what else do you have?
We've got cars. So this is
Whew, man. Cadillac is right. I don't know why I thought it was a Lincoln Mercury, but it is a Cadillac. It doesn't seem to be electrical. Let me see. Cadillac's newest lineup. Oh, shit. It is electric. Electric vehicles like the Escalade IQ, Vistic, and ultra luxury Celestiq. So Dosito was right. It's an electric vehicle. It looks pretty tight, though. I mean, I would say this: if Elon Musk would have changed the shape of the trash can, I think that truck would be a tremendous hit. I really do. I think it will be, like, I would want to get one. I would like to get a truck. If it wasn't for the shape, I know, you know, many probably don't give a shit about it, but the shape of the car, it does make a difference to me. All right, let's go ahead and switch gears here a little bit, and let's go ahead and take a listen to these socialist ideas on the Democratic Party.
Democrat socialists doubling down on some of their most extreme platforms.
Abolish ICE.
Absolutely.
Abolish borders and give amnesty to anyone currently in the U.S. illegally.
As a long-term plan, yep.
Long-term. She's proud of it. Yep.
But do their views speak for the entire Democratic Party? What we need to know as the DSA just keeps growing.
Hey, 53% approve of socialism in the Democratic Party. And forget a degree in finance. Arizona State is now offering a degree in becoming an influencer. And I put that in italics. Fox and Friends starts right now. Remember, your mornings are better with friends. Get dressed. Hashtag.
All right, you think it's hot down south. Things are heating up in Michigan today, with President Trump set to hold a rally at GM to tout the administration's economic accomplishments during his second term.
And it comes as early in-person voting is underway in the battleground states primary, with key governor and Senate races on that ballot.
Alex Hogan's live at the White House with the details. Hey, Alex.
Good morning, Steve, Brian, and Ainsley. So as you mentioned, President Trump will leave the White House today. He will head to Michigan, and that is where early voting is already underway. Tonight, there will be a debate between some of the Democratic candidates for Senate, including these two you see on screen, Dr. Abdul El-Sayed and Representative Haley Stevens. With less than 100 days until the midterms, there's a lot of questions over the future of the Democratic Party and some new controversy within. A new report detailing how Chair Ken Martin reportedly threw his phone at the desk of a junior aide while berating them. The New York Times writing, quote, that the phone tossing incident resulted in a formal complaint to the DNC's Human Resources Department. The fallout from the phone throwing episode was described by half a dozen people familiar with the incident. Mr. Martin later met with DNC Human Resources officials about his behavior. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries addressed that report yesterday.
Yes, the chairman has my full support. What we've seen over the last 18 plus months is that Democrats have won every single meaningful election up and down the ballot across the country during that period of time. And we look forward to our continued partnership.
One of the co-chairs of the Democratic Socialists of America joined Fox News Sunday with Shannon Bream, who asked if established Democrats should be worried about DSA plans for their party.
The establishment Democrats should be worried about the voters and about what the voters think and about what the constituency thinks. And right now they have not been delivering, and our candidates are and have been, and it's resonating with voters.
And Romer went on to explain to Shannon Bream some of the other arguments that the DSA is trying to make, and changes like expanding Congress, getting rid of the Senate, getting rid of the presidency and the Supreme Court as we know it, and abolishing prisons, and as a future long-term plan, even opening up the borders. Guys, back to you.
You left out getting rid of the Pentagon.
Right.
And prisons.
What are you going to say? Alec, thank you very much. You know what? Shannon Bream put the woman that we just saw in that report. She just gave her a list. Okay, yes or no? Are you for this stuff? Are you against it? Watch this, and then try to keep your jaw up here.
So we're going to put up on the screen a few of the things that are part of your platform, and I want to ask you, just give me sort of a true or false on these. Abolish the Senate.
True.
Okay. Replace the presidency and Supreme Court as we now know them.
Yep.
Abolish ICE.
Absolutely.
Abolish borders and give amnesty to anyone currently in the U.S. illegally.
As a long-term plan, yep.
Defund the Pentagon.
Absolutely.
Abolish prisons, at least in large part.
Yeah, again, that as part of a long-term program, yeah.
Okay, so no prisons. Government or public ownership of most large corporations.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what can you add to
Other than that?
Bruh, are you serious? Are you serious? How do these people get one vote? Let me rephrase that. How can they get 2 votes? They can vote for themselves, but how do they get 2 votes with that agenda? Can you believe that?
True. Okay, replace the presidency and Supreme Court as we now know them. Yep.
You can't make this up, man. This is the Democratic Socialist of America. This is what the DSA stands for. How can you be a Democrat? You can't be a Democrat and a patriot at the same time. You just can't be a patriot. If I'm speechless. It's not often. I'm speechless. What? No.
Abolish ICE.
Absolutely.
Abolish borders and give amnesty to anyone currently in the U.S. illegally.
As a long-term plan, yep.
Defund the Pentagon.
Absolutely.
Abolish prisons, at least in large part.
Yeah, again, that as part of a long-term program, yeah.
Okay, so no prisons. Government or public ownership of most large corporations.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what can you add to
Other than that?
So what is that called? Like chaos? Not having a country?
Socialism.
Right.
Insane. Open up the prisons?
Yes.
Let the rapists and the murderers out.
You know what her theory is? Her theory is the only reason there are prisons is because people are impoverished. So she goes, once we get them money, they're going to have no reason to break the law. There's some people, we'll work on that, they're going to break. So this is somebody really well thought out. There's not one country doing this, even the Soviet Union. They like locking people up. That's why they had the gulags. They love locking people up. So at one point, you got to say, okay, give me an example. And some people say Sweden, Norway, Finland. All those countries, those Nordic countries, have stopped any of those socialistic principles that they tried. And
Yes,
they
they
sealed their border. One of the big regrets they have is they opened it up. So
you hear that? Your little socialist countries that you keep mentioning, they're failed socialist countries, and they stopped most of their practices, and they are securing their border because those socialist policies don't work. When you give free money, free housing, free healthcare, free welfare, that is the incentive. Don't work. Don't work, have babies. What is the incentive to work? You're incentivizing this socialist garbage to the world, and then you wonder why the worst of the worst come to your country. Like what we have here. We Democrats, 4 freaking years. It's all it took to nearly destroy the United States of America, and our enemies know it. So they are pushing hard. Do you think, let me ask you something. Do you think that any other country successfully is abolishing prisons? Is abolishing their government branches? It is unbelievable that people actually want to destroy their countries. That is crazy.
They did a survey of Democrats. So in case you want to exonerate them and say, well, that's just a fringe, it's not true. 52% of Democrats approve of socialism. You know how many independents do? 17. Republicans, 4%.
Right.
So if you can't win with that independence, they're not with you.
And if you can't win the independents, you cannot win in a general election. But those are that laundry list of stuff that you're going, we got to have the Supreme Court. We got to have all that stuff. We have to have prisons. Extraordinarily, those people on the big board over there are far left candidates that won their primaries this election cycle. The big question is, ultimately, can they win the general election? The conventional wisdom is no, they can't. But just remember, it wasn't that many years ago that AOC right here in New York City blew up, I think, the number 3 Democrat in the House of Representatives because she appealed to the far left, which is a very potent message this cycle.
And even if there are two different perspectives within the party, you have the Trojan horse, ultimately left-wing or moderate, it's still the Democratic Party. And the Wall Street Journal has an op-ed, says abolish the Senate, says the DSA, and it reads in part, if we could scroll up, that'd be great.
Yep, could have committed to memory, we didn't have time.
It's important to understand how radical this is. Essentially blowing up the Constitution's separation of powers. Letting Congress choose the president means adopting the parliamentary system that prevails in Britain. It would essentially remove the presidential veto power. Third world dictators seek to make the judiciary subservient to the ruling party for this reason, as they did in Venezuela and as Mexico's Morena party is now attempting to do. The job of Republicans now and Democrats who have the guts is to educate the country about the agenda. The political task is to link the DSA to their specific and radical proposals and ask Democrats running for Congress if they agree with abolishing the Senate or neutering the judiciary.
And the New York City chapter of Democratic Socialists of America is in the process of rewriting our Constitution. There's an emergency constitution. They're looking at a program now, and they're going to be changing our country around. They're going to have it all in writing, so to know what our country will look like if they ever come into power. So who are these people? They're essentially overeducated white people on the downward spiral in their careers, doing all they can to destroy the country on their way out. I have a sense that maybe I have a suggestion, maybe they could leave our country, but that's up to them. Now, for people who say history says that Republicans should do terrible in the midterms, right? And a lame duck president in the midterm usually does bad. All I could tell you is look at the rise of socialism, look at redistricting, and then look at this thing called bankruptcy among the DNC. They are so out of money, they have asked their vendors to not build them until after November to avoid the embarrassment of not being able to pay them. They refinanced their building in order to get money to win some special elections. And
until November? So they are banking on winning on November so that they can steal more money from the people. You can't make this up, folks. You can't make this up.
Now they're broke. I mean, if there's anything to push back against history, Democrats are making it happen, giving Republicans great hope.
Yeah, Republicans have $128 million in cash in the bank, zero debt. The Democrats have $18 million in debt, only $16 million in hand, and most of that debt.
I'm sorry, can you remind me, libtards, why you keep continuing to blame the unaffordability on Trump? You continue to blame high prices on Trump? You continue to blame the debt of our country on Trump? And yet, you are the only motherfuckers who are negative money in your whole party. Tell me, how can I make sense of this information that I might just be misunderstanding? Please help me understand. Let me hear that again.
They're building in order to get money to win some special election.
So Democrats can't even pay the rent on their building. But somehow they keep offering you free stuff. They don't have money in their budget, but somehow you are to believe that they're going to give you free stuff. The economy in New York is falling fast. through the floor. And they keep offering you free stuff and you believe them. Interesting.
And now they're broke. I mean, if there's anything to push back against history, Democrats are making it happen, giving Republicans great hope.
Yeah, Republicans have $128 million in cash in the bank, zero debt.
Republicans, $120+ million cash. Susan, old lady, shut up. Take your head out of your ass and listen. Republicans have $128 million cash. Democrats are broke, negative, in debt. They can't pay their bill. Do you understand? Do you understand? Now, I normally don't like to disrespect my elders, but do you understand what we are just hearing right now? You say you're an independent. Your mouth is shit. You're lucky I can barely understand. I can make up what you're saying. You're saying the mouth is shit. Well, I think your mouth is shit. As a matter of fact, maybe your brain has turned to shit already as it is. It is crazy to continue. You're not an independent. You're a Democrat. Period. You're a Democrat, just like Vet for Democracy, a piece of shit traitor to this country. You guys are garbage, the scum of this country. You understand? Democrats are broke, negative. They can't even pay for their building. And yet they're going to sit here and tell us that we are the problem. They said Trump's economy is Trump's fault when it's the same dumb-ass fucking Democrats who keep raising regulations, raising taxes, property taxes, gas price taxes, gas regulations. You guys on the Democratic Party have been shitting all over this country for the last couple of decades. And now you want to blame President Trump. Please. Please, get out of here with that bullshit. I'm not going to let you lie over here on my show. What's wrong with you?
To push back against history, Democrats are making it happen, giving Republicans great hope.
Yeah, Republicans have $128 million in cash in the bank, zero debt. The Democrats have $18 million in debt, only $16 million in hand, and most of that debt is from the 2024 cycle. Thanks, Kamala.
Yeah.
Her legacy is perhaps, given the fact, and Brian, you pointed this out, you would think that Republicans would lose in the midterms, but now with the DNC with no dough to buy a bunch of ads, suddenly the DNC doesn't look so hot.
Yeah.
She bought a lot of word salads.
Yep, she blew $1 billion, but who hasn't? We've all done it once.
All right, thanks for watching.
And they're just being nice to you, libtards. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So, does anybody have any questions? The people that tell me that they're independent is bullshit. When I listen to the way that they talk like libtards. They're not independent. Maybe they are, I feel sorry, I'm a Democrat, independent, but they're not truly independent. There is a lot of people that choose to be independent because there's only two parties that can make decisions. Republicans or Democrats. When you choose to say I'm independent, you're just washing your hands. There's not such thing as independent. That can only happen when you're voting. And if you are independent and Republicans have won or the Democrats have won, you got to just shut up. You understand? Shut it. Because your vote doesn't make a difference. Your vote is wasted. Most likely, you didn't even vote. Most likely, a Democrat actually voted for you and you don't even know. That's right, I said it. It is unbelievable. Every day I come here and I try to find, please, Lord, tell me that these libtards today, they will learn. I want to hear something smart come out from the opposition. But there is nothing. Nothing. I'm telling you, there's no such thing as independent. While we're voting, I got you. You know what I'm saying? I got you. But if you're voting independent, right, all you're doing is washing your hands and saying, I don't want to be responsible. If I vote for Democrats and they're bad, I'm going to look bad. If I vote for Republicans and they're bad, I'm going to look bad. That's not the way you vote. Whose policies are constitutional and is putting America first? When I say America first, I mean American citizens first. That's how you vote. Now, if they lie, we'll call them on it. We'll call them on lying. But you can't just waste your vote. You can't wait. Independent is going nowhere. Independent is going nowhere. You probably would have had some stimulus checks if you libtards wouldn't have gotten in the way. You guys defend fraud and then you wonder why we're broke. You guys stop audits so that we can find out the truth about election fraud. Republican or Democrat, we don't give a shit. We want our elections to be free from any type of dirty play. That's simple. You bitch and complain, swearing up and down, illegal immigrants are not getting any health benefits. Boom, it is proven they are getting benefits. They are getting free housing. There's loopholes. Their children are American citizens, but they are illegal. So because of their children, they get welfare. They get food stamps. They get free health care. They get free housing. You know I'm telling the truth. You know I'm telling the truth. That is the only reason you come to this country illegally and purposely make children. Because that's how you get a hold of the tit of the government. That's how you get to start taking away the American taxpayer dollar. Isn't that crazy? It is crazy. I've known this since I was 5 years old. I know this. In the 80s, that's all I heard. Come to the States, have some babies. What would Jesus do? Jesus would tell you to go back to your country and pray to God. He is your provider. Isn't he not? Is he not? Is he not your provider? You fake Christian. You're an imbecile. You're an imbecile.
The message was brilliant because it said,
by the invocation delivered by Chaplain David Wake.
Broken.
The message was brilliant. Even Nick Fuentes is on my side. Prove it. Prove it to me. Go ahead, Chicken. That's a good name for you. Chicken, tell me, how is MAGA a fake Christian? I love it when people challenge me. Come on. Show me your ways. No, don't block them. I want to hear it. Robert Fudge. Don't block comments like that. There's nothing wrong with it. I want to hear it. There's nothing wrong with that comment. Prove it to me. Prove to me that MAGAs are fake Christians. Tell me why we're fake Christians. Why, Vet? Why am I a liar? Go ahead. Say it. Why? Why am I a liar? Go ahead. No, today is the day you get to prove me wrong. I can see clearly now the rain is gone. I can see all obstacles in my way. Come on, vet for democracy. Tell me, what am I a liar about? Prove it. That's right, Susan. So why people hate it now that Trump is using it? Maybe she's going senile. Go ahead. Everything I say is a lie. Trump has done nothing to make this country better, and you know it. Let's see. Let's see. Secure the borders. That's not a lie. What else have I lied about? Tell me. You say everything I say is a lie. Prove me wrong. I know he's a turd. I know. I get it. He's a fucking idiot, too. Like, I let him call before. Nothing out of his mouth was intelligent at all. The guy was hyperventilating. The guy was cussing up a storm without making any sense at all. Was not giving us any facts. Nothing to go look for. No answers. Just whine, bitch, and complain. Whine, bitch, and complain. Repeat. That's all he did. Vet for Democracy is one of those PTSD traitor veterans who all they know is how to hate the United States of America now. I'd be surprised if he's not homeless. I'd be surprised if anybody in his family loves him. I would be surprised. See, I cuss you out because I give you the truth and you still don't get it. And you call me a liar for giving you the truth. That's how you get to cuss somebody out. That's right. You want me to give you the mic, so to speak. You want me to give you some airtime to call in. And I even told you, I warned you, make sure you don't waste this call. And that's the first thing that you did. Exactly. Maybe trillions in debt, he says. And who started that? Who started that? Who's broke today? Is the Democratic Party or the Republican Party? Who's broke? That's right, you dumbass. You know how stupid you look right now? Especially after we've been sitting here watching videos and reports of how the Democrats have been destroying the economy in this country. It's unbelievable. It's just like you guys never pay attention for some reason. I don't know. Well, I'll tell you what. This might not be your most favorite thing to watch today, but we are going to watch it. And this is U.S. War Secretary Hicks and our troops stopping the invasion with the Mexican border. Excuse me. Let's take a look and see what is going on here. Let me refresh this real quick. Okay, there we go. That's better. All right, so let me go ahead and get this on here for you. You see how I gave so much time? You see how much time I gave Vet for Democracy? The guy's retarded. I'm sorry you have PTSD, soldier. But guess what? There's one thing I don't tolerate is any excuse to hate this country. You hate this country. You have broken your oath. You broke your oath. That's why you are a dishonorable vet. You are a shame to this country. You are the cancer, the scum that this country is getting rid of. You don't love this country. You have proven that over and over. See you later. Get the fuck out of here. With that being said, why don't we honor some real service people that love this country?
Ladies and gentlemen, the Secretary of War, the Honorable Pete Hegseth.
Well, General Smith, General Laneeve, thank you very much for being here. Your presence is a testament to the importance of this topic. The very top of the Navy, the top of the Army, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Homeland Security Advisor, other members of the White House, our leadership at OSW. From day one, the defense of the homeland and getting 100% operational control of our southwest border was the #1 priority of this department. Yes, now it's codified in our national defense strategy as defend the homeland and the hemisphere. That we eventually did. But from day one, operationally, this department, this building, these services surged down to the border to stop the invasion of our southern border, which is truly what it was. Yes, there we have had troops on our border for 25 years, you're correct, General. But in many ways, they were down there as window dressing. They were down there with binoculars and no authorities. They were down there as part of just the status quo of rotation of things, the way we did business. And it was often said, well, we need new and different authorities. Sure, we've inserted new authorities, but what we really needed was new leadership and new priorities, and then putting the best Americans after that problem set to get 100% control of the southwest border. So to this group, I say, this group is here, the highest levels of leadership in our department, because we recognize how fundamental and important your mission is, how difficult it has been, the challenges you've had to adapt to. But it's taking the skill sets that our generation of warfighters have learned overseas for 2 decades and applying a defense in depth on our own southwest border. Turns out we're pretty good at it. And when you build out national defense areas, and when you put infantrymen and others down there on the border, securing that fence line, doing named operations, operating at night, operating with drones, counter drones, tunnels, you name it. I read all the operational reports of the types of efforts you've undertaken. You have been dynamic. You have been creative. You have been aggressive. You have used the authorities you've been given. You work with your law enforcement partners. Huge shout out to Border Patrol and Homeland Security. I know you work with them every single day. Their authorities complement yours. Your authorities complement ours, because we're all Americans securing our border and stopping that invasion. And that's why for over a year, there's been effectively 0 illegals crossing our border. Effectively 0, especially on the national defense areas, because we decided our soil, our homeland will be defended. And we will utilize our troops in those places to do it and give them maximum authorities to ensure that we stop the invasion of our southwest border. And like so many great things, like the name Department of War, it's not a new thing. It's a restoration. It's a reestablishment. We were the Department of War all the way up until World War II, and we are again. Well, this Southwest Border Medal, the Mexican Border Defense Medal, was established in 1918. To stop other incursions and invasions. And so we're not creating something new. We actually revived the exact same medal from 1918 to be given to all of you today as a reflection that this service is an extension. We stand on the shoulders of other great Americans who defended this nation. And it always requires the real 1% to do difficult things in difficult places without enough recognition. And the reason we're bringing you all here is because every single soldier, Marine, and 1 sailor seated here represents thousands of others who have done this mission on our southwest border and are doing it right now. And we're getting the reports about it right now. And the cartels are having to deal with the realities that they can't cross our border and can't bring the drugs and the death and the human trafficking that they brought for far too long that killed way too many Americans. So President Trump made this a priority on day one. This department made it a priority on day one. We had incredible partners across the interagency, and then it took Americans to deliver. And the reason we're here in the middle of the Pentagon, you probably thought maybe you could go your whole career and not show up at the Pentagon. The reason you're here today is to demonstrate to this building, to the media, to the world, that this has been, continues to be, and will be through the entirety of the administration, our main effort to secure that southwest border. It's not inevitable that it would have happened. It only happens when you make it a priority and give people the authorities necessary to execute it. And you have operational control. We're going to continue to refine that more and more. so that we've got more infrastructure and less people at the border, ensuring that no one's crossing. So thank you for your commitment to improving the position time and time again. But I want to take one interlude here for a moment and hand the podium to a dear friend of mine who we wouldn't be here without him and his focus. Yes, President Trump sets the tone, and he's talked about the border in a way that others have not for a very long time. But without Stephen Miller, our Homeland Security Advisor, this mission doesn't happen, certainly doesn't happen with the speed and urgency that has happened. And I wanted to give him a moment to address this group because he's been so fundamental to making it happen. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up to Stephen Miller.
But before we get there, let me see what this is about.
I believe that together we can make America great again. I believe that together we can make America great again.
It's an honor to be here today, and I want to pick up on what Pete said about some of the dignitaries and distinguished leaders that are in this room and what it reflects in terms of how important this mission is to this administration and this Pentagon. Obviously, you heard from the Secretary of War, but again, you have General Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, you have General Leneve, you have General Smith, and so many others at the highest levels of our nation's national security and defense apparatus. Because as Pete said, this, from the very minute the president put his hand on the Bible, has been the highest priority of this administration. And I remember distinctly in the hours after the inauguration, the airlift had already begun. Massive assets are being mobilized and moved down to the southern border. There has never been in history, to my knowledge or awareness, a more radical day and night shift in the security posture of a country than what happened to that border between January 20th and January 21st. Never in history has a nation achieved such a complete turnaround in its security posture in so short a time. And that was led and driven out of the Department of War with an urgency and a speed and a ferocity that I've never witnessed before in any other policy area that I have ever worked on. And when you talk about bringing back a medal from 1918, it is so important to mention how interwoven the history of the U.S. Armed Forces are with the defense of our southern border. The U.S. southern border has been the scene of some of the most important military fights in the history of this country. The nation that we live in today, the territory that we occupy today, the security that we have today was achieved by prior generations who were fighting out on that frontier to secure a homeland for their people. That is the legacy that you inherit and that you continue. And when you think about threats to the lives and security of the American people, there's a reason why President Trump designated the cartels operating just meters from you on the other side of that border as foreign terrorist organizations. This is a very important point to underscore. As a foreign terrorist organization, the Mexican drug cartels sit in the exact same legal position as ISIS or Al-Qaeda. Except unlike ISIS or Al-Qaeda, they're not operating thousands of miles away. Again, they're operating meters from where you show up to perform your duties every single day. Those organizations not only export massive death in the form of narcotics to our country, but they also export sophisticated criminal enterprises whose objective is to destabilize our democracy and to end the rule of law in our country. There's a reason why in Mexico the justice system doesn't work, the political system doesn't work, the legal system doesn't work. It's because you have territory controlled and occupied by terrorist organizations who kill, extort, kidnap, or murder anybody who gets in the way. And the line that is keeping that reality from existing in our country is the borderline that you are defending each and every day. The lives that you have saved already, think about this, number in the tens of thousands. Can anybody else ask to have a more noble cause in their life than to get to wake up in the morning and know that thousands of people that you will never meet or interact with are alive today, are with their families today, are going to be at Christmas in December, and are going to be able to enjoy their kids' graduation or wedding and every other life milestone because of the service and sacrifice that you made. This is not abstract. This is not, the abstractions are important, saying, well, you engage in a mission here, and that will support this, and this will support that, and then eventually it'll, this is as direct as it gets. The enemy is mere feet from where you work, and your job is to prevent them from gaining a foothold of any kind in our country, and you have succeeded. But we don't rest on our laurels because, as the Secretary said, we are going to advance and progress every day, set a higher mission, a higher standard, a higher objective to achieve the ultimate degradation and eventual defeat of the enemy. So I congratulate each and every one of you. I salute each and every one of you. You have earned the everlasting gratitude, not only of this department, not only of this White House, but of the President and of the entire nation. Thank you and God bless.
Well, I could not say it any better myself. That's why I see the podium. His passion drove this mission, but the dedication of this department made it happen. And so I want to thank all the senior leaders here again for your commitment to this cause. And wherever Border Bob is, he gets a shout out because he was the acting secretary for 4 days before I was confirmed, and he drove the speed for 4 days and then handed the baton to me, and we've been running ever since. But I also want to mention, pass my gratitude to your families, wives, husbands, sons, daughters, mothers, fathers, as well as the remainder of your units. That we know this is time away, just like any other deployment, just like any other action, but that what you've done is incredibly meaningful to the soul of this nation, and we are grateful for the service that you've given. And we bring you here to this department to showcase it to the world. The media doesn't want to talk about things about problems that go away or why they went away. So it's our job to continue to tell the story of the incredible success of great Americans, not serving for the spotlight, but who deserve the spotlight. And so that's why we're here today. So on behalf of your Commander-in-Chief, on behalf of the nation, it is my honor to give you these Mexican Border Defense Medals, and thank you for your service to this great republic. So at this time, let's give out those medals. Thank you very much.
At this time, we welcome General Eric Smith, Major General David Gardner, and Mr. Patrick Weaver to join Secretary Hegseth on stage for the presentation of the Mexican Border Defense Medal to the Marine Corps element. Lance Corporal Sofia Arizmendi, Lance Corporal Anthony Felipe, Corporal Johnny Garcia, Corpsman First Class Troy Holton, Sergeant James Mayfield, Lance Corporal Dakota McDown. Sergeant Roland Nambo, First Lieutenant Sofia Padilla, Corporal Mary Alice Perez Orengo, Captain Marley Ragney, Sergeant Kevin Ramirez Bonilla, and Gunnery Sergeant Juan Rodriguez. Private First Class Jimena Roman, First Sergeant Cindy Torrado, and Staff Sergeant William Austin. Thank you, General Smith. At this time, General Christopher Leneve will join Secretary Hegseth and Mr. Weaver on stage for the presentation of the Mexican Border Defense Medal to the Army element. Private First Class Nehemiah Abram. Warrant Officer 1 Faraz Abu Adra. Sergeant Major Cody Anderson. Sergeant Orly Ariano Pagan, Captain Benjamin Bloom, and Staff Sergeant Brandon Brashear. Sergeant Major Bobby Sue Cox, First Lieutenant Cole Doster, Specialist Corey Dupree, Captain Donovan Edwards, Captain Michael Elhaj, and Sergeant Ethan Guzman. Captain Stafford Harmond, Sergeant First Class Christian Hidalgo, and Staff Sergeant Tristan Huff. Captain Samuel Jones, Private First Class Emery Jones, and Lieutenant Colonel Richard Kubu. Corporal Jonathan McLeod, Specialist Andrew Oliphant, First Lieutenant Dominic Panero, Private First Class Lucretia Perry, Private First Class Ian Pintor, Private First Class Lillianne Redford, Sergeant Kivante Reed, Sergeant Emiliano Reynoso, and Staff Sergeant Randy Robertson. Sergeant Michaela Roundtree, Sergeant Michael Siegler, Sergeant Aaron Tavizin, Specialist Osmond Vargas, Staff Sergeant Luis Villarreal, Chief Warrant Officer 2, Taryn Weigel, Staff Sergeant Ethan Young, Thank you, Mr. Weaver, General Leneve, Major General Gardner, and Secretary Hegseth. A round of applause for the awardees. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the benediction delivered by Chaplain David Wake.
Let us pray. This ceremony is but a moment in the grandeur of all created things, and yet, Almighty God, you are here and present with us. I pray as we depart, you will go with each and every one gathered here and be with all of our service members and their families. Give them grace and a peace that passes all understanding. Until we meet again, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the departure of the official party. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing. This concludes
I was not expecting it to finish that quick. Oh man, they cut it off. They cut it off soon. But nonetheless, oh man, I had other things to show you, but well, unfortunately, the missus has already signaled that Daddy has to come and get her. So, with that being said, we're gonna call it. We're gonna call it for the day. I will see you all in the next one. Hey, thank you so much for being here with me. This is the first time that you came here to the Dennis Herrera Show. Don't let the numbers fool you here. We do get approximately, I don't know, anywhere between 20,000 to 150,000 views throughout the day. Don't think I'm grifting. Don't think that I'm, paying for views or that. Nah, I don't do none of that stuff. Everybody that comes through here sticks around. I know that not everybody can be here at all times of day, and this is why I choose to do long lives. Now, in the future, that might change, but for now, this is how I do it. If you have liked this show, don't forget to give it a like. We got almost 400 likes in here today. Thank you so much for being here with me. I will see you guys on the next one. God bless you. God bless the USA. And, of course, God bless your family. See ya.